Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space. Just trying to figure it all out. As usual, we got a hell of a lot to talk about. So, better buckle up those seatbelts. We can get started. All right, Space Fams. Good to see you here on this Saturday evening. A lot for us to talk about here tonight. Getting a little bit of a late start. But hopefully that won't at all be problematic in getting through the stuff we've got for us. Before any of that, though, some shout-outs. Moanoip, Manda, HBX123 in the YouTube chat. Sarah Layla, close fourth. Arvin Trevino, also here. Morbius, Randalism. Chuck L. Narwhal by Nature. Peacat. Mozart, and Looney Tunes. All right, everybody. All sorts of stuff to talk about. ICE is still doing bad stuff out there, but the judge ruling that ICE cannot detain or attack protesters. That's right. We're going to do things a little bit different. It's Saturday. It's been an exhausting week. We're going to delve into some other people's podcasts. The Fear and podcast. Hasan, Will Neff, Austin, and the one and only Brennan Lee Mulligan. Cenk Uygur appearing on IHIP, and Anna admitting that she's an idiot. All in the United States. We've got other things to talk about too, and hopefully we'll get to that as well. But first, let's start in Mar-a-Lago. Well, in Florida. Where a glorious sign has been unveiled. Donald J. Trump Boulevard. Designated by the 2025 legislature of Florida. Oh, it's glorious. A whole road with his name on it. Oh, God, he must be so proud. A sign. Oh, my gosh. Look at it. It's the same sort of... It's orange. You know, it's kind of got an orangey hue to it. Similar to his blotchy skin. I think we should just name all roads Donald Trump Boulevard. It'll be easier, you know, rather than naming one at a time. You can just name all words Trump. We're just instead of like saying I would like some coffee, you can just say I would like some Trump, please.
State of Florida, and this truly incredible.
Everything Trump. It's beautiful. Everyone loves it.
Back in my home state
Don't
of
lie.
Florida, and this truly incredible privilege. I moved down here. I love New York, but it was just worked that way. And we won Florida so much and by so big, and it continues. We even have Club 47 here. Look at these representatives. Used to be Club 45.
So great.
Then they said, I think we're going to change it to Club 47, and we're having a good time. Let me tell you, we're doing a job for our country. We're saving our country, because if they would have gotten in, this country would have been a place known as Venezuela on steroids.
We saved it.
It would have been in big trouble. So we did.
But if
we did
Venezuela,
and so many of the people, Gina, so many of the people in the room.
So this entire 6 minutes of Donald Trump talking at this supposed ceremony for the unveiling of the Southern Trump Boulevard. Mar-a-Lago, Florida. Is there an actual town named Mar-a-Lago now? Did they rename Palm Beach to Mar-a-Lago? Either way, it's basically just Donald Trump being self-congratulatory about all the things he didn't do, or the worst possible things that he did. Basically taking credit for a bunch of stuff that's not necessarily, that hasn't actually happened, or hasn't happened in the way that he's described it here. But he's excited. He's got a sign. He's got a sign with his name on it. He loves a good sign with his name on it. This is the president we're talking about. This is Donald Trump. He loves a good sign.
They helped so much. It's incredible. So I'm tremendously honored that the main boulevard from Palm Beach International Airport to the beautiful Mar-a-Lago is being renamed in my honor. That's a very important stretch. A lot of people, a lot of important people, and I don't care if they're important or not, but important and not important people travel on that road. But I love the people of Florida. I love the entire Palm Beach area. I've been here for a long time, and I want to thank you all for being here. I'll remember this amazing gesture for the rest of my life, and in particular Meg and Eric and all of the people that worked so hard for this. I also want to thank a man who's amazing. He's an administrator. He's one of the most talented people in the country at what he does. Joe Abruzzo. He's here someplace. Joe, what a talented guy. There's nobody better in the whole country at what he does. And what he does is not easy. But everybody respects him and everybody listens to him, and he's got great values, but he's got a great sense of design and everything else that you need. You need a lot of capability in that job, and you have every bit of it. Thank you, Joe, very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. And who is that young?
You have every bit of capability, Joe. Great guy. He's got all of the things people want. Everyone's saying it. This guy. Have you seen him before? I mean, my God. Oh my God, Joe Abruzzo, better than anybody else, everybody's saying it. All the talents, all the skills. I won't list them now. I don't want to embarrass you, but oh my God. So many great skills. Speaking of somebody with great skills, Nara by nature, sending 5 sweet galactic memberships to the community. Incredibly generous and thoughtful. A beautiful, perfect person. With great generosity, through and through. Who got them? Django Fett. Membership. Icy X sign. Also having a membership, you enjoy that. Germ. Take it. Have it. It's too late. You got it now. You got it. Atticus Among Us, also a membership. And, of course, the letter rack. The great, the one and only letter rack. Everybody getting them. Everybody's saying it's the hottest. We are the hottest right now. The Galactic News Network, the very hottest place to be. You're gonna want a membership, very reasonably priced, $3. You're gonna want it. Thank me later.
Thank you very much. Fantastic. It's good to have you both. Let me also express my gratitude to all of the members of the Florida House, many of whom I've gotten to know over the years, and the Senate, incredible people. I mean, literally incredible people who united behind the legislation.
Literally, I'm not just
honor, including
I'm not just
Speaker
saying
of the House, Danny Perez.
I'm just saying, literally,
who I
they're
think has a hell
incredible.
of a future.
Okay?
I don't know what you're doing, Danny, but what a future!
I forgot that part of this was just Donald Trump schmoozing the audience. I forgot about this. He just works the audience for at least half of this shit. He's just like,
Look, all you great people here celebrating me, the very best. You know, so many. It's really a reflection on me and how great I am by how many great people are here celebrating me. So great and so good to have all of you people here now at this time, doing what you do best, which is celebrating me, the very best among all of us. Really, when you think about it, everyone's saying it. It's true. Everybody's saying it.
Wow. Because he has an unlimited political future, but whatever you choose, I'm behind you 100%. You know that. Danny, thank you for a great job. Great job. And State Senator President Ben Albritton, I want to
Thank you, Daddy. Great job.
Good job you're doing. Everybody's respected in this group. You know, they get along down in Florida, although I can't say that's necessarily always the case. I guess you probably have a couple of people that you maybe not as friendly with, but you are great people. Ben, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Along with State...
Thank you, Ben. Okay, I can't do it anymore. It's too much. Thank you, everybody, for all of your great help in making me as great as possible. America is now great. We can, I think, probably wrap it up. We're probably done. Probably done. America is as great as it's going to be. I can die now. Although, is America as great as it can be? We do have a completely lawless police force, wrong thing to call them, really. We have a lawless federal agency occupying our great cities here in the United States. Somebody just followed on Twitch, not the Sizzle. Thank you, not the Sizzle. I was going to call you Sizzle, and then I was like, wait, you're not the Sizzle.
9000 just cheered 100 bits. Orange circle emoji. Your favorite king president has been watching the woke letter hack lately, and I got to say, he's a woke news journalist from PBS News, a failing news organization near its death. Time for him to go bye-bye. Thank you for your attention to this matter. MAGA. President King Donald Trump.
Thank you, Looney Tunes, for the bits. Much appreciated. So much generosity being seen on the Galactic stream today already, with only 17... We're only 17 minutes into the stream, my God. I didn't even start the goal over on YouTube. It's crazy. Okay, we watched this yesterday, but I feel this is worth a double watching this weekend. I mean, this woman's investigation here really, first off, really relevant to everything that's been going on that we've been talking about as it relates to ICE. But also, I mean, this just such a revelatory investigation, which doesn't seem, I mean, honestly, it's not clear. It doesn't seem to me that she even had to put that much effort into it. Like, whatever. Let's go to the Democracy Now! Here. This is from 2 days ago.
Here on Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. What happens when ICE hires agents with minimal screening, then sends them into the streets, masked and armed? We look now at the agency's hiring practices as it surges agents to Minneapolis and other cities. We begin with an independent journalist who applied for an ICE job and was offered it without even a background check. Laura Jadid wrote about her experience in a piece published Tuesday by Slate magazine headlined, "You've heard about who ICE is recruiting. The truth is far worse. I'm the proof," was the headline. She begins her piece, "The plan was never to become an ICE agent. The plan when I went to the Immigration and Customs Enforcement Career Expo in Texas last August was to learn what it was like to apply to be an ICE agent. Who wouldn't be curious?" she said. Laura Jadid joins us now from Portland, Oregon. Laura, would you take it from there? Explain what exactly you did, what this fair was, and then how you applied to work for ICE and what happened.
Absolutely. So the hiring event, basically you brought your resume in, you handed it over, they were going to do an interview, and they were promising on-the-spot hiring to where you could, in fact, walk out with your $50,000 bonus that day, possibly. I went in, I handed in my resume, which was, I did a skills-based resume. I'm a veteran, I served 2 tours in Afghanistan. So on the surface, the resume looked pretty good. Had a very brief interview, took all of 6 minutes. They didn't ask very many questions. And then I left, assuming I would never hear back, because I'm a very Googleable person. I have an unusual name. I'm the only Laura Jadid on the internet. And I make no secret of how I feel about ICE and Trump and all of it. So I was not expecting several days later to receive a tentative offer. I missed it in my inbox and it sunk to the bottom, which means that I never filled out the paperwork they requested. I never accepted the tentative offer. I never filled out my background check paperwork. I never signed the affidavit saying I committed no domestic violence crimes, none of it. A few weeks later, I got a message from LabCorp saying that ICE wanted me to do a drug test, and I went ahead and did that. I was pretty sure I wouldn't pass. I'd partaken in legal cannabis 6 days before the test, but why not waste some of their money, right? And then 9 days after that, I decided I wanted to, I was curious, had they processed the drug test yet? So I logged onto the ICE hiring portal, and what I found was that not only did the drug test not seem to be relevant, I was listed as having joined ICE as of 3 days earlier. I had listed that I had accepted the offer. They had offered me a final position as a deportation officer. My background check was listed as completed 3 days in the future for when I...
This is insane. This is utterly insane and unacceptable. It's just wild. A post-dated background check? She's already given the job. She's given the job with a post-dated background check. Means they're basically unleashing people onto U.S. streets with 0 background checks. People who could be criminals. Of all varieties. I mean, it's insane. 0 background check? I mean, they're faking the background checks, essentially. I mean, even post-dating it 3 days in advance? How is that lawful? Sounds like fraud.
Illegal.
Looking at it. So it seems like the answer to the question, who are they hiring, is they don't know.
Wow. You write in the piece, at first glance, my resume has enough to tantalize a recruiter for America's Gestapo in waiting. You're likening ICE to the Gestapo?
Absolutely. And I don't think that's in any way hyperbole. We have armed, masked thugs on our street right now who are brutalizing, detaining, and murdering people with apparent impunity, a carte blanche, a license to kill from our government. And they can't even keep track of who's behind the masks. I don't believe for a second they're keeping track of who's a U.S. citizen, who needs to be deported, where these people even are. These disappearances where people vanish into the system, is it on purpose, or are they really that sloppy with paperwork? Ultimately, it doesn't matter. This constitutes a national emergency. We have unknown armed thugs in masks who are terrorizing citizens.
So you have served in the military. You deployed twice. Can you talk about what that experience taught you? And also, you did do an interview with an agent, and I'm wondering if you could tell us what that agent said to you and where that went.
Absolutely. So I joined the military right out of high school. I really believed in the whole war on terror thing. I really thought we were going over to spread freedom and democracy and what have you. And when I got there, it became very evident very quickly that that was not the case and that we were doing it was a bad war and we should not have been there telling people what to do. I was in Eastern Afghanistan for the first deployment, Western Afghanistan for the second. So I did not see combat, but as a military intelligence collector, I saw plenty of the decisions that got people killed on both sides that didn't need to happen. So I came back very disillusioned, like a lot of people, and actually like the ICE agent that I spoke to, which, by the way, this interview wasn't actually part of the hiring process. It was an optional step to see if I wanted to join up. But he told me that he was also joined right out of high school. He also deployed. And when he got back, he also got out as soon as he could. He didn't want anything to do with the military. But he had a lot of trouble assimilating, as a lot of veterans do. And so about 6 months later, he decided to go for law enforcement. And the rest is history. He's been an ICE agent, he said, for about a decade. He likes the work. He feels like he's getting instant results. And this is very sad to me and also emblematic of a problem we have where we use this language of terrorism and weapons of mass destruction and freedom and democracy at the barrel of a gun. We did this overseas, and it's come home in every conceivable way.
Talk about your concerns about them not doing a background check. I mean, what does this mean for people who are documented to, well, wife beaters, people kill women?
Yeah, I mean, it's very funny that they hired a lefty journalist with a profile on Antifa Watch. That's hilarious. But what's not funny is they didn't make me sign a domestic violence waiver. So how many people with domestic violence convictions are running around with guns in our cities terrorizing people? How many people who have been committed of sex crimes or crimes against children are in charge of detention centers where there's no oversight, where people won't be missed and won't be believed? The horror, it boggles the mind how bad this really is.
And you were hired to be a...
Yeah, and ICE is picking up minors and then putting those minors in detention. The United States could be putting literal convicted, you know, like sex criminals with the responsibility of looking after children in a way that, I mean, it puts them in complete power over those children with almost zero oversight. That is such a disturbing thing to think about. That is what the United States government is doing. They are so irresponsible and so incompetent and so ravenously going after immigrants, anybody who cares about immigrants in this country. That they are completely shirking their duty to keep people safe. In so many contexts, in so many ways. It is so obvious for anybody who has not figured that out yet. I don't know what's wrong with you. I don't know what's going on in your brain right now. But you need help. There's so much evidence now piled up in front of you. When will the fever break, eh? It's a sickness. All right, let's go here. Saw a little bit of this yesterday. This is a Status Coup News live stream outside of the ICE facility in Minnesota, in Minneapolis.
Out of the road! Out of the road now! Hey, jump up!
They are in the road. These assholes are just walking around in the middle of the road. They're telling people to get out of the road. Like like seriously, like they walk around just acting completely lawlessly. They're in the road, they're murdering people, but then they like, oh, don't do this, don't do that. It's like, bitch, you're literally all walking in the middle of the road, and you're telling people not to walk in the road. What are you on right now? I'm just realizing the fox is in this video.
Jump that photo! Jump that photo! Hey,
Seriously, these people think they're above their law, and they're not. They are not above our laws. They're just behaving completely erratically.
Hold. Hey, watch the guy right here at the bottom. Everybody's get off to the side over here. Stay out of the road. Dick. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck all of you.
Also, how is what they're doing right now an immigration enforcement operation? There is untold thousands of dollars being spent every minute these assholes are walking around. I mean, there's 50 of them. And this is not an immigration enforcement operation, what they're doing. They are lining up against protesters, all of whom I assume are American citizens. This is not an immigration enforcement operation. This is a fascist operation. This is a repressive and tyrannical operation. It's got fuck all to do with immigration. All right, now we watched a little bit of this. I almost called her Lindsay Halligan. Oh, God, they are so interchangeable. Trisha McLaughlin. We watched a little bit of this Trisha McLaughlin interview on CNN the other day. Might have been yesterday, actually. Actually, would have had to been yesterday, because this is from yesterday. Where did I want to pick this up again? I'm trying to remember now. This is let's go here. Trisha McLaughlin is, of course, the Assistant Secretary of Public Affairs at
But you have to
DHS.
look at the polling, right? This isn't the media. This is actual polling that says, hey, I like what ICE is doing in terms of its target. We want to get criminals off the street who don't belong in the country. But 51% say ICE makes cities less safe. Just 31% say it makes cities more safe. On the Renee Good case you brought up, 26% of Americans viewed the shooting as an appropriate use of force, while 56% called it an inappropriate use of force. So are you willing to consider in some cases ICE has gone too far and is losing American support?
Pamela, in the last 5 weeks, we have arrested 2,500 criminal illegal aliens off of the streets of Minneapolis. If I can make my point, I appreciate your having me, but I do want to be able to make my point.
Sure.
If I can make a completely different point, says Trisha, look, I know you're making a point, but I want to ignore it and make a completely different point.
I have not seen CNN cover who some of those individuals are. An individual from Ecuador who murdered his 3-month-old son. An individual who is perpetuating human slavery.
What does this have to do with anything?
Scores and scores of murders, child pedophiles.
Everything she's saying right now is meaningless.
We continue to see that
the question was, what do you have to say about how unpopular what ICE is doing is? And her answer is, have you heard about all the great stuff ICE has been doing?
That they're doing on the ground, the fact that they are risking their lives day in and day out to get these criminals off the ground. Gang members,
no one cares.
known as suspected terrorists.
They're getting paid for that. I love it when people are like, oh, the cops, they're risking their lives day in, day out. They are getting paid. They are getting paid. U.S. taxpayer dollars. They are not heroes, okay? They're employees. They're our employees. That's what they are. They're not volunteering for this shit. You know? This isn't a volunteer service. They're getting paid $50,000 bonuses on top of their salaries. One guy claimed that he was making something close to $200,000 after the bonus or something like that. I find that to be a little unlikely, but the point is these people are getting paid money to do it. They're not heroes. They're not volunteers. They're not doing this out of the kindness of their hearts. They're federal employees getting paid federal tax dollars. Therefore, they are you know, they are liable to and responsible to the taxpayers. Trisha doesn't seem to grasp that concept very well. She's not the smartest, though. Let's be real. She's very stupid. She's a very stupid woman, unfortunately. Unfortunately for us all.
She called this 37-year-old mother of three who was driving that car a domestic terrorist. That really was outrageous.
We said it was an act of domestic terrorism. In no way is that outrageous. What we saw on the ground there, she had been stalking and harassing law enforcement throughout the morning. And then
she was stalking and harassing them. She parked what? She parked her car and then the ICE agents approached her. How is that stalking and harassing? This is Trisha's. She is failing. I mean, this whole interview was a fail for her. I'm not going to lie. We're not going to watch the whole thing once again. I just can't handle it. I mean, not only is she lying the whole time, but she's doing a bad job at it. It's unbearable. Of course, the woman in charge of messaging over at the Trump White House, the most senior spokesperson at the Ministry of Truth, Caroline Leavitt, of course. Now, she knows how to message. I know that much. She is honestly one of the most... I mean, in terms of lying, oh my God! I mean, this woman can lie, it's her job. You know, unlike Trisha, whose job it is to lie, who's bad at lying. Caroline, she's actually somewhat capable. I'll give her that much. She's definitely smart enough to craft a narrative.
The US government is struggling to convince American voters of their read on the shooting of Renee Nicole Good by ICE agents in Minneapolis last week. According to officials in the Trump administration, Good was a domestic terrorist who weaponized her car to try kill ICE agents in her neighborhood. And so their reasoning goes, she deserved to be killed by the free bullets fired at her face by a masked federal employee. But the more reasonable sections of the American press aren't buying it, and the administration is getting sick of their questions. White House spokesperson Caroline Leavitt was asked about Renee Good at a press briefing yesterday.
Earlier, you were just defending ICE agents generally, and earlier on, Secretary Noem spoke to the media, and she said, among other things, that they are doing everything correctly.
Where do they find all these Nazi Barbies? I assume they've got like some kind of. Did you ever see? Mighty Morphin Power Rangers? Because I can't remember the clay. There's like clay fighting. I forget what they're called now, but they had like mold, right? There was a mold. And they'd pop them out of there. I assume it's something like that, akin to that, or like a 3D printer of some kind.
32 people died in ICE custody last year. 170 US citizens were detained by ICE. And Renee Good was shot in the head and killed by an ICE agent. How does that equate to them doing everything correctly?
Why was Renee Good unfortunately and tragically killed?
Are you asking me my opinion? Because an ICE agent acted recklessly and killed her unjustifiably.
Oh, okay. So you're a biased reporter with a left-wing opinion.
What do you want me to do?
Yeah, because you're a left-wing hack. You're not a reporter. You're posing in this room as a journalist. And it's so clear by the premise of your question. And you and the people in the media who have such biases but fake like you're a journalist, you shouldn't even be sitting in that seat. But you're...
I love how Caroline's job is now just to scold the media. Like, and that's what it's basically become for Caroline. Is now her job to just scold the media constantly for asking nasty, naughty questions. And like I love how she's come up with a new strategy here. This is like innovation for Caroline, right? Because she's been struggling with answering the questions lately. So now what you see is she's utilized a sort of like a rhetorical device here, where instead of answering the questions, which is tough, she instead flips it, and she asks the journalists the questions, and then here's the coup de grace, if you will. Then once the reporter answers the question, which she has, of course, basically directed them to do, then she has then she can pounce. It's the perfect opportunity. She can get in there and say, you are biased fake news media, okay? That's why you're asking these questions, don't you see? Because because you have that belief, that's why you're asking me the question, and that's why you're so nasty. And that's why I can't answer the question, because of how nasty and biased you are.
Pretending like you're a journalist, but you're a left-wing activist. And the question that you just raised and your answer proves your bias. You should be reporting on the facts. You should be reporting on the cases. Do you have the numbers of how many American citizens were killed at the hands of illegal aliens who ICE is trying to remove from this country? I bet you don't. I bet you didn't even read up on those stories. I bet you never even read about Laken Riley or Jocelyn Nungray or all of the innocent Americans who were killed at the hands of illegal aliens in this country. And the brave men and women of ICE are doing everything in their power.
How dare you not care more about Laken Riley? It's very rude.
How rude.
How rude, says Caroline. That's why Caroline can't answer that question, okay? She can't answer that question about how ICE murdered that poor woman in Minneapolis, Renee Good, who was just minding her own business as an American citizen on an American road. That would require... She can't answer a question asked by a biased journalist, no matter how relevant and or prudent that question may be. It would be wrong of her, because he doesn't even know who Laken Riley is. How can she answer this question if this guy doesn't know who the fuck Laken Riley is? This is not fair. How can she what? Think about that for a second. How can Caroline answer a question about Renee Good and ICE if this reporter doesn't know who Laken Riley is? That's not... What? They're clearly intrinsically linked, and in no way could she possibly... Oh, God. Oh, God, this stupid reporter not knowing Laken Riley.
Those heinous individuals and make our communities safer. And shame on people like you in the media who have a crooked view and have a biased view and pretend like you're a real honest journalist.
So obviously this is a classic strategy of the Trump administration. They get asked a difficult question by a journalist and they say, you're just biased, this is nonsense. And they hope that by polarizing the issue, they can shore up their base and show that the media is, in one way or another out of touch.
Caroline put her thing down, flipped it and reversed it, says narwhal by nature. Yeah. God, it's terrifying when Caroline does that. She honestly, when Caroline does that thing, I think it possibly violates FCC regulations.
Illegal.
Yeah. She's a disturbing, terrible person.
Unfortunately, though, for them, it doesn't seem like it is just sections of the media that aren't buying the government story. The American public aren't falling for it either. So a new poll finds that 52% of registered US voters think the killing of Renee was not justified. Amongst Democrats, that number rises to 92%, with 60% of independents agreeing. That's obviously very significant. 77% of Republicans think the killing was justified. 10% disagree. So a big majority think that it was outrageous. Those figures, of course, may also shift as new evidence comes to light. The New York Times has released new video analysis apparently countering the US President Donald Trump's claim that the agent who shot Renee Good, called Jonathan Ross, was deliberately run over. The analysis synchronizes multiple video sources, including the footage shot on Ross's phone during the killing, and some may find it upsetting.
As the SUV rolls forward, the agent unholsters his firearm.
Okay, hold on. And actually, I just realized I didn't do... Oh, God. I'm like, I hate myself. I had a plan for earlier. I didn't do it. We're so far past it now. Fuck it. You know what? Maybe we will watch this right now. God. We're gonna have to do this again. We're gonna have to do this again. Later. Tomorrow. Cause I meant to read this article that she wrote. This, Jadid? I can't remember her name. Son of a bitch. Terrible. Anyway, thank you, Narwhal, for the super chat. Soul Life using his membership highlight message to confuse me with upside down words. All right, you know, we are going to watch this instead. But, I'm actually going to put this here. Yeah, okay.
We see in his cell phone video at this moment the camera drifting off to the left. The agent is no longer focused on filming.
Hold on, I'm going to go back like 30 seconds.
I may find it upsetting.
As the SUV rolls forward, the agent unholsters his firearm. We see in his cell phone video at this moment the camera drifting off to the left. The agent is no longer focused on filming. It's at this point in the cell phone video where it first looks and sounds like the agent's getting knocked violently. On the other camera, we can see what's happening. Here is Agent Ross aiming his gun at Miss Good. And here is his outstretched arm leaning toward her vehicle, which is barely visible behind the Tahoe. His phone, which is gripped in his left hand, flips over when the agent's hand lands on the front of the vehicle. There's an audible thud when it hits. The camera rotates up towards the sky. Again, while it appears the agent's getting knocked over, we can see that's not the case from the other angle, which shows he's standing with his hand near the headlight, his torso and legs away from the vehicle. In the cell phone footage, the agent's face flashes on screen, then it goes black. The other angle shows us why. We can see the agent's foot sliding, his hand bracing against the SUV, and his arm getting pressed into his chest. It is impossible to determine if this is happening because of the SUV's movement or the icy asphalt.
Yeah, we also broke this down from different angles, not this particular angle. But this is essentially confirming everything that I was saying before about this. This man placed himself in front of that vehicle, which is not a good idea, as well as the car was already moving. So he knew the car was moving. He placed himself in danger, which takes Renee Good completely out of the liability of this. He, as a grown man and a law enforcement officer, an immigration enforcement officer, he should have known better than to do such a thing. But he did it anyway because he wanted to murder her.
Or more likely, both. And what's very unclear because of the limited quality and availability of footage is whether the agent's upper body gets swiped by the vehicle as his left foot slides back. This moment is when Agent Ross fires.
Really interesting. I mean, most people watching this, I mean, I definitely did, was watching that video over and over again to try and work out exactly what happened. I mean, from my perspective, it was immediately clear that he didn't need to fire those 3 bullets. I mean, especially because 2 of them went through the window. There was no way that he was in front of the vehicle when he shot 2 of the 3 bullets. It always seemed clear to me that, you know, he hadn't been hit. He was running to see what had happened afterwards, and we're told that there was internal bleeding. So the story was obviously all nonsense. But yeah, I think
it's bullshit. It's bullshit. Internal bleeding? Unless this guy has like some sort of like sickle cell anemia or something. You know, so like some kind of medical condition, there's no way that he had internal bruising, okay? Unless he's like a 90-year-old you know, you know what I'm saying? Like it's a fucking farce. This guy had nothing wrong with him after that. Do you have internal bruising whenever you lean up against your car? Like, get the fuck out. That is nonsense.
Times. Let's go back to a bit more of it.
We see the other agent pull back from the SUV. Both of them stumble, apparently slipping on the ice. This is also the moment many have said looks like Agent Ross getting run over. And it does when watched at full speed. But looking more closely, we can see in multiple angles that there's a visible gap between the vehicle and his legs, indicating his feet are positioned outside the SUV's path. The agent's left hand is still against the vehicle and gripping
You
his
can
phone.
you can also see him chasing the car. The guy chasing the vehicle down the street, who's moving in the direction of the car that he is shooting at. That guy's having an internal bleeding.
Still against the vehicle and gripping his phone. We see as he fires, it's recording the clouds and the trees overhead. It's not because the agent is knocked to the ground. The other angle shows he's still standing, continuing to maintain his grip on his phone and his gun, and we see a clear and growing gap between his body and the SUV as he fires a second shot and a third. None of the bullets have the effect of stopping the SUV.
No, exactly, Chuck. 99.9999% of people would just get out of the way. And the 0.00001% of people who don't get out of the way are either disabled and incapable of getting out of the way, or you're intentionally staying there. You're making I mean, honestly, and even if you're disabled, I'm fairly certain you would try to get out of the way. Even if you are, less capable of doing so. This guy stood there with intent. Intent. That is an important term, especially in the court of law. This guy had an intention. When he set out to kill her, he stopped in front of her car, got the he had the peace of mind enough to go to his gun, and that gun stayed focused and steady. He stayed on his feet and shot her 3 times. Car's way over here. He's back here. It's over here. This is like when he's just gotten done shooting.
But they kill Renee good. According to our analysis of audio from Agent Ross's cell phone video, this is his reaction.
Good.
I mean, the effing bitch, that was clear when that video was first released, which I think was, it was released because people thought it made him look good, which I suppose if you're of a certain mindset, it does, but I think for most right-thinking people, it doesn't. The killing of Renee Good sparked widespread protest across at least 29 of the US's 50 states. In Minneapolis, where 3,000 ICE agents have been deployed by the federal government, protests have gone on for days, and they only grew larger after a second person was shot in the leg by ICE agents on Wednesday. Also on Wednesday, ICE agents in Minneapolis threw tear gas into a car with 6 children in it, including a 6-month-old baby. 3 of them were hospitalized. Minnesota state leaders have accused the ICE agents of escalating tensions, with many demonstrations involving serious clashes between the federal force and protesters, including storming crowds.
Yep, they are a lawless force claiming to be upholding the law while brutalizing everybody that even kind of puts protest up against them. It's anti-American is what it is. It's just, there's no other word for it. Just anti-American. If you like this, you are a freedom hater. Me, I'm a great patriot. You hate freedom. Fuck yeah! And all of our tax dollars are going to fund this nonsense, of course. Scenes like this dozens, hundreds of officers in one spot doing nothing related to immigration enforcement, pretending that they're local police officers when they have no jurisdiction in the places that they are to do the things that they're doing. Pitchforks with a super chat. When this is over, I'm not okay with ICE taking their masks and vests off and blending back into society. I think most of us agree with you on that.
So my name is Mike. I'm from St. Cloud, Minnesota. I don't know if you guys had seen recently, they just had about 60 to 100 ICE officers at like a strip mall on 33rd and 3rd. Our state representative, Eric Putnam, was there, and they had all of these agents out there for just one guy. And I know we were talking about AOC saying this is your tax dollars going from healthcare to this, but like there's 100 so officers just sitting in a parking lot doing nothing for one guy. Like that's your tax dollars hard at work right there.
Yep. They're putting on a show. They're putting on a show for, maybe it's for Miller. Who knows who it is for? Maybe the rest of the country. But appreciate the phone call.
I actually, before I go, had a run-in with them at the Walmart there myself, where I asked them for a warrant signed by a judge, and they didn't provide one. They almost tried to cuff me, so I, ran around a car and threatened to call the police on them. So I did that. I called the police and was very loud about it, and as soon as they heard me, they all got in their vehicles and took off. They were just harassing some guy that was putting his groceries in the back of his vehicle.
Help! I'm being repressed!
But I was told by the 911 operator that if you are at a business, that they can't do anything for a civilian complaint, but that if you see them at a business, to immediately tell the manager, because the manager can then call the police for trespassing.
I see.
Because it is their property.
I see.
So I just wanted to let people know about that as well.
Yeah, and I mean, you, the listener right now, you could be the manager, if you know what I mean. I believe in you. I believe that you could be the manager. With enough effort. You could be that manager to call in.
That was one thing, like, me being a civilian, like, okay, let's,
if it was on your property, if it was on your property, they could react to your call, right?
Yes. But since it's Walmart's property, it's their business, they have to call. So,
I mean, this is a good idea for people to start sending emails, calls to the management of the local Walmart. Make it the local one, and demand that they post signs, no ICE activity here, private property.
Yeah. Just like what happened at the Target with the 17-year-old kid.
Yep.
And he was working or something.
Yeah.
Like.
Yeah. I don't know if you've ever walked through a Walmart before, but there's phones all over the place. Just saying. You could make the call. You could be the manager. All right. Keep going through this. Now people are taking to the streets. Continuing to. All across the country. Places where ICE is operating, and I think in some places perhaps where they're not, but especially where they are, like in Broadview, Illinois. outside of an ICE facility that we have ourselves seen on a number of occasions. This is from yesterday. Saturday, actually. So, some people it's still today. And technically for Illinois, it's still the day. So yeah, this was in the afternoon, I think.
Act of this. Yes. Eyes are immigrant brothers and sisters, victims of this. Yes. And survivors of it. Yes. Let's go with it. We're here because we're standing up for each other and standing up for our communities. We're sure as shit not here because it's fun. Biden, but they don't say anything about their dying pedophile cult leader falling asleep on national television. Still following. I say this. Suffering and trying to find us. If you have to stop seeing. You're not WTF. It teaches itself to hate. What does it do to a people? What does it do to you when you are asked to look at? So I'm standing here. I'm going to fight, and if I can't help me, but I'm going to help others.
Chicago wants more cowbell and fewer Nazis, says what appears to be a cow. I think that's a cow. That looks like a cow holding a sign. More cowbell, less Nazis. I agree. That's the mix that we need. By the way, I started the goal because we were an hour into the stream, although we were already halfway through it, so it's a half goal. I think technically we're over halfway at this point, although it does not reflect it on the goal. But I figured I'd make it anyway. Also, the goal on Twitch is all off. Ah. All right, now let's go to Minneapolis, where people have been protesting still, day in, day out. This was streamed 8 hours ago by Status Quo. On the streets. On the streets. I have no sound.
This is Zach D. Roberts, live once again in Minneapolis, Minnesota. We are standing between two crowds, one with hundreds of Minnesotans who have come out to say F you to the fascists, the few fascists that are over there, Jake Lang and a handful of other guys who have come out. They wanted to burn a Koran. They wanted to cause a disruption in this town, and they didn't. They are swarmed and literally hiding out in a corner right now because they're literally swarmed by media, actually, forming a bubble around them. And there's a couple people blocking them. Can we show, like, whip around and, like, show? We might have to move around a little bit to show Jay. Not that I want to give him any attention, but I just want to show people what the scene is and what Minneapolis have done. They haven't beaten him up. They haven't done that shit. But they have taken down his sign. They've stamped on the sign the messages that he sent, which is basically immigrants go home and garbage like that. He's up there wearing a bulletproof vest, acting like he's a victor, like he's some, martyred soul. He has a little patch that says infidel on it. And then only him and I've counted about 6 or 7 people showed up for his sad little rally. This is even more pathetic than Unite the Right 2 in Washington the year after the Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville happened. Just a sad baker's dozen of fascists showed up for that. This Yeah, you wouldn't pay more than $3 in eggs for this crowd. But on the other side, we have people waving signs that say, "We support our Somali neighbor, love thy neighbor, ICE out of Minneapolis." Just for $5 a month. No, we are out here. There's a whole bunch of still photographers, but the network news is not out here. You don't see them. ABC, CBS, NBC. If they are out here, they're certainly not advertising, and they're right. We're out here on the ground day after day, covering what you want to know. Let's get this. Let's get a little of this for a minute.
Oh, I was muted. I was saying that even though there's two fences, they don't actually signify who's on what side, because many of the people over here seem to be holding signs that are sort of anti-Jake Lang over here. Certainly anti-ICE, and this guy's pro-ICE, so therefore, you know, it would make sense to assume that the people holding the anti-ICE signs are also not here to support this guy. So those protesters are split up, but not necessarily by who they support, it would seem. And it seems like this guy just showed up with a couple of friends, and then everybody showed up with their friends to tell them to leave. Basically. Narwhal by Nature, thank you for the gifted memberships over on YouTube. Girl Friday on Tuesday. Assault of the Red Earth. Senor Space Ghosto. Selena Mary. And William Corwin. All of you enjoying that membership that you just got. Thanks to Narwhal. Much appreciated, Narwhal. Much appreciated. That gets us really close to completing the galactic content goal, I think. We're like 80% of the way through it, I think, if I'm doing the math right.
Let's get a little of this for a minute.
Hey, Minnesota, what do we say? Fuck you, Nazis every day! Fuck you, Nazis every day! Fuck you, Nazis every day! For those of you who don't know, there's only like 8 or 9 of them. All those.
There's only like 8 or 9 of them. So sad.
People there are our people are the press. No, that's it. That's it. They only have 8 or 9. All those people are our people are the press. Look around. Everybody right now, look around. Look me on the side. What do you see? What do you see? I see white. I see Asian, I see Jews, I see Arabs, I see Muslims, immigrants, African American, Native, I see everybody. All I see are racist fucking Nazis over there. Say it loud, say it clear.
Let's walk down and see if we can grab somebody and talk to somebody over this fantastic sound. Do you mind if we talk to you? Let's see if I can get up here without... so I'm just going to put my hand there. So what brings you out here today?
Because fuck Nazis. We love our immigrants here. We love our Somali communities. We love our Hmong communities. We love our Latino communities. There's no reason for them to be out here, wanting them to be deported and to be targeted and to be, traumatized every day by ICE. Fuck ICE.
Do you think that this is what the man over there in a bulletproof vest was prepared for?
No, oh my God, no. Honestly, even I was expecting this to be much larger on their side of things, and honestly, it looks like maybe 10 of them showed up.
There's I've kind of.
I love how Minneapolis showed out in like force, in like the hundreds, maybe even more than 1,000 people here. It's hard to tell from the angles of the shots. There's a fuck ton of people, to the point that they brought out fences. Like, I'm fairly certain that would have been the city that brought out the fences, and that only half a dozen of them show up on the other side. I thought they were coming to claim victory over the city. It doesn't seem very victorious. It's weird.
I didn't mean you all, and the other guy. Don't worry about that. I apologize. No. Look, amongst my crowd, I'm in my 40s now, and all these young kids that are doing the journalisms. I'm the father figure sometimes. Anyway, what is it like seeing? Because like there's people on the streets, there's people with whistles every street corner you go to, and I've never seen, in my 20 years of covering like activism and protest, I've never seen the kind of organization on the ground, quick, this is just in weeks, happen. What has that like been to see?
It's really good, because I know that after this is over, we're going to come out better for it. I've seen it work overseas in communities, much poorer than this one, where communities come together for a common cause, and it just makes the next challenge that much easier and better.
I can speak from clergy. There has been a lot of rallying around clergy and a lot of communication, like where to show up in peaceful resistance. Yes.
Yeah. It is, do you think that there's like...
That's interesting. I wonder what she meant by clergy. Is that the Catholic Church? I assume that's Catholic Church, right? Sorry, I'm trying my religious leaders. I'm trying to remember who is who. I think it's clergy. I think it's the Catholics. All right, now,
somewhere in that.
Eventually, things got interesting on the ground here in Minneapolis. And this Jake Lang guy on a Crusader march in Minneapolis got, he got chased out. Just got sprayed in the face. I don't know what that was, but the dude just got sprayed in the face by it. It almost looked like cheese. I couldn't quite tell. It kind of looked like spray cheese, or like silly string or something. I think it's silly string.
Look at them!
Oh, his poor Leering Center sign. Did you see what that was a sign of? It was that stupid Leering Center garbage. This meme that's been traveling through the right wingosphere. Oh, his poor, poor sign. He must have put so much work into that. Oh. Oh.
Look what they do.
Oh, no.
Let's go, white Americans! Our country's worth standing up for. Fuck white What medications are you on?
My stuff! Give me my stuff! Give me my stuff! Give me my stuff, he says. Give me my stuff. Give me my stuff, he says. The great conqueror. The great conqueror, Jake Lang. Give me my stuff. Give me my stuff, he says. The great conqueror. He's the great conquering of Minneapolis. Please, just give me my stuff back. Please. He keeps getting sprayed in the face. Every time it's glorious. I love how he's been I love how he's been like forced to hide in a window well of a building. That's what it's come to. Guy is hiding in a window well.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed! Fuck off! Fucking God! You're going to hell! I hope you fucking know that! You're gonna burn in hell! Get the fuck out!
Oh, his sign. Oh. It's so sad he lost another sign. He keeps losing stuff over here. It's so unfortunate. He started off, he had so much stuff. And, oh, where's my, I want my stuff. Give me my stuff. Oh, it's so sad. Oh, so difficult for this guy. A difficult situation. The chaos is so supreme right here, dude. It's amazing. You got the music going on in the background. You got the siren going off of the megaphone. You got like 200 people all yelling at the same time. It's supreme chaos of the highest order.
Let them leave! Let them leave!
I love how he's trying to simultaneously, triumphantly raise this, what appears to be a curtain rod in the air, while simultaneously unsuccessfully getting back his shield from this guy, like over and over again. He keeps trying. It's amazing. He's like, let me try. Triumphant. Triumph. I love how this guy just keeps blocking his face so that he can't talk to people on the ground. It's like he's in timeout. Like, it's like he's a petulant child who's been put in timeout by society. Oh my god, it is amazing. Oh no, he lost all of his gear. Oh no. He got the other guy off of the windowsill, but now he's lost all of his gear. No more backpack, no more flagpole, no more shield. Now he's just a lonely guy in a windowsill. Looking real weird. Wow. Chaos being caused by small groups of white supremacists. Hold on, I'm just going to scoop ahead to the end of this video, towards the end of this video. As Minneapolians drive this man out of the city.
Let's go! Come on, let's just get out! Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
The Christmas music in the background is fucking hilarious. Jingle bell, jingle bell, jingle bell all the way. Oh my god. Minneapolitans? Minneapolitans, okay. Something about the Christmas music makes it more chaotic and also more American. Something about it that really screams America.
Fuck you! Go fuck off, you piece of shit! You still want to go munch, you little cunt? Fuck off! Go! Get the license plate! Get the license plate! Get the license
Well, there you have it. I mean, we could watch the whole thing, but I think you get the point. Minneapolitans chasing these fascist losers out of their city.
Immediately, if not sooner.
All right. Yeah. Well, we gotta take a break here. Hour and a half into the show, but we still got a bunch more stuff to talk about here tonight. So stick around. We'll be right back after these brief messages. All right, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, Twitch with the subs and the gifted subs, the bits and the power-ups, Cash App and PayPal. We've got Throne too, and now, of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your dollars is, of course, Patreon. For the low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad of space benefits. Just a reminder to everybody, we've got just a tiny bit left to get on the goal here, like 10% of the goal. I think it's very low. So, yeah. Do consider contributing in one of those many ways we have available to you. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourself a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. right, everybody. I think you know what that sound means. That's right, the break is over and the show is about to begin. So get back in those seats, otherwise you are going to miss it. All right, everybody, we are back. I also want to say, before I do anything else, thank you to Pitchfork Dragon over on the YouTube chat for the gifted memberships. Let's see who got them. Jellybean, Algo, Mouselander, Winston Sayer, Monica G, and Love 294. Thank you, Pitchforks. Much appreciated. And that completes the galactic content goal for the night. That's very exciting news. Bask in the glory, Space Fams. This confetti party is brought to you by Space Fams like you. Their contributions here tonight have ensured the fact that we get all of the content that I have planned for us. So, sit back and enjoy. Bask in the glory for one more moment. Take it all in. And we're going to get back to the show. I gotta do something about the confetti for the... I gotta do something about the confetti for the short stream. It doesn't look right. Doesn't look right on vertical. It looks fucked. Looks good on the regular stream in my opinion, but over there it's bad. Also, it's kind of lagging. Kind of lagging right now. Why is that open? Okay, we're going to keep talking about ICE a little bit here. One woman gave her testimony in a congressional hearing held in, I think this was Seattle. I think it was Pramila Jayapal. Because, of course, Republicans in Congress refused to do anything about the assault on America by ICE forces.
I now recognize the Democratic House Whip, Catherine Clark from Massachusetts.
Thank you so much, Madam Chairwoman. Ms. Kennedy, I just wanted to go back because you weren't...
I forgot about this. The whoever was doing the sound was real. I mean, they couldn't hear anything that she says. They go to the witness.
Ms. Clark, no, we did not get out of our car. We were blowing our whistles. We were honking our horn a bit.
How rude. So blowing whistles, honking your horn, pretty general First Amendment, low-scale activity. and that caused them to put tear gas through the vent of your car and then take out the windows to remove you? Is that what they did?
Correct. Sprayed tear gas into the front windshield vent of the car and then came back, broke the windows without asking us to get out of the car, and then took us out of the car.
Well, thank you. Thank you for sharing that, and thank you for being such a spokesperson for people who cannot come and be here and being their champion. Mr. Mayel, the state of the First Amendment here in Minnesota seems to be in crisis, and part of what we're seeing is we have a pretense, right, from ICE about why they're here. That is to do immigration enforcement. But as we are seeing this, 93% of the people detained have no violent convictions, and 65% have no criminal convictions at all. So what are we really seeing here? Is it simply an attack on First Amendment political speech that this administration does not agree with?
What we are seeing, it's an unprecedented string of unconstitutional activity that affects the First Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, due process, equal protection. All of our rights are at stake here, and it's affecting all of us. So, what their intended purpose is for coming here and what they're doing here are two very different things. And I think everybody is seeing that. The world is seeing that. And particularly for protesters and observers and their First Amendment rights, you are allowed to videotape ICE. You are allowed to tell public officials that you don't like what they're doing. This is fundamental, basic principles of our American democracy that are being challenged at this point.
Thank you. Chief McCarthy, another point of procedure. If someone was injured, shot during an interaction with police, isn't it absolutely fundamental to police training that medical attention will be immediately given to that person?
Yes, thank you for the question. And yes, it is our duty to immediately get medical attention for anyone who is injured or saying that they are injured at the site of an arrest.
And I did want to ask you briefly about what DHS is not doing. We've had 90% of their HSI investigators sent to now be part of this paramilitary ICE force. So they are not doing the cybersecurity, protecting our energy infrastructure, disrupting fentanyl pipelines, human trafficking cases. What will the impact be for security for people as this ripples through federal government?
Thank you for that. There's no question there's an opportunity cost here, and that we are spending a ridiculous amount of resources and manpower in a state that has a very low percentage of undocumented people. And so my concern for security and safety is just what you mentioned, is that the very skilled HSI investigators are not on the front lines of our cybersecurity and our fraud. They're not engaging in those human trafficking cases that we see all too often at the border. And so I fear that progress on a national level will be set back, as well as at a state and local level.
Thank you.
Okay. I've got one more video from this hearing. It's in this sort of informal hearing being held in the Seattle State House, I believe. Trying to remember where in this so here?
To continue to increase their size and there needs to be laws that put transparency, accountability, and significant changes to the way they operate.
Ms. Patty, do you think I should be dismantled?
Yes.
Chief McCarthy, do you think I should be dismantled?
What he said.
Ms. Gonzalez-Avalos, do you think I should be dismantled?
We need safety and security, and that's not what ICE does.
Mr. Hussein, do you think I should be dismantled?
Yes.
Okay. ICE must be immediately dismantled, and sensitive measures must be taken up, like unmasking agents, respecting sensitive locations, implementing a body camera program, adhering to comprehensive training that restricts deadly force and ensures mental fitness. And
Yes, indeed. All these witnesses seem, well, not all of them, but most of them seem to think that ICE should be dismantled or severely pared back in what it's doing right now. Pitchfork's Dragon with a super chat. Over on YouTube, Trump is not the Ubermensch the right wing wants him to be. When he dies, this will crumble. J.D. Vance can't keep this going with his mascara running.
the status of that?
Well, we don't have precise numbers because they don't want the traditional ways in which we could do visitation, in which our Congress men and women from the state could help us finding data are not longer available. But what we see on the ground is that ICE officers choose ethnic corridors where Latino and Somali communities live together. They have also unlawfully arrested Native Americans, Indigenous, Lakota, and Anishinaabe citizens of Minnesota Makoke, and the racial profiling that goes onto that has not been an exception of the power that they use on the ground. We believe that the vast majority of the people that they have detained to this day are indeed Latinos, but it's predominantly men, but they have arrested women, they have arrested children, and some of the women that they have arrested are also pregnant.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Espaillat.
Oh,
And
it
I
is
recognize
disturbing
the Democratic House Whip.
what these people are
Catherine
doing
Clark.
all over there. They are just running around in a completely lawless manner, grabbing up whoever they want. Native Americans shouldn't be getting swept up in any of this, in any way, shape, or form. But this has nothing to do with immigration. It's a racist agenda. It's a racist political agenda. The fact is they're trying to increase their numbers of people in detention in the United States. What's the point of that? Cruelty. Cruelty. If you have a problem with immigration, these people shouldn't be sitting in detention centers. They should, be, in theory, not in the country any longer. And since they're dismantling the entire immigration court system, there's, you just have an entire population, tens of thousands of people, potentially more than hundreds of thousands, depending on, upwards of hundreds of thousands, depending on how far they go with all of this. That are just indefinitely being held for no good reason. We're just spending billions of dollars to detain them. What's the point of that? What exactly is the point of that, right? You're just cruelty. You're just detaining people. You're depriving people of their rights and their freedom because you don't like brown people, essentially. That's what you're doing, and you're spending billions of dollars to do it. All right, let's go to this story. Global news 6 hours ago. U.S. judge rules that feds in Minneapolis immigration operations cannot detain or attack peaceful protesters. Oh.
After more than a week of civil unrest and violent clashes with immigration enforcement agents in Minneapolis, after the shooting death of Renee Good by an ICE agent, a federal judge is now prohibiting ICE from retaliating against peaceful protesters, after many have been shot with tear gas, pepper sprayed, and physically assaulted.
They have taken people out of their cars to detain them on major streets, left the car running, not in park. Car rolls down the streets. You don't need to be a genius to figure out that that is not safe.
The immigration enforcement crackdown in Minneapolis has made the situation on the ground precarious for the immigrant community and U.S. citizens alike.
We've received reports of federal law enforcement officers going door to door asking people where the Asian people live, right in our very own city. I myself have received advice to carry my passport with me.
People are walking around on the street with their passports. That's not American. That's the furthest thing from it.
Now, the U.S. Department of Justice is launching a criminal investigation into Minnesota Governor Tim Walz and Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey, who have both been vocally critical of ICE's presence in the city. They're being investigated for allegedly impeding ICE from carrying out its federal immigration enforcement duties.
To ICE, get the out of Minneapolis.
Both Democratic leaders are responding on social media. Walz calling the move authoritarian, saying the only person not being investigated is the ICE agent who fatally shot Renee Good. And Frey calling it an obvious attempt to intimidate him.
All right, let's go here. This is the BBC. 42 minutes ago, U.S. judge restricts ICE response to Minneapolis protesters by Kwasi Gyamfi Asiedu. Hold on. Why is this not scrolling? Scroll. There we go. Not really. Why do you hate me? Why do you hate me? What did I do to you? What if I do this? Does this solve it? It does solve it, actually. Okay. Learned something just now. A U.S. federal judge has issued an order limiting the crowd control tactics that can be used by immigration and customs enforcement agents, ICE, towards quote-unquote peaceful and unobstructive protesters in Minneapolis. Judge Catherine Menendez ruled on Friday night that federal agents cannot arrest or pepper spray peaceful demonstrators, including those monitoring and observing ICE agents. The ruling comes ahead of planned weekend protests against the widespread immigration action in the city and follows the fatal shooting of Renee Good by an ICE agent earlier this month. The U.S. Department of Homeland Security said that it's taking measures to protect officers from rioters. Minnesota officials earlier urged protesters expected to take to the streets this weekend to stay orderly and peaceful. A U.S. defense official has told the BBC's U.S. partner CBS News that some 1,500 active duty soldiers are on standby in Alaska for possible deployment to Minneapolis. Anyway, while that might be the case, I believe Tim Walz also called the National Guard out. So are we going to have a standoff between the state National Guard and the fucking, just like the regular National Guard? Is that what I'm to understand? They're going to send the Alaska National Guard. They're going to have one National Guard against the other. Donald Trump's going to pit states against each other. That sounds incredibly dystopian. Sounds incredibly dystopian, if you ask me. Now, Donald Trump's numbers are plummeting, tanking, historically bad at this point.
Weak.
Who better to tell us about those bad numbers than the one, the only, the great Harry Emden.
All right, we're talking about these brand new CNN polling numbers out just today on the president's approval rating, which is low, just 39%. He's underwater on all the issues. Inside this poll, there are some rather notable shifts, in some cases, some historic metrics. With us now, CNN Chief Data Analyst Harry Enton. Harry, We talked about voters saying that the president's term so far is a failure, but put that in perspective here.
Yeah, it turns out that love or presidencies are not better the second time around, according to the American people. Because what are we talking about here? Trump's term was a success or a failure. You know, back in April of 2024, when it came to term number 1, the majority of Americans said that Donald Trump's first term in office was a success, 55%. That's a big reason why he was able to get a second term in office. They look back fondly upon his first term in office. But now come to this side of the screen. Now, after term 2, year 1, how do Americans view it? Look at that. A failure. Fail, fail, fail. 58%, just 42% say a success. These numbers look a lot more like what it did about 6 months into Trump's term number 1 than it did looking back upon the entirety of Trump's term number 1, which of course gave him that second term in office. The clear majority, 58%, nearly 3 in 5 Americans say it is a failure.
Okay, so this number, 58% saying it's a failure 1 year into a second term. Where does that rank historically?
Okay, where does it rank historically? Now, this is a little bit difficult, right? Because Trump has had 2 presidencies, right? Other people who are, say, a year in a term number 2, in fact, have had a continuous term. But we're going to try and do it for you right here, which is essentially, okay, term or terms have been a failure, about a year in a term number 2. You see this for Donald Trump right here. 58% term number 2 first year. 58% say failure. Come here. Look at this. Who's the next closest? George W. Bush. 52% said his presidency had been a failure about a year into term number 2. So Trump is even worse than George W. Bush after Katrina, after a long period in the Iraq War. And this is really, really bad when you compare it to George W. Bush. Barack Obama was 48%. And then Bill Clinton way down here at 26%. Of course, his approval was sky high. But the bottom line is this. About a year into term number 2, Trump's numbers look worse than any other president in which either CNN or the Pew Research Center has asked this question. The only one really close.
Oof. Donald Trump getting hammered in the numbers, in the ratings. Oh, God. In the ratings, the very best ratings. People say, America's hot again. Very bad ratings, everyone's saying it. And those bad ratings are not spelling out good things for the Republicans in the midterms. Donald Trump had this to say last week.
You got to win the midterms, because if we don't win the midterms, it's just going to be, I mean, they'll find a reason to impeach me. I'll get impeached. We don't impeach them. You know why? Because they're meaner than we are. We should have impeached Joe Biden for 100 different things. They are mean and smart.
Mean and smart. Both the Democrats, they're actually very smart people. I know I've said they're dumb, but actually, they're secretly geniuses.
The president
Evil
talked
geniuses.
twice in recent days, once at the Kennedy Center and then to Reuters again last night about canceling the election. Why is he talking about this?
I believe you're referring to the president's interview at Reuters last night. I was in that interview. It was a closed-door interview. Obviously, there was not audio or video. The president was simply joking. He was saying, we're doing such a great job. We're doing everything the American people thought. Maybe we should just keep rolling. But he was speaking facetiously.
You said that he was joking about
it was facetious.
canceling the elections. But Americans for generations have fought and died for democracy, for this democracy. Are you saying that the president finds the idea of canceling elections funny?
Andrew, were you in the room? No, you weren't. I was in the room. I heard the conversation. And only someone like you would take that so seriously and pose it.
Ugh, Andrew, how dare you take it seriously? You weren't there. Caroline is the best judge of comedy, and she knows this was a joke. Okay? Jeez, so rude, Andrew. God. Jeez. Andrew. Questioning whether it was a joke or not. That thing that Trump has said so many times over and over again. How dare you think that's not a joke? He's only said it like 24 times since taking office. How do you not get that that's a joke? It's his best joke yet. We'll all have to find out if it's really a joke in 3 years, I guess. Columbia Rican with a sweet super chat on YouTube. Lol. Trump said Dems will find a reason to impeach him. Correction. We have millions of current real reasons to impeach him to remove him. Just saying. That's true. We do. We have a lot of them. He's done a lot of crimes already. Where do we... Honestly, we don't have time. So many crimes. Honestly, should never have even been president to begin with. But as president, he's done a shitload of crimes. He did crimes before being president, of course, and now he's done more of them. More new crimes, in many cases. Some repeats, I think, technically. Speaking of crimes, let's talk about Jan 6th. There was a Jan 6th committee.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
An investigation in the House Congressional Oversight Committee here on the Jan 6th attack and the pipe bomber investigation. Wait, why don't I see this message? That's weird. Let's go here. See what Republican Congressperson Troy Nails has to say about Jan 6th. Probably totally normal,
that should be an easy,
not unhinged.
The same investigative model would apply. Okay, so maybe this is something the current FBI could tackle. I've exceeded my time, and we'll begin our second round, and the chair recognizes Mr. Nels.
Hey, thank you, sir. I was running out of time, but I finished talking about that first breach. This entire document is about Donald Trump. It's about blaming Donald Trump. Donald Trump commanded, he ordered his followers to go to the Capitol to storm the Capitol.
He did.
I find it interesting because the first
true.
breach occurred 20 minutes before Trump's speech ended. Why would Trump supporters leave a Trump speech and breach the Capitol grounds before the speech ever ended?
You know, I'm not that familiar with Troy Nels, but this is a hilarious narrative he's trying to spin here. Look, the first breach of the Capitol happened 20 minutes before Donald Trump ended his hour-and-a-half-long speech at the Capitol. So, during that speech, he said we were going to go to the Capitol and fight like hell. He said a whole bunch of unhinged things during that speech, and before ever even giving that speech at the Capitol, he was tweeting incessantly and coming out and saying in public that the election was stolen and that people were going to go to the Capitol on January 6th, and they were going to fight like hell. And then he repeated that during his speech, among other things. It's like, what? It's like, what? People were at that Jan 6th speech with the goddamn gallows out there, and this guy is like, look, you can't blame Donald Trump for Jan 6th because the Capitol breach happened before he finished his speech. I don't understand how that works. What, because some people got a little overzealous and decided to go to the Capitol before Donald Trump finished talking? How is that? How does that work exactly? I've never heard such a ridiculous justification before. Oh God. This is a super weird thing to say.
So hot right now.
It's all about blaming Donald Trump. This whole book, it's terrible. How dare the Democrats blame Donald Trump for Jan 6th?
Thank you very kindly, Mr. Chairman. Thanks to our witnesses for joining us. I'd like to begin by offering appreciation to the men and women of the FBI who apprehended the January 6 pipe bomb suspect. This has been a rare bright spot for federal law enforcement over the last year. I also want to thank the Capitol officers who defended us with such valor and such courage on January 6, who defended the members of the House and the Senate, our staffs, and everyone else who was caught up in the siege against the Capitol in the attempt to overthrow the 2020 presidential election. Those officers continue to defend us and continue to endure the abuse of the January 6 insurrectionists. Check out this video from what just happened last week on January 6th.
Yeah, no, you don't. Like an animal. Like a diseased animal. You diseased animal. How dare you do that to a defenseless woman?
You're fucking losing. You beat women. You beat women in the face with a baton 30 times, and now you got to protect us, Officer Bagshot. Look at that. Pardoned by Donald Trump. They made you look like a jackass, didn't you? Look at that. You fucking retard. Yeah, idiot. You can't say retard. Woman. Oh, sorry. Faggot.
So the abuse of our officers continues, just as the plaque, which was passed overwhelmingly by Congress to be installed in the Capitol complex, has still not been put up by Speaker Johnson. Now, of course, the prosecution of Brian Cole, the pipe bomb suspect, remains ongoing. The full facts of the case have not yet emerged, and under our criminal justice system, of course, he's presumed innocent until proven guilty, and so this hearing is at best premature. I hope certainly it does nothing to recklessly endanger the prosecution of Mr. Cole. But here's what we do know. We know that Brian Cole voted for Donald Trump twice. We know that in his own words, he was inspired and incited by Donald Trump's big lie, the pathetic lie that the 2020 election had been stolen. A lie that has been debunked and repudiated by more than 60 different federal and state court decisions across the land, and every court that's looked at it, and of course was rejected by the Congress of the United States as well. Mr. Cole told investigators he was in D.C. because he was going to protest in support of Donald Trump. He told the FBI that he believed the narrative that Trump had spread, and if the election was indeed tampered with, quote, someone needs to speak up, right? Well, like the thousands of Trump supporters who stormed the Capitol on January 6th, Mr. Cole did something more than just speak up. He set what the FBI concluded were viable explosive devices on Capitol Hill, mere feet away from where thousands of people live and work and drop their kids off at daycare. It is only due to the heroic actions of the Capitol Police and a watchful bystander that these devices were discovered and disarmed. Make no mistake, Mr. Cole's political goals appear to have been no different than those of the Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers, and hundreds of cop beaters and rioters who stormed the Capitol, to foment violence on that day, to terrorize the police, but most of all, to stop the steal and overturn the election that was certified in the United States of America, with Joe Biden defeating Donald Trump by more than 7 million votes, 306 to 232 in the Electoral College. There are only two real differences between the pipe bomber and the rioters. First, unlike so many of the rioters, Mr. Cole was thankfully unsuccessful in his efforts to injure law enforcement and innocent people on that day. Second, unlike the other rioters, it's not yet been determined whether Mr. Cole actually got a pardon from Donald Trump. Trump granted a, quote, a full, complete, and unconditional pardon to all individuals convicted of offenses related to events that occurred at or near the United States Capitol on January 6, 2021. Mr. Cole is convicted. Would he be covered by this unprecedented corrupt pardon offered by Donald Trump, who incited the insurrection against the Union? Well, Mr. Cole's lawyer definitely seems to think so. President Trump and his DOJ have already attempted to...
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Yeah, we've been talking about this ever since this revelation about the Jan 6th pipe bombing suspect came out. That he was A, Trump supporter, and B, apparently may very well have fallen under the banner of this broad pardon issued by Donald Trump on basically day one of his second term, declaring that anybody who committed any crimes on or around the Capitol on Jan 6th as being completely pardoned And his lawyers are making that argument. Hey, this was a crime on, an alleged crime on or around January 6th on or around the Capitol on Jan 6th. So how does this not fall under that definition? And to be fair, as a non-lawyer, I don't see it. It seems to me to be exactly the definition or what's laid out by this pardon by Donald Trump. I'm just going by the language of the pardon which the president himself wrote. But apparently a twice voting Trump supporter who thought the election was stolen, at least for now, is the indicted alleged suspect in the Jan 6th pipe bombing case. The Dan Bongino was claiming, of course, back in the day was some sort of inside job done by the FBI to frame those great patriots on January 6th. Whatever happened to that, Dan? Whatever happened to that, Dan? It's so strange. It's almost like it was a lie. It's weird. It's almost like it was a lie. Well, while we're talking pardons, might as well go here. CNN from 23 hours ago on another Trump pardon.
The Trump administration announced new presidential pardons today. Among them, someone who already got clemency in the president's first term. Back in 2019, Adriana Camberos was sentenced to 26 months in prison after being convicted in a scheme to sell fake 5-hour energy drinks. President Trump commuted that sentence in early 2021. Then, in 2024, she was convicted again, along with her brother, in connection with a new fraud involving the illegal resale of wholesale goods in a scheme the FBI said netted them millions. Both were found guilty on 8 counts. Last year, she was sentenced to more than a year in prison. This week, the president released her from prison for a second time. Back with us is former federal prosecutor Jeffrey Toobin, whose latest book is The Pardon, The Politics of Presidential Mercy. Jeff, we don't have a picture of her to show, but...
Oh, my God.
This is ridiculous!
I guess he can do anything in terms of pardons. A president has the right to pardon anybody, right?
It's one of the few absolute powers in the Constitution. It can't be challenged in court. It can't be challenged in Congress. If a president wants to pardon someone, he can just do it, and that's the end of the story. I think what's worth noting about this crazy second pardon is that it was a case brought by the Justice Department during the Biden years. And one way to get a pardon, it seems clear, because the president has granted so many of these in his first year of his second term, is to say, well, this was the Biden Justice Department and it was unfair. But, these are cases brought by career prosecutors. And, the idea that this fraudster got away once with a crime, but a second time, that seems to me unprecedented in any histories of pardons that I'm aware of.
Yeah, she just went out and committed the same exact crime, and Trump pardoned her for it again. I guess you just have to give Donald Trump money. You just have to be a Donald Trump supporter in the financial sense, and you can get away with literally anything in our society. Just get a pardon from the president. You have 3 years to commit any crime. You just got to be a Trump supporter, I guess. That's not me saying it. It's effectively what Trump is saying with his actions. Just make sure to donate like at least $1 million plus to the president before you do your crimes. And then you can get that pardon. Although I guess, if you don't mind spending a little time in jail, I get, maybe you could get a discount on the pardon. I don't know. Maybe if you do a quarter of the sentence, you can get 25% off or something. I don't know. I don't know how it works. I don't know how that works. I'm not a lawyer. Just calling it like I sees it. Now, of course, Donald Trump pardoned the former mayor of New York, Eric Adams, who did financial crimes during his tenure. Now, the new mayor,
Zohran Mamdani.
Zohran Mamdani. He's been in office now for 2.5 weeks, about. But we never got to watch this, and I figured since it's the weekend, whatever. Let's talk about Zohran's first week in office.
It is the first Friday of, I should say, of 2026.
It's only been a week that we've been back.
I would have to say these could have been the longest 5 days.
Seriously.
That I can remember in 20 years.
Yeah. Yeah.
If you're listening in a coal mine.
Oh, right. I almost forgot to say thank you, Pitchforks, for the super chat on YouTube. Trump's legal problema. To quote the movie Liar, Liar. Stop breaking the law, asshole. Thank you, Pitchforks. I couldn't find a good spot to get that reading in there. Sorry for the delay.
5 days.
Seriously.
That I can remember in 20 years.
Yeah. Yeah.
If you're listening in a coal mine, you should feel better. You should know how hard our job is.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm completely worn down.
Well, to be fair, coal mine is difficult every week. Our job gets, you have to adjust to changing conditions. That's difficult. But we did have good news this week. Zohran Mamdani, who we were told had a slate, a very specific policy agenda. I think it was four policy points that were really he ran on. It was free and fast buses. It was rent freeze for rent controlled apartments.
Mm-hmm.
It was free, universal free daycare, and just a broad affordability agenda. But those three big ones. Oh, and I would say there were four. He wanted to do 4 or 5 government or city-run supermarkets.
Stores. Yeah,
but that's sort of like we didn't hear so much about that in the closing weeks because I mean it just never captured the imagination of the Cuomoites and the Islamophobes and the neoliberals as much as they had hoped. So we just didn't hear as much about it, but it was still obviously part of his plank. But we were told over and over again how, like, once they shifted from that's a horrible idea, it shifted into, and it'll never happen.
Yep.
It could never happen. I mean, we were told this by the policy wonks, the ones who built their careers on being sort of like level-headed, center-left policy wonks. Where was this one from?
This was Annie Lowry in her piece on...
Oh, yeah, Annie Lowry. Look, I'm not responsible for my ex-wife, and I was certainly didn't, and wasn't responsible for my wife when I was married. So, but she is, I mentioned that because Ezra Klein, she's obviously like Ezra Klein's married to Ezra Klein, but she held and holds a position not too dissimilar than Ezra Klein's, at least, ideologically speaking. And Mamdani is Cuomo's rumpled Ernest Foyle, she wrote. When was this? Back like over the summer?
Yeah, this was in the primary.
And his resume is thin. He worked as a campaign operative for a few years before winning a state assembly seat in 2020. Incidentally, that was 5 years ago. I mean, 5 years of state government. Okay.
Do you think that they were? Yeah. I mean, this was what it sounded like when Obama was only a senator for 2 years, and the centrists were saying the same thing until they realized, oh, he's one of us.
He's a leftist Bernie Sanders in the leftist Bernie Sanders mold with a raft of great sounding policies. Free buses! Exclamation point. Free childcare, cheap groceries, frozen rents. But a lot of these are impractical at best. Free buses would deprive the MTA of needed revenue. We'll see about that. Free childcare would require a mammoth tax hike that Albany would need to approve, which has shown no interest in doing. Well, to be fair, we've got to give it a little bit of time. Mamdani's been in office for 8 days now, and of course he announced with Hochul they are rolling out the free universal childcare for New York City and actually expanding it in the state too. They're starting pilot programs. Now, they don't have a dedicated revenue stream yet in terms of like 2-3 years out. But the idea is create facts on the ground, shifting the budget, and they're going forward with this. And that was the biggest one. To be honest with you, that's the biggest, that's the most expensive, that's the most ambitious, and they went for that big time.
And when Lowry says Albany has shown no interest in doing this, the centrists and people who don't want to change the system act like politics is static, and it's the same people that will use poll testing to drive their policies. These were the popularists that branded themselves as such during the Kamala Harris run, which they act like they cannot change or shift public opinion by governing or making things possible via messaging. So they will argue that nothing can change because of the situations that currently exist. Trump has shown how you can drastically shift public opinion.
In both ways.
In many ways, right. Just by hammering a certain message.
I did
and obviously
everything.
Mamdani is both like righteous and also good. You know, this is what good governance looks like.
Yeah, I mean, nothing, and you know, and Annie Lowry is not like, it's not specifically about Annie Lowry. There was a lot of these ilk who were writing this stuff and making this argument, and been making this argument for years and years and years. I mean, Matt Iglesias, I think, was the one, I don't know if he came up with the term Green Lantern or Green Lanternism, where, you know, President Obama has the ability to do anything. Because he's got some type of like superpowers. Yeah. I don't know if it was Iglesias, but he certainly made the term popular. And it's basically just a way of insisting that you don't expect more from your politicians, or that they have, or that specific politicians have the ability to move the needle on specific policies.
Yeah, it's just motivated reasoning for the status quo.
100%. And meanwhile, Mamdani, fresh off of what, I mean, obviously was an unimaginable win for a lot of people. And frankly, I mean, we had said he's got to move quick, but in a million years, I would have not bet that he would have been able to move that quick.
This transition team that he ended up being able to fund was key, with all of these incredible people in it. Julie,
and they were doing it before that.
And they were doing it before.
Before the official transition team, we were talking to people during the weeks, in the final weeks of the campaign, where they were saying like they have a transition team, but they weren't just like focusing on transition. They were focusing on this. I mean, this stuff had been negotiated out.
This is a laboratory for governance as well as democratic socialist policy.
100%. And like we said the other day, this is sort of like the
Oh, son of a bitch, I'm muted. Oh, God. What was I saying? I was saying that before the year started, back in December, leading to the inauguration, I was saying this very thing, that essentially that Zoran Mamdani would represent democratic socialism across the country. And his success and or failure would reflect on that ideology, and that Republicans and even, neoliberal Democrats would use this at every moment. Every single thing that goes wrong in New York City, they will try and blame on Zoran, regardless of whether or not it's actually his fault. And so his success is incredibly important if you are of a leftist political bent and in the United States.
They're putting together almost like the best parts of the Biden administration in exile.
Yeah.
With this,
which were, as we know, the concessions that Bernie and Warren got from Biden. But anyway,
and I guess it was Ezra Klein who wrote the Green Lantern presidency in 2015. But at that
so
time,
dumb.
they were all sort of like, it was Iglesias and him at Fox. Meanwhile, in the wake of what we've seen in Minneapolis and now in Portland, Mamdani and others, and we'll cover those. Other progressive DAs and mayors have basically planted their flags, and they are basically saying, well, here is Mamdani and his response to what happened in Minneapolis.
I have made it clear to everyone within my city government, and that extends to NYPD, that we are going to uphold our sanctuary city policies. We are going to adhere to them. That is why one of the 11 executive orders that we signed was to repeal the previous administration's order to allow for collaboration with ICE on Rikers Island. What we are going to be doing is following the laws that we have set, laws which have kept New Yorkers safe. And we are going to make it clear to each and every person in the city what their rights are.
He was also on CNN and MSNBC last night saying something similar, and he explained what sanctuary city policies were. Basically, that you need a warrant signed by a judge if you're going to enter things like schools and other places that I believe the city has jurisdiction over. And it occurred to me when I was hearing that I don't know if I've heard another prominent Democratic politician talk about what sanctuary city laws actually are. Because for so long, the Republicans have defined it as like basically weak on crime, soft liberals in cities who are not making you safe. And they use the crime panic because of the spike in crime that has now precipitously declined that we saw in 2021 and 2022 due to the once-in-a-lifetime pandemic. So the Democrats completely abandoned that issue and allowed Republicans to define it. And Zoran is here actually explaining to people that it's actually common sense.
But here's the real question. It is one thing to remind people that ICE needs a judicial warrant to enter into private property. And we've seen them time and time blow through that. The question becomes at that point, if we see ICE doing that, going into a store and attempting to just tackle somebody because they look like they're, Latino or brown or have an accent or whatever it is. The question becomes then, do the cops come in and go, you are trespassing, you're assaulting this person, and put them in cuffs?
Right to jail, right away.
I mean, we're going to see. But you can see,
That is genuinely where we are at now, what we need. With ICE acting lawlessly, and the federal government refusing to hold them accountable, saying that they're all great patriots while they murder Americans, it would seem we need, I've been saying it now for a while, that we need the state and the cities, municipalities to step in. All right, one last Zoran clip. That was the recapping from the Majority Report on his first week. Now this is a story from earlier on Saturday. Zoran Mamdani appointing a new city parks commissioner.
And Mayor Zoran Mamdani has appointed Tricia Shimomura as the New York City Parks Commissioner. She served as the Manhattan Borough Commissioner for the Parks Department since March of 2024. The mayor made the announcement this morning from Highbridge Park.
Tricia knows that stewarding our parks means more than cutting the grass and tending to the trees. It is a daily endeavor where parks leaders must work with local stakeholders to ensure that their needs are heard.
As commissioner, I will work to ensure that our parks aren't just free, but they're engaging spaces that New Yorkers can be proud of. We will hold every park to the same level of significance as we would our own backyard, because we know that that's what we are.
In her previous role,
Well, there you have it. Tricia Shimomura, the new NYC Parks Commissioner, announced earlier on Saturday.
Zoran Mamdani.
She says she's going to keep the parks beautiful and clean, as well as keeping them available to all New Yorkers. Sounds good to me. All right. Let's move on from democratic socialists in New York to anarcho-socialist halflings in Dungeons and Dragons. That's right. It's time now for us to do part of the fun portion of the stream today. I promised yesterday that I would try to make the weekend fun, at least partially fun stream. And both Saturday and Sunday, get some as much and as we can, considering how difficult of a week it's been. I felt like we deserved things like this. And D&D legend, comedian, YouTube creator, Brennan Lee Mulligan, the internet's dungeon master, went on to the Fear and podcast with Hasanabi and Austin Cho and Will Neff. The boys, if you will. The boys. The boys. But many of you may not be familiar with Brennan Lee Mulligan. So I figured I would introduce you to him before getting to all of that with a snippet from one of my favorite campaigns of his. That's right, I'm secret D&D nerd. I've got some dice sitting around. D20 here, 2 or 10.
Bud, the dad of the halfling family, speaks up and says, "Now the problem with going to the cops, of course."
Is he sitting at the table?
You see, you guys have forgotten that they're here. The whole halfling family that drove you here in the car.
Right.
They're actually called the Cubbies. It's the Cubby family.
Very cute.
Bud Cubby speaks up and says, "Now the problem, of course, that you go to the cops is that there's just no counting on them to do the right thing." And now there are some good cops, of course, but mostly police are enforcing the status quo, right? And that's mostly going to benefit the people who are already in power.
Have you had personal experience with this?
You see that his wife, Daisy, speaks up and says, "Oh, yeah, for sure. Listen, people get a real bad rep from those police officers. Halflings don't get the worst of it because we sort of have that model minority thing going on, but we certainly aren't all, people say halflings have, sticky fingers. We get looked at when little trinkets go missing and stuff like that. So,
Do you send your kids to school?
Oh, sure.
Okay, good. Just
the whole
checking.
family goes to Mumple. We're all Mumple people.
Oh, cool. Very great. Heard good for you. Heard great stuff.
Great.
What do you do? What is your job?
What do I do? Mm-hmm. Oh, I work as a waitress over at Krams.
That's great. Oh, I live right near there. I'm in there a lot whenever I'm fighting with my mom. Not you.
You see that they sort of look at you and sort of make a sad face at each other and sort of pat your arm. You see Bud says, and I'm a postal worker. I work for the post office.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Well, thank you. Can I do an insight check just to make sure they're not secret demons or something?
Oh, that's a what? That's an 8.
I want to make.
Yeah, I'll do
go
that
for
too.
it. Everyone go ahead and make it.
Oh, I got a 5.
Oh, I got a 19 plus 4.
I got a nat 1. Jesus.
You do not think that they're demons.
Okay,
14.
cool.
You see, Bud says, yeah. And the problem here is, of course, if you go to the cops, right, and you get a real snake, then all of a sudden he's going to get his buddies on the inside. They're going to hold that thin blue line there, and you're going to be in a whole heap and helping of trouble.
You guys are just so
Right to jail, right away.
Everything you're saying just feels like it shouldn't come out of your mouth.
You see that the Bud and Dace look at each other and say, listen, we're law-abiding citizens, all right? We don't belong to the Thieves Guild. We're not any kind of, nothing to be worried about. You see that Bud says, now, what you could do is you could make an anonymous call to the cops, right? You get one of them to show up and you bag him, right? Throw a sack over his head real quick.
Yeah, we're not good at.
I think it's lovely that these halflings are anarcho-socialists. I think it's very cool.
Yeah, that's what I'm definitely sitting here thinking.
Sorry, are you suggesting?
I'm not advocating that you kill a cop, all right? I'm not advocating that you put a pig down. I'm saying what you should do.
Okay. All right. Well, my mother is a cop, good sir.
All right. Well, it's.
Thank you so much for these
Thank you
ice
for
creams.
the ice
And for picking us up on the side of the road.
I
We
kind of
really
agree with you, though.
You see,
That's true.
he looks over and he says, well, I hope you kiddos enjoy the ice cream. That's on us, of course.
No.
I'm sorry. I have to. I don't mean to. I got to insist. All right, you guys flip that car, and I just want you to know that I'll be dead in the ground before I say something to anybody. All right?
I appreciate that.
Can I do an insight check on my ice cream? Because right now I feel like they might just have a little cyanide capsule there.
I think these guys are just ride or die.
Yeah, I think they're just
ride or die. Okay.
If you ever need to go to the post office, we will come to your window.
Yeah, actually, it's great to know because perhaps someday we might need someone who's connected like you.
Yeah, maybe. And, I got one more clip before we go to the Furian podcast. One more clip. One more Dimension 20 clip. You should watch this campaign, Fillmore Uygur. It's a good one. Although it's one of my favorites, although technically it's not my favorite one. I do have another one. My most favorite, the Dimension 20 campaign. Oh, God. Honestly, I kind of want to watch that one, like the whole thing with everybody. Like, genuinely, in a way, I want to end the show and just watch that. If I could actually not end the show, but what I mean is end the news portion of the show and just go watch that campaign with you, because there is actually a better campaign than that. That's my second favorite campaign. Somebody did an animated. Someone did this animated. They took the voices right from the Dimension 20 campaign, turned it into an animation. This is from later in the campaign with the same characters.
A voice outside be like, hey there, guys, how's it going? Everyone doing good in here? Great. You see, it says, just got some mail, some deliveries here. And you hear some sort of parcels being passed out. Walking down the hall of the jail cell, you see a little halfling postman with little shorts and a shirt and one of those little pith helmets.
Hello, sir. Remember us?
Oh, gosh there, gang. How's it going? The fucking feds got us in here.
Yeah, man. The pigs got us. Do you know why we're in here? Remember that guy who almost killed you and your family in the car, and then we took care of him?
Mm-hmm.
They got us in there for that.
What? You see, he winks at you and says, sweetheart, you don't gotta sweet talk me. We like you kids. We think you're all right. And the hangman already explained everything to us.
What's the hangman?
You see, he says, listen, here's the thing. I don't know what you kids are up to, but I do know one thing. Laws are threats made by the dominant socioeconomic ethnic group in a given nation. It's just a promise of violence that's enacted, and police are basically an occupying army. You know what I mean? You guys want to make some bacon? He pulls a mask over his face, pulls a lit Molotov cocktail out of his mailbag.
Here we go.
That was on fire the whole time?
The whole time, kiddo!
You're so brave!
The whole time, kiddo!
Opens the jail cell. You see the fucking halflings with black ski masks rappel in, just start opening fires, smashing.
Oh, yeah, my mom works here. A lot of these people are good people.
Let's make some fucking bacon!
Let's go!
Okay, all right. Let's do this now.
And may I ask, I assume this is true, but I believe I'm in the company of childless men. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right.
Jesus Christ, man.
He just daggered that.
I have two cows.
He's flexing his semen on us.
Yeah, cool. Not the same, but cool.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another fantastic
What an intro.
episode of the
My
Fear
God.
and Podcast, where we are joined by actor, writer, comedian, among many other things, Brennan Lee Mulligan.
Oh, shucks. Thanks for having me.
Well, it's good to have you. Thank you for joining us on this. It's very early this morning.
Yeah.
And we appreciate you joining us at this hour.
It's really delightful. It's a crazy month. So I'm glad that everything was able to line up. I don't want to blow up anyone's spot, but Hasan is sitting on gold from before we were rolling. Do we need to open up for this bit right now?
It's not even that good. No,
come on,
Do we need to open up for the
it.
bit right now?
Okay.
I think we should.
Well, it was not even going to be a bit, and that's the reason why I did this whole spiel about how untalented I am, and that's why I wait.
Hold on. Actually, not. Hold on. I'll be right back. You guys keep watching this.
Brennan, and then he had to rope me into it. He's like, I'm untalented, and so is Austin. No, you're untalented.
No, you
bitch.
are untalented.
Really
as
weird
well.
way to pay a lovely compliment to Will.
Will
got left out of the crossfire.
He is very talented. We can't even deny it. So that's I've given up trying to undermine that.
Brennan, he's so talented. I get on camera sometimes, and I'm like, I'm a loser. Sometimes, you know what I mean? He makes me feel really bad about myself sometimes.
That's why we do it. We do it to drive other people into the dirt.
We do it to push down my friends.
I feel like that's his. I feel like I don't think he does that on purpose, but I feel like his natural inclination is to.
It's really
he's so talented.
I've had a couple people come up to me in terms of doing tabletop role playing. To me, I appreciate actor, writer, all those other things. A lot of people maybe know my work as a dungeon master online, performed Dungeons and Dragons.
Yes,
and it's always wild to come up when someone's like, I watched your show, I'm ruined. And I'm like, that's not why. I want you to do well. Everyone does well. We all do well together.
I can never do fantasy imagination again.
I mean, we joke, but at the end of the day, I do find that being on camera and doing things with people that are so skilled, such as yourself, make you better. And I never really understood it until,
So how come I've gotten worse year over year?
That's true.
Around both of you guys.
I've played Dungeons and Dragons with him before, and it was not very whimsical.
Now this is fascinating.
There wasn't much imagination.
Also, I think wasn't the people that we played with were monsters.
Yeah, they turned,
they turned out to be not very good people, and this was many years ago.
I feel like if we could make a campaign with geopolitical things hidden in it, very obvious references to current political situations, you would get super involved.
I'd lock in Ultra Instinct. It's like if you
the extrajudicial killing of gnomes at the border. Or something.
If you merged somehow I don't know, Hearts of Iron or something with Dungeons and Dragons, and then it was I don't know, it was a campaign about restoring the USSR. I would die for that.
We did a season of the show that was set in a magical version of New York City, where the second season was pretty much about Amazon trying to open a shipping center in Queens, and that was sort of the long and short of that season.
So who was the AOC that took it down?
Well, it was a bunch of magical. It was a drug dealer living in Brooklyn who was also a dream sorcerer. It was a 55-year-old Harlem ER nurse who also spoke for the people of the city.
Pretty sure my drug dealer calls himself a dream sorcerer as well.
Yeah. It's good to take references from your real life. It's important to do that. For sure. But no, the joke wasn't even really a joke. I was just going to say Colorado's donuts. Thank you so much for bringing us donuts.
Hey, you got it.
Yeah. And the only thing I was going to say is it's not like Colorado's known for donuts.
No.
Stop even a joke. I thought it would be an interesting conversation starter to be why did they choose Colorado of all places if they're going to be a donut place?
Now, unfortunately, we have walked into a really clean explanation, which is it's Colorado Boulevard, but which does kind of kill the conversation stone cold dead.
I can't believe you've done it.
I'm going to kill myself.
Just waiting on this all morning.
We have one of the most anticipated guests of all time. Everyone's constantly chirping for. It's been years, by the way. But even before you did this, even before you did the Sin Eater bit, which we will look at in a second, because I think it dovetails nicely into like the state of affairs right now, which I want to talk to you about. People were always like, "You got to get Brennan Mulligan on," and I was like, "I don't." Like, no disrespect, because I'm not like very big into Dungeons
imagination
and Dragons.
or fun or
whimsy. And more so just like very into just like how horrible everything is in the world.
Right.
Yeah. And I'm just so dialed in on that stuff. But I was like unaware, but everyone was constantly like, you have to get this guy on.
I was a big fan.
And then
that's very kind.
And fans as well of all of our communities have been demanding to have you on. So
yeah, I gotta say, I think the things that Brennan Lee Mulligan has done with D&D are really impressive. You know, he's got a certain knack for it that I don't think I've seen anybody else have. And I saw somebody else bring up Matt Mercer in here. No, Matt, not as good. I'm sorry for Matt Mercer fans. He's easily number 2. You know, Brennan way up here. Number 2 is like way down the mountain in my opinion. I've seen enough D&D campaigns, and this guy he's got the juice.
I'm glad that this finally worked out.
Dude,
now I'm embarrassed because that was the opener bit. That's
because
what
the
you
opener
saw.
bit. You know what, dude? I should have not told the truth. We should have gotten into a
I think
really
the owner's
deep.
from Colorado.
Dude, it's crazy. Actually, they tried to name it after all other 49 states first.
The owner actually despises Colorado, and
it was a clearance thing. It was like there was 49 other donut spots on the block, and they just had to go with Colorado. That's I appreciate the kind words, man. That's very cool to hear. I feel like the truth is, and I feel like this is maybe something that because you guys have a lot of ties into like Twitch community in that space. I think what's happened is just that knowing about people has become harder. Like the internet has created these siloed media ecosystems where like I can't tell you the amount of people, like it's not unsurprising for me to hear you say that in terms of like people request you on the show, but I'm not tapped into that world. Like the amount of people when we showed up, so like last year around this time we were getting ready for a show at Madison Square Garden.
Yeah.
We sold out.
Yeah, that's incredible. I wanted to know about that.
And we rolled up and dude, these like 55-year-old Teamsters that work every show at the Garden who are watching lines around the block, people dressed like half Phoenix wizards.
Yeah.
This guy who's like this super New York guy was like, so what do you guys do? You guys play board games? What's going on?
I thought you were gonna say he was a fan.
What's going on here?
Well, that's the crazy part too. Is you do the show and you watch these dudes who are unimpressed by everything come out, and if you can get one of them to crack a smile, we got a couple of the dudes like the security guys working to crack a smile, and you're like, that's the win for the night.
Stranger Things did not make D&D look good. I have not seen that. I have not seen it. I only watched a few seasons of Stranger Things. I don't remember the D&D part of it. Is Troll a character type? No. Troll is a monster type. A non-player character. An NPC, if you will.
No root in this world at all.
Dude, the classic New Yorker throwing shade without even meaning it. Like, you play some dumb board games? I saw the boss play here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it was crazy. But we talked, there was someone who's running the merch there because they were like, you know, it was like, oh, there was a line, like intermission, there's this crazy line to get merch. And this is like from one of our crew members was like, yeah, she was saying more often than not, if they don't recognize the name on the billing for that week, that's going to be their craziest night. That they're like, more often than not, it's like, oh, it's some weird children's entertainment from Australia and another weird act from the internet over here. And you're like, that's going to pack the house and sell out everything. It's like, that's the world we're living in, man. Weird celebrity in niche silos.
Yeah. But speaking of niche silos, I feel like there's definitely a downside to it as well. And I feel like people get totally locked in to these echo chambers. I can't believe I'm using terminology from like 2016 that right-wingers would use, but like it has become that reality now where there's no contention at all, where everyone is just like, there's no consensus reality. Everyone just goes along with whatever biased framework that they're operating off of. And let's just start with the Sin Eater clip, because it was one of your latest clips that you reposted when you were talking to Adam Ruins Everything.
Yeah, man.
Also a friend of the show. And apparently you have a very wonderful and poetic way of describing.
Yes.
Yeah.
I saw
Why did you make that face? He's like, oh, really?
You want him to watch a clip about you?
Well, we're introducing him to our audience for the people.
Oh,
that
you're
don't.
in the clip too. This is your reaction, Hasan.
Oh wait, that's
I saw
just
the
my
raw.
reaction. I just play the raw one from his. Whatever.
Yeah, it's.
All right, you can just like play it afterward. I mean, bake it into the video in the edit.
Hasan Piker, the fact that he is so, the other top streamers around him politically are like all conservative.
Yeah.
He is truly like a sin eater for the world. Just like, I'm just looking at like, he is like the ones who lift weights in Omelas. He is like fucking.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, no, we've cursed him to sit in that room, sit in that little room of his and watch MSNBC all day long, 10 hours a day. He makes 150 grand every time he does it, but he cannot leave his little room.
Yeah, what is he doing with the 150 grand? He's got to be in front of the computer for 8 hours again tomorrow.
The rest of the house is empty.
Grabbing kids on the way to the manosphere alt-right pipeline and shunting them off into the left. Like, no, get back. Like,
the coverage of him is so funny, where it's just like all of these reporters are going and like, can this one jacked man in this little room change politics? Is this the new, like, no, this is just one guy who's trapped in behind a camera.
I don't know how he doesn't freak the fuck out at mainstream reporters being like, this one man stand against the forces of reactionary conservatism. And the fact that he doesn't go, help!
Somebody else do this.
I didn't really fully understand the reference that you were making in the clip, so I wanted to ask you about it. It's like, you said Sin Eater, and I got that.
It's so sick to be invited on a podcast to be like, explain that joke. What's up, man? What did you mean by that?
You said that about me.
Here's the thing, though. Everyone understood it, and they were pogging. They were going crazy. But I felt like I was, a little lost there.
It's really, it's cool to, I don't know, man. It's like, it's a little bit fun, and there's a nice part of it because you feel like there's this broad, hopefully increasing coalition of people that are creating content online and trying to speak to culture and talk about the big elephant in the room, which is that this level of exploitation and capitalist fucking oligarchy is not sustainable. And it's very cool to come at that from a bunch of different angles. So I'm coming from the deep nerd, deep nerd angle on that. So The Ones Who Walk Away from Omelas is a short story by Ursula K. Le Guin, who wrote A Wizard of Earthsea, which is one of the seminal sort of fantasy texts. She's an incredible, she is, as the youth would say, incredibly based. I think there's I could be misattributing this, and I'll look it up and feel very bashful if I am. But she's, I believe, quoted as saying, like, we are resisting the might of capitalism. Its might feels inescapable. So too did the divine right of kings. Like, these things that felt inescapable to resist, one day
I love that comparison. I've you talking about making a comparison between monarchy and capitalism, I think is like very easy to help liberals come to terms with exactly what's going on.
Yeah.
Where if the divine right of kings was the lie that people believed, like that the God had ordained this king to be the ruler of the land, I think under our current examination of justifying capitalism, it's meritocracy, where people go, well, Elon Musk is working a lot harder than everybody else, right?
Yeah.
Or he's working a lot smarter than everybody else, right? And that's why he kind of deserves it.
Yes, and this is what I believe too. For a long time, long time, I was like, I've known him for a little bit, and over the time that I've known him, I've started to, my image of America and my patriotism has just collapsed completely. You know what I mean? Like I used to be a hand on the heart, jets flying over the stadium, USA, USA. And all of a sudden now I'm just like, oh my God, my entire life I've been lied to. And all of these capital owners are hoarding the wealth away from me. And I've been trying to join them the whole time.
Now you realize those jets are on the way to Venezuela after the flyover.
Yeah, it's just like, well, because like in a weird way, like the Trump administration is so like Like they're just it's so fucking
Nakedly
like,
evil,
yeah, it's like nakedly like on the nose about it. And then now I look back historically, and now I put it into this context. It's like, oh my god.
There's the line from Andor that's like increasingly relevant recently, which was the Mon Mothma going like they don't even bother to lie badly anymore.
Right, yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's like
that's how I felt after.
It's just cartoonishly evil. It's almost like a.
Like, what is it? If this was the early 2000s, there would have been like a few weeks of lying before, like there would have been.
That's like the Colin Powell like still went to the United Nations and like brought a vial and made it seem like they had WMDs when people knew that it was bullshit. But like, at least someone was trying. Not to say that was good.
I remember having like my very first protest as a kid was protesting the Iraq War and having a sign being like, "This is for oil," and it's wild to 20 plus years later have JD Vance go, "You understand this is for oil, right?"
Yeah.
Like he's just fucking naked. He's like, "Well, you understand how much oil they have. We have to go get it."
Well, JD Vance also does the actually like he's Mr. Reddit, and I fucking hate him for it because like he'll both do that. Like he'll do the thing where like he has to be pro Trump, so he's obviously gonna go out and be like, our dicks are hard, our military's hard dicked. We're doing it. We're fucking going out there and we're taking the oil.
Are you?
Yeah, but then he will turn around and be like, technically there's a legal reason for why we're doing this, guys, and a lot of you don't understand it. And it's like you can't have it both ways. You can't be like this.
You can't have a hard dick.
Pick a side.
Oh god, JD's. There's no way he holds up once Donald Trump goes away. If that ever happens, if that ever comes to pass, okay, I think we're going to take a break here. We are 3 hours into the stream. I still got a lot of stuff for us to get through here tonight. And we will be right back with all of that after these brief messages. All right, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. And while you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. Super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, Twitch Prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal. Throne. And, of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars, Patreon. That's right. On Patreon, you can become a Galactic Patron for $3 a month. So incredibly affordable and so many benefits. All right, everybody. Enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. I'll be right back.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
All right, everybody. It is time once again for the stream to begin. So, I think you know what to do. All right, everybody. We're back. It's time for us to get back to the show. It's the weekend, so we're trying to have a little bit of fun today. We're going to go back to the Fear and podcast. Wait a second. No, I was going through trying to figure out which parts I wanted to watch. Let's go here.
Yes, for the first time ever, this exact same thing, and he immediately will start defending himself and it reveals that he 100% is
would never be a dictator, which is so funny.
Yeah,
I'd probably
the people would love
I'd give everybody health care. That's what I would do.
Well, that's lovely.
I would do
get
that.
behind that.
I'd say, daycare, free daycare.
But it is,
Yeah.
to your point.
And you have to fan me.
I mean, what's wrong with a massage or two? You know what I mean?
If the whole deal with your regime is just that you get some massages, I'm in, man. I mean, if we get health care, yeah, for
Cappuccino
sure.
with a single shot, eggs Benedict, crispy muffin.
And
you know what I mean?
if they make a mistake.
No, I would never kill anybody unless they, obviously deserve it.
Maybe their firstborn just to prove a point,
Right,
so they never make that mistake again.
I think we'd all, if you came into immense power, I mean, you wouldn't say no to it, would you?
Okay, again, it's come into this whole thing of coming into immense power. It just feels like it needlessly
come into a little power.
Come into a little power. I think, yeah. Well, it's really funny to talk about, like, I don't know, just what you were saying before about the idea of how, like, there's this new apparatus. It's crazy to watch people see something unhinged, and you watch. I love now in this, especially this in Trump too, the gear turn moment where someone has to figure out why they like this.
Yeah.
Watching someone who was like, I don't know, eggs are expensive, be like, yeah, man, I fucking hate Denmark and love conquering Greenland. And just the gear spin of figuring out, how do I get behind this nakedly insane thing?
Eggs are gay!
Eggs are gay! It's crazy, man. It's crazy.
No, but literally, I deal with this on a daily basis on Twitch because it's like the most interactive medium yet, and I don't even want to know how much more interactive we can get, honestly. I hope this is where it stays at, but I suspect it's probably going to move beyond it, where you can touch the content creator directly eventually in the next stage. Because like, think about it. There's never been a time on this planet where you could watch the television and tell Anderson Cooper he's gay and to shut the fuck up, and then he hears you and he actually responds to you. Right? But that's Twitch as a medium. And because of that, I get to see people change their minds in real time. I get to see propaganda as it's being designed in real time, being put together. And yesterday's horrifying incident with the 37-year-old Renee Good, getting shot and killed in the middle of the street in her own neighborhood by an ICE agent who should not have been there. I saw people genuinely go from, yeah, this seems really bad. I actually watched the footage. Like, I've always been a supporter of ICE until this very moment. This is my last straw, I think, to then get bullied back into submission and to whip themselves into a frenzy and go, by the end of the day, oh, actually fuck around and find out like she deserved it, which is just rank cruelty. I mean, there is nothing redeemable about this position.
Yeah.
Just cruelty for the sake of cruelty.
It's a nightmare, man. And I think you do watch there's a lot of like what ends up getting leveraged against people when you see that, like, no, get back in line, this isn't how we feel, is literally people leveraging, not believing the testimony of your own eyes and ears as you watch something nakedly evil happen. But also it's like, well, what if you lost your community over it? What if you didn't get to keep your identity? What if changing your opinion on this meant that you lost the people that you go to these rallies with, and you lost that sense? And it's so obvious that it's hollow. Because if that's the last thing that you're resorting to is, hey, don't change your opinion to be moral, you might lose everything that you hold dear.
Yeah.
That's fucking rough.
What's the craziest thing to me, and people talk about this all the time, but the parading of Jesus Christ in the name of all this crazy shit. Like, like Jesus would have shot somebody in the face and been like, fuck around and find out. Jesus would have done that, you know?
Jesus may say that.
Famously would have deported immigrants and, killed them and wanted no health care. And
it's got to be so rough for him up in his father's paradise, looking down and being like, here's the thing, man. Immigrants and poor people, I did touch on a lot. I really covered that well. It's one thing.
I washed lepers. I was so clear about
I think I literally
this.
said, like, treat the foreigner as yourself. I swear to God, I covered that in the sermon.
Yes, and he
Okay, counterpoint. Have you ever seen Al Franken's Supply Side Jesus?
Oh, no, I haven't seen this.
Okay, well, you're a student of comedy. We have to pull this up, March. And I think you will really appreciate this. So Al Franken made comics back in the day. He's a comedy writer initially before he became a politician who then resigned in disgrace. But we're not going to get into all of that stuff. But he had a really funny bit where he called it Supply Side Jesus.
Yeah.
And it's a comic strip that goes into detail about how like Christians in America under the prosperity gospel operate. One of my favorite bits is when he refuses to cover the lepers because they're outside of their network of coverage. Bring me this king of the Jews that I might meet him, this supply side Jesus. Anyway.
Yeah, this is great, man. This is exactly like, but that's the funny thing. We were talking a second ago about the idea of, you were mentioning like the jets flying over, and Hasan, you were talking about meritocracy, which is like, it's funny because that's a cultural principle that like undergirds capitalism. The idea that like this has to, and its roots are in Puritanism. Its roots are in like the Calvinist idea of predetermination, which is this concept of, you know, like, oh, how are we going to make sense of the fact that some people have everything and other people have nothing? And if you take this kind of metaphysical aspect that exists in some forms of Protestantism, which is God's already picked winners and losers. God's actually already picked the people that are bound for heaven, people that are not. And your station in life is an indication of how blessed you are by God. So there are people that literally go, you're rich, God must love you, which is the most warped. Because what it does is it causes you to have more compassion for the people who need it the least and less compassion for the people who need it the most. And it's baked into a lot. It's like, it's deep in the history.
Americans especially have prosperity gospel brains, and it's completely warped their consciousness. You just brought up the fact that it gives you the most compassion for those who need it the most, or those who need it the least. But the inverse of that also is, if you're poor, you're morally inferior.
Or you're
you must
evil.
Have deserved
You're
it.
trans, you're broke.
And that's where this attitude comes from. That's where this anti-collectivist attitude also comes from. That's where our like hatred for homeless people also comes from as a collective, and we're just like, oh, they like kind of deserve it. They did something wrong. They must have done something wrong.
They're doing it to themselves.
It's really devastating. I think it's moral poison in general, and I think that's part of the reason why no amount of collectivism ever sticks in this country, and that's why people are like freaking out about Zohar Mamdani, even in a tweet saying we must do away with the coldness of rugged individualism, and we must embrace the warmth of collectivism. And everyone lost their minds on that.
And like, that's the thing, is there are a lot of traditions that do say the opposite, you know, like there but for the grace of God go I, that sort of embrace that idea of like, oh, there's a like, no, I can have sympathy for someone in a worse situation than I'm in. And I think that like, it's important to, in the conversations we have about politics, to also like talk about culture, which is really like the thing that, you know, it's like a terrifying quote because it's from Steve Bannon, but that thing he said.
Or goes too far, since he was just talking about Zohar Mamdani. Here's a Brennan Lee Mulligan factoid. Brennan is from New York.
Zohran Mamdani.
Politics being downstream from culture, that you have to deal with people's hearts. And if people have,
I'll be honest with you, that he was aping Gramsci. He was just stealing. That's all he was doing.
Yeah, but the Gramsci like quote is correct, which is that idea of like, you look at people's ability to like, if you have in your heart this idea of like, oh, when I look at people that are going through a hard time, it makes me feel morally sad, and I'm agitated by looking at someone in crisis. And some people go, I should address that problem in the world. And some people are like, how can I stop feeling bad? Like, what's the fastest route?
How do I kill this feeling?
How do I kill this feeling of empathy that's making me in pain in this moment?
So,
and I think that's the wrong way to go about it.
Seriously. That's like the Anna Kasparian reaction right there. Why are all these homeless people bothering me on my way to work? How do I solve this? I know, I'll complain about it on my podcast. What is this? This is the fear and the Fear and podcast. It's Hasan, Will Neff, Austin Show. The boys. Coffee and donuts with the boys. That's what this is. That is what we are watching right now. Having a little fun here this weekend. Trying to take things a little easier right now. It was a very stressful week. I don't know if you remember. I don't know if you remember this week. It's bad. It's a bad week. I felt coffee and donuts with the boys. Talking D&D. Things like that. It could be good. Just saying.
Behavior and behavioral. He's a primatologist and does a lot of other stuff. And there's some interesting thoughts. Maybe free will. It's hard to. Maybe free will is this little tiny bit of sauce on mostly a lot of automated internal processes having to do with the subconscious.
Yeah. I've been exercising it. You know,
you're trying to get that muscle bigger.
Yeah, because I think that a lot of times we feel like we're held by something, and I'm like, no, we're not.
No, we're not.
I'm
We can do
free
anything.
to do anything.
What's the freest thing you've ever done?
Well, oh God, man, it's been recent actually. The freest thing that I've ever done.
Sprint into traffic.
Well, no, I mean,
bad idea, but I'm proving I can do it.
No, I think the biggest thing. Now, this sounds silly, but you know, like I think when I was younger, I think there was a tremendous amount of pressure to like go to a party and stay.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I've just had this thing where I don't have to stay here. I'm gonna go home.
Your greatest act of free will is leaving a party early.
I fuck with that. I really fuck with that because I'm a perennial. I want to shut it down.
Yeah.
I'm always like, I'll be the last one here helping clean up and like put cups and
Yes.
plates. Like but I'll tell you what, you would love my wife, Isabella Rowland.
Yeah.
Incredible comedian,
Amazing.
and a phenomenal actress and wonderful writer. She is.
Honestly, his wife, Izzy, is hilarious. It's true. He's not wrong. His wife is
good
very funny.
at
woman.
being like, I'm done with the party.
I
I'm
love
out of here.
that.
We had a housewarming party, and she came out, I want to say 9:30, and said, I'm going to bed.
Yeah,
and
I love that.
Shut down the bedroom. People were in there hanging out, and she was like, get out. It's
Yeah.
bedtime, baby. And that's why she's a pro. She's the maestro.
I respect the hell out of that because I think what I started to realize is people don't care as much as I think they care. You know what I mean? Like if I leave the party, I show up for an hour or whatever, and I leave, and they're not gonna be like, man, fuck that piece of shit. He didn't even stay longer.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
no,
Like
people
nobody cares.
Okay, floating a controversial idea, moving away from the free will discussion. A friend of mine, friend of this show, as a matter of fact, Phineas, threw a holiday party the other day.
Okay.
It was during, Christmas time. And the timeline
Heard of it?
of this holiday party was on a Saturday, was from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m.
Okay.
I really liked it.
Yes.
I really liked this limited confines, the limited window of 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. because it's a Saturday, so it's not like you are working, right? Or, some people might, but most people aren't.
Yeah.
So you don't have that justification. And I kind of dig this new meta. I think that's what we need to do in 2026.
I love it.
Earlier parties.
I love it.
Reel it
and
in.
May I ask, I assume this.
Reel it in. That is innovative, Hasan. Apparently Hasan wants early bedtimes. Old man Hasan.
in a race.
He wants early bedtime. That's what Hasan wants. Can't be having these 10:30. Can't be getting to bed at 10:30. All right, I'm gonna skip to the end of this podcast with these weirdos. Guys over here.
Been to like the haunted hayride or anything like that? Do you guys fuck with any of those scary attractions?
I can't. I want to do it. I just can't handle it.
I don't like being scared.
I don't either.
I think I used to be a depressed kid, and I watched everything scary I could because I found that scary nullified depression.
Wow.
So I think I've burnt out all of my horror receptors. So
You just don't get scared?
No.
That rules.
Yeah.
I feel very similar. I
get very scared.
Me too.
And I don't like it. I don't understand.
You get scared?
it.
Not at the haunted attractions. There's a place so up near where I live, like in Rhinebeck, is like the #1 haunted attraction in the United States, which is the Headless Horseman haunted hayride and houses, which is it's a lot of alliteration.
It's really scary.
Well, but that's the thing is, it's like this. They make this whole Halloween world.
Yeah.
So I'm sort of wandering around as people are jumping out and scaring, being like, "Look at the architecture of this corner." I'm more just like, "This is a beautiful."
Yeah.
It's just really cool to see. So yeah, I really love it.
I like scary shit. I just can't deal with it. Like, I think a good level of horror is like Disney Haunted Mansion.
Okay, this giant box of donuts is making me super hungry. I gotta move on from this thing. I can't keep staring at this box of donuts. I'm starving. I don't have groceries in the space station right now. And I'm streaming, so I can't walk to a store or something. Can't do it. Can't do it. Can just abandon all of you for food. That would be rude.
How rude.
But to end this all off here, figured I'd let Brennan Lee Mulligan end this segment.
Stop. But it's Donald Trump.
His Trump. No.
Wait, does he have a Donald Trump?
Look, these people are tiny little freaks, okay? They don't wear shoes. They're smoking crack, perhaps they live in holes in the ground, people. Hey, you see a round door with a knob in the middle. Where does it go to the side? How does the knob in the middle of the door open the door? Folks, we're gonna have a beautiful all black tower, choke the world in smoke, okay? We're gonna have Balrogs. Every orc in Mordor is gonna have a Balrog protecting you, okay? And these people, and they say Denethor, by the way, people don't know this, not a real king, not the real king of Gondor.
Make Isengard great again!
Yes, we're going to make Middle-earth great again.
Yes.
Folks, listen, people don't understand. I'll tell you this right now. If you ever see Denethor, and I call him Little Tomato, because if you ever see this guy eat tomatoes, what a freak. What a freaky guy. We're going to have so much poison smoke. By the end, you're going to be the age of the orc. You're going to be tired of the age of the orc, okay? We have 9 Nazgul flying, all their horses drowned in a river. Very nasty elf man, Elrond. Very nasty elf made a river come to life with horses to drown. Who drowns a horse? Beautiful horse. These horses, expensive.
Who drowns a horse?
Expensive, the most expensive horses you've ever seen. But I said, no problem.
Brennan, I think you could go on for forever. Holy.
There you go. Trump, if Trump was Sauron. There you go. Not the real king of Gondor. Very nasty elfman Elrond. Those expensive horses. It's like he doesn't even care.
How rude.
Very rude. All right. Now let's go to this. I was like, do we watch this ourselves? Or do we watch it vicariously through others? I landed on let's watch it vicariously through others. I already watched it technically. It was kind of unbearable. I'm not going to lie. The latest Piers Morgan episode with Kyle Klinsky, Dave Smith, Michael Knowles, and a fourth guy who I don't know the name of. But since we're not going to watch it directly, let's go to the Vanguard pod for some vicarious viewing.
I understand the argument. I may not agree with all of it, but I do understand the logic to what Trump is doing here. Do you?
No, because we don't have a right to act like this around the world. We're supposed to be a nation among nations, not a nation above nations. And they used to at least lie to us in the past and say that this is good for the world and we're spreading freedom and democracy. Now they don't even bother to lie. Now it's naked, rank, disgusting imperialism where they say, we're going to take the oil. And the point is that we're going to take the oil. We're going to take the minerals. We're going to take the precious metals. We're doing this for our corporations. We're doing it for the Epstein class, the billionaires. And this, to piggyback on what Dave Smith said, is frankly not what many of the MAGA voters thought they were signing up for. They thought America first actually meant America first. By the way, you also replaced the Maduro regime with the Maduro regime. Congratulations on that. It's also been now a week straight of pro-regime protests. Now you have roving gangs of Venezuelan militias that are kidnapping Americans. But again, I come back to the fundamental point, which is if you sign on to stuff like this, you're saying might makes right and the law of the jungle is back. What you're saying is China has a right to go into whatever smaller country they want and depose the leader and say we're doing it because we can and we have the right to do it and we have bigger guns and there's nothing you can do to stop it. So they're never going to address that fundamental question, which is why do we have a right? Do we actually believe in international law or was that all a joke? Are we rolling the clock back to the 1700s and the 1800s and we're going super primitive style here? And I think the answer to that is yes, they want to go super primitive style.
And if we pause it really quickly, I want to just add to Kyle's point, you know, they say that they're operating with some sort of like international law in mind, or not even international law, our own law, right? 1803, the Monroe Doctrine. That's what they always cite. And they'll use that as an excuse to be like, that's why we can go into Venezuela.
I love how Michael Knowles peppers in the international law goes back to antiquity, as if it hasn't been updated since then because of the incredibly brutal and horrifying things that have happened in the wars since antiquity. I mean, is he joking me right now? There's been multiple updates, and we're supposed to be operating on the newest one. Not pretending like 1700. Like, what is this? Is this guy kidding me right now? What a fucking moron.
And then in the very next breath, they'll talk about going into Iran and they'll start talking about the Ayatollah. That's not in our fucking hemisphere, right? So it's not even logically consistent. It's not even like, oh, we're only doing this because it's Venezuela. Like, they'll immediately jump to somewhere all the way across the globe.
But Zach, the Revolutionary War was also not in our hemisphere. The British, you know, that was somewhere else or whatever. So, you know, there you go. You don't have to justify it further. No, you're 100% right, obviously. And I thought Kyle absolutely cooked in that response. He's going to cook even harder in a second here after Michael Knowles tries and fails to, you know, respond with a gotcha. But yeah, let's keep going here because Kyle's absolutely slain. Sunglasses intel. I'm a big fan of that look personally. He almost kind of looks like a mobster, like in a good way, but you know what I'm saying? Like he's in like the mafia or something. You know, do you get that vibe?
I got more like Top Gun vibe from the Aviators, but I guess I could see
with the suit and the silver tie, though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I could hear you.
International law goes back to antiquity. It's not some creation of modernity, whether we're talking about the 1700s or the 20th century.
The Geneva Conventions, the Nuremberg Tribunal, excuse me, the Geneva Conventions and the Nuremberg Tribunal.
Yes, those exist, but international laws, the jus gentium goes back to antiquity. However, unfortunately, a lot of our liberal friends think history began a few decades ago.
The League of Nations was useless. It fell apart, and that's why we had the UN. That's why we had the Geneva Convention.
Right, I'm talking about millennia ago,
because we looked at piles of millions of dead bodies, and we said that's a bad idea. We looked at piles of millions of dead bodies and said, that's a bad idea. Let's not do that anymore. Let's actually have a framework and rules and laws. And Trump is blowing that up. By the way, he bombed fishing boats from Venezuela, Trinidad, and Tobago, and Colombia. He just did the regime change in Venezuela. He bombed Yemen and Somalia and Nigeria and Iran. He's threatening Greenland and Panama and Canada and Cuba and Mexico. And you sit there the whole time and act like it's okay. Is there anything Trump can do, Michael Knowles, that you would say, I condemn it, and you hop off the Trump train, or are you going to tickle his taint for the rest of your fucking life?
No, there have been plenty of Trump policies that I've criticized because he's only right about 99.78% of the time. So the First Step Act, I thought, was a misstep.
Jesus
but I would
Christ.
say the rest. Excuse me. I would say the rest of the administration has been very successful. What's your problem?
No, what's your problem? What'd you say to me? You heard what he fucking said. You saw what he fucking
What's
did.
your problem? I love how he tries to feign like outrage Like I love how he doesn't know what to do in here, and he's like you can tell you can tell he's upset, but he doesn't know how to actually like show his emotions in a healthy way. And he's like, what's your problem, man? Why are you saying those words right now? I don't get it. Oh yeah, why are you saying mean, nasty words right now? Piers, can you get Kyle to stop saying rude, mean words to me? I know it's supposed to be uncensored, but
the fucking semen out of Donald Trump's wrinkly ballsack, bitch. You know exactly what he's fucking saying. Isn't that weak shit? Oh, what was that? Repeat what? Like you can't think of a comeback quick enough. What? You're stalling? What a little bitch. Thank God. That was the most therapeutic shit I've seen in fucking months. Thank you, Kyle, for treating these people like they deserve to be treated as they just embarrass themselves.
No, honestly, I will say this much. I'm not quite as far down this road with Vanguard on this one. I feel like Kyle should have gone harder. Like, this is certainly one of the better, if not one of the best moments of the situation. But he should have gone harder. I watched this whole goddamn thing. I watched it like over an hour of Piers Morgan content. It was painful. There were multiple ad breaks. You know what I mean? Like, I had to listen to Dave Smith and Michael Knowles and this other random, like, neo-conservative sort of guy. Like, not clear what his deal was. Like, all these guys say a bunch of real dumb things. I feel like he should have gone way harder. Like, I'm not saying that he didn't do, like, well enough, but that, I mean, if I just would have, like, there was multiple times during this debate where I just would have, like, screamed. Like, and I considered watching the whole thing and just doing it myself. I was like, we don't have time for that today. I don't got time for it today. But the fact is like, I mean, Dave Smith was over there saying some incredibly non-libertarian things. Like, I felt like I loved liberty. I thought Dave Smith loved liberty. Like, isn't he a freedom lover, a libertarian? Or Broomer with a sweet $10 super chat on YouTube. $40 tip from the band tonight. More for the GNN tithing. Much appreciated.
The indefensible.
Also, it's January 15th. Why do you still have your Christmas decorations up, Michael Knowles, you fucking
Like, one thing I would say is that, like, I don't know what the rules of the debate are when it comes to Piers Morgan. If people are like, honestly, it's not clear to me. But I just felt like, whatever, Felt like there was opportunities that Kyle could have gotten in on there.
Yeah, I can understand leaving it up until like New Year's or something, but
it's like a month later, bro.
Yeah, it's January 15th.
Get your shit together. You want to lecture other people about your life, you fucking weirdo?
All right, let's go back and hear this one more time. Yeah, because it's not over yet, but god damn, that was beautiful.
The League of Nations was useless. It fell apart, and that's why we had the UN. That's why we had the Geneva Convention.
Right, I'm talking about millennia ago,
because we looked at piles of millions of dead bodies, and we said that's a bad idea. We looked at piles of millions of dead bodies and said, that's a bad idea. Let's not do that anymore. Let's actually have a framework and rules and laws. And Trump is blowing that up. By the way, he bombed fishing boats from Venezuela, Trinidad, and Tobago, and Colombia. He just did the regime change in Venezuela. He bombed Yemen and Somalia and Nigeria and Iran. He's threatening Greenland and Panama and Canada and Cuba and Mexico. And you sit there the whole time and act like it's okay. Is there anything Trump can do, Michael Knowles, that you would say, I condemn it? And
This guy really is a cuck. I mean, Kyle's right. I mean, he's got no fucking backbone. Weren't all these guys saying Trump was the anti-war president not long ago? Now this guy's saying, actually, I love it. I love how we're bombing boats in the Caribbean. Alleged drug boats, of which the Trump administration has provided zero evidence to said allegations on. Like, and he's like, I love it. I want more. This guy is a sick and twisted man who needs, like, actual help. Like, he's got some sort of problem. I don't know why he's so cucked to Donald Trump, but boy, oh boy, he needs like a spine replacement surgery over here.
Or you're going to tickle his taint for the rest of your fucking life.
No, there have been plenty of Trump policies that I've criticized because he's only right about 99.78% of the time. So the First Step Act, I thought, was a misstep. But I would say the rest. Excuse me. I would say the rest of the administration has been very successful. What's your problem? What's
my problem
your
is that you're
What's
a
your
cuck,
problem?
and you're a
What's your
hack,
problem?
and you're not an independent thinker, and you're meat riding Trump,
Why do you
and
say
you
that?
know that what he's doing
I just
imperialism,
answered your
and you don't
question.
care.
I just
Yeah,
answered your question. And I
99.78%.
corrected
Congratulations.
the
You rented your
misstatements that
brain
you made.
to a war criminal, pedophile, rapist. I hope you're happy.
A war criminal, pedophile, rapist? Do you
I love Michael Knowles. I love how Michael Knowles has resorted to the tactic of the unprepared kindergartner on a playground, just to repeat everything Kyle says back to him. He's like a war criminal, pedophile, rapist. Wait, you words are like glue, rubber band, stick to you, something or other.
Did I stutter?
You brought up international law, and you made a very false point, a dumb point, which is
LOL. Now he's trying to pivot back to his nerdy ass
Oh,
bullshit about
oh, a
international
dumb
law
point.
and
Oh,
how
you made a
technically
false
it's been
and
around
dumb point.
since antiquity. Like, there's some fucking, like,
A false and dumb point. Harsh criticism. It's a false and dumb point, according to this man who seems to be. You can see underneath. You can see his neck is getting really red. And you can see like his. You can see the muscles in his neck sort of just popping out here. He seems very upset. Look at him. It's weird that his face isn't getting red, but the rest of his body is getting red. It's almost like, is he wearing makeup or something? Like, look how much redder his neck is than his face. I mean, Jesus, it's like redder than his lips are right now. You think Michael Knowles wears lipstick?
slave owner in the antebellum South. Why are you talking about antiquity and shit? Like, what the fuck? Just talk like a normal person, bro. But either way, he immediately has to pivot back into that, something he thinks he knows about or can, like, own Kyle on, because he can't defend Trump. He can't argue with the fact that Trump is a war criminal, pedophile, protecting rapist. Like, he has nothing to say to that. That's why he has to move on immediately. It's a beautiful admission.
Humiliating.
Like, he's kind of Vinnying out right now. Like, look at his neck. Like, you know what I'm talking about? Like PBD. Vinny, the dude who like turns into a fucking tomato every time he gets upset. Like, just bright red.
Rapist. I hope you're happy.
a war criminal, pedophile, rapist. Do you brought
Did
up
I
a
stutter?
point? You brought up international law, and you made a very false point, a dumb point, which is that international law began only a few hundred years ago.
Oh, a false
I
and
corrected
dumb
you,
point.
And I pointed out that the international law
Aren't I a
is
good
a
guy?
Western tradition. Excuse me one second. It goes back to antiquity. It's a principle of the jus gentium. And then you said, well, international law has failed because of the League of Nations failure, which I think is actually undermining your argument and proving my point and proving Trump's
What?
point. Because the liberal internationalism that was established by people like Woodrow Wilson.
I'm sorry. He's supposed to be the historian? He's saying the document from before the other thing said that it was created because of the failure of the thing that would happen in the future?
In
That
fact,
doesn't
failed,
make
which
sense.
is why we need to restore an older and more classical conception of the international order, which is precisely what Trump's doing. So I think you've hoisted
Might
yourself
make
with
right.
your own petard,
Might
and
make
then you
right.
just make
Law
a
of the
lot
jungle
of
might make
vulgar
right.
sort of non sequiturs because you don't have a leg to stand on.
All right, let me bring in.
Let me ask you this question.
And again, Trump is not bringing back any like old form of international law. He's just saying we get to decide what we want to do and face no consequences when we do it. That's not international law. That's not some like new form of law. That's just Trump saying, yeah, I can do whatever the fuck I want.
Yeah, that's not law. That's not law. That's just global anarchy. Like if I can win in a war, like, then I can do whatever I want. So long as nobody can punish me for the thing that I've done, then it's fine. That's basically what it is. And that's not the law. That's just, you know, just a perpetual state of war, effectively. Like, no one will be able to trust anybody, I guess. Yeah, everybody will just have to, like, you know, build up, you know, incredible defense apparatuses in case they get invaded by their neighbor or somebody across the globe shows up in their backyard. All right. Let's do one more take.
Kyle went dark woke
this.
2.0.
I agree with all of it, but I do understand the logic to what Trump is doing here. Do you?
No, because we don't have a right to act like this around the world. We're supposed to be a nation among nations, not a nation above nations. And they used to at least lie to us in the past and say that this is good for the world and we're spreading freedom and democracy. Now they don't even bother to lie. Now it's naked, rank, disgusting imperialism where they say, we're going to take the oil. And the point is that we're going to take the oil. We're going to take the minerals. We're going to take the precious metals. We're doing this for our corporations. We're doing it for the Epstein class, the billionaires. And this, to piggyback on what Dave Smith said, is frankly not what many of the MAGA voters thought they were signing up for. They thought America first actually meant America first. By the way, you also replaced the Maduro regime with the Maduro regime. Congratulations on that.
Well, efficiency. It took 20 years and $6 trillion to replace the Taliban with the Taliban. At least this time around, it was a one-day operation and, you know, maybe a couple hundred million.
That's a good point. That's a good. Hasan makes a good point here. We must. I guess we have to thank Elon Musk.
Some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
A couple hundred million, replace the Maduro regime with the Maduro regime. I think that's progress. I think that's progress if you think about it.
Been now a week straight of pro-regime protests. Now you have roving gangs of Venezuelan militias that are kidnapping Americans.
See, this is the limitation. Even with our boy Kyle, who is now coming on board with re-education camps. So that's wonderful. But like roving gangs of Maduro fans or the Chavistas that are armed, going door to door looking for pro-American sentiment. That's my dream. And ironically enough, I joked about saying like, this is the future Kamala Harris wants, because they were saying like the collectivos were looking for Trump supporters, going door to door looking for Trump supporters to arrest and apprehend. And I was like, fuck yeah. Okay, that's awesome. I love.
Trump is selling Venezuelan oil and then pocketing the cash. Yeah, they're putting it into a freaking offshore bank account for some reason that Donald Trump supposedly controls. It's insane. It's insanity. It's just it's pirateering. The president is now a pirate, and he's keeping the booty.
And so many liberals got mad at me for that one. They got so mad. Give it a couple years. Give it one more year until the radical white woman vanguard comes on board when they say, arm us, please. Arm us, we will be your Fedayeen. We will go door to door with weapons to make sure that everyone is sufficiently pro-woke. Okay? Armed woke Sharia. The IRGC, but for woke. A parallel security apparatus designed exclusively around the boundaries of empathy and putting the working class first. One can only dream.
International law goes back to antiquity. It's not some creation of modernity, whether we're talking about the 1700s or the 20th century.
The Geneva Conventions, the Nuremberg Tribunal, the Geneva Conventions and the Nuremberg Tribunal.
Yes, those exist, but
in the 1700s, the only really the only thing I can think of that would count as maybe like international law was like the Treaty of Versailles or something. Right? Like I'm genuinely like racking my brain on like what counts as international law at this point. Like the Treaty of Versailles, I guess, after like the 30 Years' War, when the European powers like split up territory in an attempt to end the fighting because they were running out of money.
international laws, the jus gentium goes back to antiquity. However, unfortunately, a lot of our liberal friends think history began a few decades ago.
The League of Nations was useless. It fell apart, and that's why we had the UN. That's why we had the Geneva Convention.
Right, I'm talking about millennia ago,
we looked
not
at
merely
piles of millions
but it's true.
of
Woodrow
dead
Wilson
bodies,
failed
and
with
we
the
said
League
that's
of
a bad idea.
Millennia ago. Millennia is thousands of years. He said thousands of years of international law of what, the Ice Age? What is he talking about? What international law is this fucking moron talking about?
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
of dead bodies and said, that's a bad idea. Let's not do that anymore. Let's actually have a framework and rules and laws. And Trump is blowing that up. By the way, he bombed fishing boats from Venezuela, Trinidad and Tobago, and Colombia. He just did the regime change in Venezuela. He bombed Yemen and Somalia and Nigeria and Iran. He's threatening Greenland and Panama and Canada and Cuba and Mexico. And you sit there the whole time and act like it's okay. Is there anything Trump can do, Michael Knowles, that you would say, I condemn it, and you hop off the Trump train, or are you going to tickle his taint for the rest of your life?
Tickle his taint. He didn't like that. Look at his face. He went from smiling to not smiling.
Panama, and Cuba and Mexico, and you sit there the whole time and act like it's okay. Is there anything Trump can do, Michael Knowles, that you would say, I condemn it, and you hop off the Trump train, or...
The Magna Carta wasn't even millennia ago, though. That's the thing, series. I know I was trying to... I really was, like, going through it in my head. I was like, what is this man talking about? Thousands of years ago, international law? In the year... what, 2000 PC? What? The Magna Carta was like the 1200s. I have no idea what Michael Knowles is talking about. I don't think Michael Knowles knows what Michael Knowles is talking about. The international law of thousands of years ago, millennia, eons ago, the international law of the cave.
For the rest of your life.
No, there have been plenty of Trump policies that I've criticized because he's only right about 99.8%
exactly
of the time.
Exactly,
so the first step back.
Exactly, as the Vikings. The Vikings loved international law. They respected it all the time. When they were pillaging and raping, you know, they were also simultaneously respecting the international law of the day. Which was, if you could club it, it was yours.
Such a misstep. But I would say the rest. Excuse me. I would say the rest of the
Oh my God, he did blowjob noises. Are you serious? Ain't no way. He said you're tickling his taint, and he went, Dark Woke Commander, Antifa, tickle his taint.
What's your problem? What's
my
your
problem is
criticism?
that you're a cuck and you're a hack and you're not an independent thinker and you're meat riding Trump.
Why do you
and
say
you
that?
know that what he's doing in
I just answered your
and
question.
you don't care.
I just answered your question. And I corrected
Congratulations. You rented your brain to a war criminal pedophile rapist. I hope you're happy.
A war criminal pedophile rapist? Do you brought up a
stutter?
point. You brought up international law, and you made a very
said, did I stutter? Whoo!
False point, a dumb point, which is that international law began only a few hundred years ago. I corrected you, and I pointed out that the international law is part of the Western tradition. That, excuse me one second. It goes back to antiquity. It's a principle of the jus gentium. And then you said, well, international law has failed because of the League of Nations failure, which I think is actually undermining your argument and proving my point and proving Trump's point, because the liberal internationalism that was established by people like Woodrow Wilson did in fact fail, which is why we need to restore an...
That's so dumb. This is where libs actually win the argument over dumbass Republicans, because how can you say the liberal international order failed when it literally caused the greatest American prosperity of all time? It was fake. It's fake. It's still might is right, dumb.
Yeah, but also what Michael Knowles here is saying is completely, it's just ahistorical. The jus gentium was Roman law. It was internal Roman law. It did not apply to other empires or peoples. It only applied to peoples under Roman law and rule. Therefore, it was internal law and not an example of international law. Therefore, completely and utterly irrelevant in this discussion. Here's some science for you. Write that down.
The only difference is you were telling a lie to people and you were soothing the masses with the notion that Americans were there to help. It was a much more efficient and much better manicured way of doing colonial domination without making people even realize that they were getting and the people that realized they were getting you could just kill them and depose them and kidnap them and implement puppet states in their stead.
And the ones who were talking in the masses were voiceless anyway because they were black and brown for the most part. So in that regard, if you believe in might is right, ironically enough, the liberal internationalist perspective, the NATO Atlanticists, are actually far better at making sure that there is a resilient, domineering system of enforcement than whatever kind of dumb shit.
What's interesting is we have two chatters in different chats making the exact same point right now. A point that I agree with, which is essentially that the closest thing to international law at the time that we're even talking about, it's not even clear what time we're talking about, or if, you know, like, if Michael knows what he's talking about at all. But, you know, the closest thing to international law around this time would have been church doctrine, essentially, like the Catholic Church.
Trump is doing right now, because authoritarianism, let's get back to the domestic level. Authoritarianism exists in every form of governance, okay? The government is supposed to reassert its authority. That's just what the government does, okay? We establish rules in order to make sure that there is a social cohesion, okay? We establish best practices and best rules that we could possibly design, okay? And then the government says, I am going to have the authority, I have the monopoly of violence as the state, and I'm going to enforce these rules. When you think about it from the domestic level, authoritarian governments that are more authoritarian than like neoliberal governments are in their mechanism of control actually have to be much more, actually have to listen to their base of support, because there's no pressure valve in the form of a democratic process where you vote for someone, right? So you have to be you have to put your ear to the ground. You have to listen to all of the minutia, all the demands that your public is making. Otherwise, there will be a rebellion. One example of this is the IRGC. Doesn't listen to the demands that the masses are making. And then you have hundreds of people that are, you know.
Mary, you can't see all the comments. What happened? You can see all the comments, but you have to go between all the different chats now, because we are now doing a tri-stream, a multi-stream to 3 different places. We are streaming once to Twitch, and then 2 times to YouTube. So we got the regular stream on Twitch, we got the regular stream on YouTube, and now we have a third stream, the vertical stream, which shows up in YouTube Shorts recommendations. So now people can find us in all sorts of places. We got like 100 people between all 3 streams right now watching this.
People that are taken up to the streets with arms and they're shooting at the security officers, and then you're killing 2,000 people, 3,000 people. That's what happens when you are a more authoritarian country. And the same goes for the international order. If you actually maintain a system that makes it seem as though other countries are sovereign, while you're the one who's dominating them through these covert initiatives, whether it be NATO or whether it be the IMF or World Bank, then even if countries actually get upset or get offended, you can still lie to them and say, oh, you just didn't try hard enough. Oh, you just have inefficiencies in your developmentary process. And that's the reason why you haven't been able to control your own resources or control your own destiny and maintain sovereignty. When you run around saying, we got the biggest dick, eat our cock right now, we got the biggest dick, I want your oil, I'm gonna fuck your oil with my dick, my dick is so hard, I'm gonna fuck the oil right now. There's no more argument, there's no more marketing, there's no more lying about a less authoritarian mechanism of control. This was the success of liberalism, and now that the endless greed due to capitalism is worsening the contradictions, and liberalism is failing because liberals are the defenders of capitalism around the globe, Trump is moving into the old 17th century siege mentality. And
yeah, it's not a good mentality to be in. Especially at this time, we need more global cooperation, not the opposite. That's not how you achieve peace, by the way. The man who's claiming to want peace should not have that kind of mentality. I think we all inherently understand that. Of course, I don't think Donald Trump actually wants peace. Let's be real. Donald Trump does not give one shit about actual peace. What he cares about is the Nobel Peace Prize. Because he feels like he deserves it. Right? Like, that is something that he thinks he deserves. Like, he genuinely feels entitled to the Nobel Peace Prize. Imagine being that entitled, like walking around in life thinking you deserve the Nobel Peace Prize. Out of 8 billion people on the planet, you're the guy and or gal who deserves it. And that you're not just telling yourself that all the time, you're telling everybody else that you deserve it. It's insane. That is the actions of a fucking deluded megalomaniac. Dark Sparkle. Puppy treat. We're like incoming. Okay. Well, we're going to move on from this whole situation over here at the Piers Morgan Uncensored show. Talking about some of the hosts of the TYT. Cenk Uygur, Anna Kasparian. Let's start with Cenk. What Cenk's been up to. Now, it wasn't a live stream. Like, it's pre-recorded. I think all of the IHIP podcasts are pre-recorded. I was watching the premiere of this thing on the Galactic News Network account. I don't know if the live chat is still good, but somewhere in there I was like, this was not a good idea. Like, to some effect. I was basically like, hey, maybe you shouldn't do this. I don't think you want to associate yourselves with Cenk. You know, I didn't go into too much detail or anything like that. But I'm just thinking to myself, man, I've been using these ladies' vids, and if they start going in that direction, we're gonna have to cut them off. And like, you know, like even like a hint of going in that direction is toxic as fuck in this space. All right, let's go to the Vanguard. I figured we're going to... today, it's the weekend. I'm trying to take it a little easy. It's been a stressful week for me, personally. And so watching some of these things vicariously through others, rather than having to watch the whole thing myself, can be painful. Perhaps you can understand that, chat. Perhaps you're doing that right now as we speak. I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud here. The Vanguard. 3 days ago, Cenk Uygur called out by the IHIP audience and shut down by Jennifer Welch over MTG ratings.
Marjorie Taylor Greene is still on some crack, and she's still on some Iron Age crazy Christian crack. But she doesn't care to protect young LGBTQ plus American children. And she still has very offensive postings outside of her office. There are
You know who else doesn't? You know who else doesn't care to protect young transgender children? Or any transgender people for that matter? This guy right here. Sorry, I'm gonna skip ahead. I'm sorry. I forgot that they always do the recaps at the beginning of these things. I don't want them to give away too much of what goes on during this discussion.
To Gin and Palms, big fans of
Here
the
we
I've Had
go.
It
Zach and
podcast
Gav.
over here. And ultimately, I think this is more of a fun story than anything,
Gav
in
and
my
Zach.
opinion. I don't actually have any beef with Gin and Palms for inviting Cenk Uygur on the show. I mean, sure, obviously, if we had Cenk on our show, we would ask a different set of questions. We might have a few more tough questions for Cenk, obviously, given the history and the nature of our commentary on the subject matters. But just to be totally honest, cards on the table, despite everything we're going to talk about as it relates to Cenk Uygur and some of these comments that were left under the I've Had It podcast video, I really don't blame them for having Cenk Uygur on the show. You know,
Yeah, and I think I'm generally on that page with the Vanguard boys. Dark Sparkle, you think they just genuinely didn't know Cenk took a sharp right turn in the last couple of years? I mean, I think that's entirely possible. I think it's also entirely possible that they aren't even that aware of TYT. But one thing that, like, you know what I mean? Like, a couple of liberal wine moms, it's not clear to me how long they've actually been, like, watching independent, leftist, progressive content. But I guess my one thing that I would say is that since they now are a podcast and they are in the leftist, progressive, adjacent, whatever you want to call it, audience, or on YouTube, like they got to be more like online brained. Like, they gotta be more online brained. I know it sucks, but you gotta know who it is you're dealing with and how they're perceived by the broader internet. And Cenk Uygur,
understand why they would have him on, given all the other prominent progressive hosts and commentators they've had on. But I do think it's interesting and very telling and quite satisfying to see the reaction from the comment section and to see the fact that some people have been paying attention to our reporting on the Young Turks and all of the kind of scammy behavior from Cenk himself. So Zach, do you want to take a look at some of these comments here and just see what people are saying in
hey, I'll be
the
right
wake
back,
of
chat.
this appearance?
Yeah, absolutely. And I will say, I do feel bad for the I've Had a Podcast ladies because they had no idea what was coming when they accidentally booked Cenk Uygur. And yeah, Gavin, to your point, it does show that people are taking notice of the exposing that, our shows and shows like us have been doing.
Yeah, 100%. And I think some of that came from the fact that they titled this episode Billionaire Ass Kissers. And a lot of people said, well, maybe Cenk, maybe you should have asked Cenk about his billionaire ass kissing and money taking and corporate sponsoring and yada, 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 selling different scams on his audience like Noble Mobile and all this kind of crap. But
JD Vance's Medicare advisory company with Vivek Ramaswamy.
Yep. So, here's a top comment saying, please ask Cenk about his Peter Thiel Polymarket money. Someone says, I wonder if they will address these comments. I hope so we can trust. And again, that's in reference to a lot of the comments that were sort of questioning why they didn't push back more on Cenk or ask him about some of the corporate sponsorships, the union busting, the firing of employees like Francesca and other progressives, et cetera, et cetera. But, here's someone saying Cenk's channel is sponsored by Polymarket. Tell them again why you're not a billionaire bootlicker when Peter Thiel signs your paychecks. Obviously, in case anyone's not familiar, Cenk's channel is I don't think it's currently still taking any Polymarket money. They don't currently refer to their studio as the Polymarket studio. But for about 2 months or so leading up to the election, last election, November 2025, they had this Polymarket sponsorship, and they were quite literally calling their studio the Polymarket studio after taking a shit ton of money from the company Polymarket, who, by the way, helped Donald Trump win that election. Just saying. That's kind of the whole purpose of why Polymarket was thrust on the public, was to make it look like Donald Trump had this massive fucking lead and it's inevitable. That's a widely known fact.
In addition to that, they also massively participated in the enshittification of our entire life by allowing gambling to take over. It used to be totally illegal to gamble on whether or not an election was going to break one way or another. It used to be illegal to bet on things that you could.
Oh, shit. Yeah, all right, I am back. And I was listening to this and totally forgot to turn my camera back on. Honestly, me personally, those two things that they are complaining about are not my main concern, not my main complaints when it comes to Polymarket, right? When it comes to TYT taking that money. Do I find it to be problematic, all those things? 100%. But my main objection to TYT taking money from Polymarket is that they, for years, claimed to be independent, progressive media. That's the opposite of independent. Taking a boatload of cash to rename your fucking studio for some capitalists looking to start a gambling website. That to me, I mean, wild departure from the claims that they made for so long. That, it's just, that to me is such a betrayal, among other things that Cenk's done. But that one really, to me, that aspect of it I found to be just reprehensible. Real betrayal of everything that he supposedly stood for.
A bookie to keep reasonably neutral, right? So the idea of what's going to be the most Googled thing tomorrow, that's something that somebody's going to be able to.
What I wonder to myself is all the people who contributed to TYT over the years before they did that, I wonder if before donating every time somebody super chatted or or sent gifted memberships or whatever, or got a TYT membership or whatever else, watch that show. I wonder if those people would have continued watching, continued supporting if every time that they donated, they've been asked, hey, do you mind if later on down the road, instead of just doing our, like producing the show based upon your donations and you're watching the show, instead we take like a boatload of cash from some very dubious and like possibly problematic people? Would that be okay with you? It's like, I feel like a bunch of those people have been like, actually, you know what, I'm good. I think I'll donate somewhere
Very
else.
easily get insider information on, and there's no way to regulate them against anonymously betting on it, okay? So that's not a good thing to have wagers on. We used to have a lot of laws against that, and then people like Peter.
They totally showed, they went mask off long ago. Okay, yeah, no, absolutely. I'm not disagreeing with you. Somebody else is saying that, it was like a couple of years back, specifically in terms of time-wise. Like, honestly, the fact is like I was saying, like, I don't know where you're jumping in from this conversation. Unfortunately, I'm having to look at all three different chats. But, like, I'm not saying I'm just finding out about this. I hope that much is clear. I've known about this for a long time. I abandoned TYT many years ago. But not everybody did. And I'm talking about, like, way back in the day. Because, I mean, I found TYT more than 10 years ago, right? Before before the 2016 election, years before the 2016 election. In fact, I think 2013, maybe even. Honestly, like, I used to watch TYT way back in the fucking day, 2014, maybe. But like, yeah. And I thought they were sort of weird, but then they started doing like cop stuff, like Cop Watch. I think it was like 2015, 2016. That's where I really started watching them. But yeah, I mean, I abandoned my belief in TYT long ago.
Teal and his lobbyists basically manipulated lawmakers to allow them to exploit loopholes in the laws so that you would buy shares of these bets and wagers, and it would basically allow them to get around existing laws, as Silicon Valley does so well, to the exploitation of the people participating. That's why you've seen a thunderous rise in not just Polymarket, but a bunch of knockoffs like it, like Kalshi as well.
Also, like Emma Vigland on the Majority Report, like I remember like her doing like on the ground reporting. I always found that I always found her to be a very compelling person. I was really glad when Sam picked her up. I wasn't sure what the dynamic would be like, honestly. I mean, I was such a dedicated Majority Report watcher. It was tough to lose Michael, but like getting her, like I felt like she was one of the good ones from over there at TYT. I thought that was nice. But like that was one of the other things that I liked from TYT from back in the day. It was like her on the ground reporting is the sort of thing that I felt like independent media was lacking at the time, which is now kind of being taken up by a different former TYT guy, Jordan. I think
and right here, you exploit or call him as you see him, con man. That's exactly what Cenk Uygur is. I think it's totally fair in 2026 to identify him as such, as a con man, particularly because of the fact that he's literally backtracked his position on Medicare for All. We can document it. We have documented it. Go back to Cenk Uygur.
Oh yeah, these boys have been documenting this for a long time. Also, Glass Britches, thank you for the follow on Twitch. I almost missed you there.
10 years ago, he was constantly talking about Medicare for All. Now he supports a public option if you force him. But even on his website now, for all of his super PACs that he's grifting off of, it just says, negotiating collectively over big pharma prices. I mean, it's really, really fallen a long way. And that's in correlation with him taking money from J.D. Vance's and Vivek Ramaswamy's Medicare advisory company. So obviously he doesn't want everybody to get Medicare for All anymore.
Yeah, and if we go down here, someone points out that Cenk was just dragging Mamdani weeks before the election, but apparently has something nice to say about Nick Fuentes. I can't with the leftists perpetually crawling rightward in a center to a center when the right shifts further and further towards fascism. We have to call a spade a spade. Here's someone that says, I love what you ladies do, but there's no way I'm watching a video of Cenk that is anything less than highly critical. I imagine that comrade is a fan of the van.
And this is a massively upvoted comment down here. Some of them down here are really massively upvoted. If we scroll back, I used to be a paid subscriber to TYT 2 years ago, and I completely cut them off because of their centrist shift. And I just want to remind everybody, right? Maybe you come across this and you're like, oh, I love that. I've had it podcast, ladies. Like, you know, I'd never heard of Cenk. He says he runs the biggest, oldest progressive network on YouTube. You might be like, what's so bad about this guy? He seemed to say a lot of nice things, even if he was, you know, a little abrasive. This was Cenk after the election, guys. This was Cenk after Donald Trump got reelected and came into office the second time. He said, I've been trying to figure out why I'm more optimistic now than I was before the election. Even though I was so against the guy who won, I know now MAGA is not my mortal enemy, and neither is the extreme left. My mortal enemy is the establishment, and they have been defeated. And then he went on to talk about how Donald Trump is not a fascist and how he was willing to collaborate with MAGA.
Seriously, dude. Cenk is so lost over there. Guy needs help. A guy needs serious help. MAGA is not my mortal enemy. And then, of course, around the same time, like days later, he went on to congratulate Charlie Kirk and the entire Trump crowd. Remember that? Oh, it feels like so long ago. Minority Report, good movie. Yep, true that.
And he would tweet doggedly at Elon Musk to talk about how he wanted to help with Doge. And he basically validated and participated in the laundering of Donald Trump during the last portion of Joe Biden's administration and into the early portions of the Donald Trump 2.0 term. He belittled Francesca Fiorentini on air for talking about how Donald Trump was not just going to put criminals in concentration camps and abduct them off the streets, but innocent people. She warned that nobody would be safe, and he humiliated her, and he fired her, even though he couldn't fire her on air because she was willing to stand up to his bullshit and talk about his lies. All kinds of things have gone down in the background since then. And Cenk basically rolled out the carpet for all of the Donald Trump grifting. So if we seem like, or the comment section seems like they're particularly anti-Cenk, it's because he participated in a ton of very pro-Donald Trump content making, and he viciously antagonized all of the people who, like Jennifer and Pumps, did such a good job of warning how evil Donald Trump would be.
Yeah, and in addition to that post you put up on screen on X, he also kept talking about on the main show how, you know, he'd rather be out in the populist woods than trapped in the establishment prison that was represented by Kamala Harris and the Democratic Party. Again, basically saying that it's low-key better if MAGA wins because...
It's like totally better, dude. Oh my fucking God. What a sad, sad man. And honestly, he has alienated so many people, like myself, a former TYT viewer, well before I ever started my own podcast, whatever you want to call this goddamn stream. And I honestly, there are times where I feel bad for the people still at TYT who are still stuck there. I don't know what the contracts are like over there, and I assume they've evolved over the years. But like what happened with... I mean, there's so many people that wound up getting, like, either getting fired or leaving because they felt like the place was no longer welcoming to them or was heading in the wrong direction.
Not the establishment. Kamala and Biden, they're the establishment. Trump is a populist. He's an outsider. You know, just total idiotic logic. But yeah, these comments continue. WTF, Cenk is a proud capitalist. He's pretending to be a progressive here, but now he's a populist, quote unquote. Come on, ladies. I loved you both, but you missed the mark with this one. He's been bought by Peter Thiel. And this one says, wait, this title is fitting given how TYT is sponsored.
You don't disagree with Cenk there? The establishment really is the problem, but Trump is too big of a pussy to do anything about it. Yeah, and so is Cenk. Cenk is doing fuck all to actually solve it. That's the other thing, is that Cenk is, you know, while he might know certain words, what words to say at certain times, depending on who he's talking to, like, what is Cenk doing to actually, he's embracing those people. He's taking money from people like Peter Thiel. And what, I mean, sure, Peter Thiel's not in government, but you don't think, you know, the establishment people in government are taking money from Peter Thiel, just like Cenk is. He's the establishment now.
By Peter Thiel's Poly Market. So pretty funny stuff. It seems like a lot of people, were upset about this. We're pretty pissed off.
These two highly upvoted. Polymarket's valuation is approximately $9 billion. Same company that sponsors TYT. Wait, is Cenk the guest or the subject of this episode about billionaire ass kissers? Hilarious.
Seriously.
100%.
No, but seriously, that's actually what my thought was when I first looked at this. When I first looked at the thumbnail, I literally thought this thought. Like, this person is in my brain. Mr. Bozbake is literally in my... I looked at the thumbnail, and for a second I thought to myself, wait, what is happening? I couldn't figure out... I could not figure out whether or not it was about Cenk or if it was with Cenk. It was very strange. It's like an out-of-body experience. Logan Hill with a sweet super chat on YouTube. Thank you very much. I'm behind, but you have to watch these 2 seasons of The Unsleeping City. A beautiful collectivist story. I cried more than once. Another TTRPG fan. Glad you're on board. In Orbit, Mulligan is the best. Thank you, Logan. What are you watching, at 2X or something? There's like a bunch of people on YouTube who watch the stream. I hear like Nadia watches it like 2.5X or something. People are crazy for your galactic content. Also, thank you for the dono. It's very much appreciated. Also, when you hear this, since I'm assuming you're not hearing these words right now, later, actually, now that I think about it, I may have seen The Unsleeping City. Was that? I'm trying to remember. It's possible I've seen parts of that. But if you can send me like a link in the Discord, if you're in the Discord, it's a good place to be, of course, if you're a Galactic News Network enjoyer. And send me a link to it in there, so I can be sure.
I was not expecting this many negative comments about Cenk. I almost feel bad for Jin and Pumps, who didn't really know what they were walking into with this one. I guess not that it's going to ultimately impact their channel at all. Their recent videos have been doing fantastic. They've been getting tons of views, way more than TYT, to be completely honest. But yeah, I mean, a lot of people seem to not have forgotten nor forgiven what Cenk and Anna were up to right before and right after the re-election of Donald Trump. Obviously, their cringy comments continue, but that was the real concentration of the manufacturing consent that we saw for the Trump agenda that was so disgusting. As much as they want to backtrack, there's no taking that away. As Zach put up on screen, Donald Trump was literally celebrating the defeat of the establishment after Donald Trump was re-elected. So here's some more. I assume.
Yeah, the comment section is not happy. The comment section was not. And honestly, I was in the live chat during the premiere of this video. The live chat in the premiere was also not happy. A lot of people were very disturbed by the fact that they would have Cenk on. It's not clear that they knew what they were getting themselves into. Not clear at all. Oh, also, I want to say thank you to Sammy, who donated over on PayPal. Congrats on 100 viewers. Yeah, 100 viewers across platforms, not bad. Honestly, we've had, and since coming back to YouTube, we have been seeing some pretty darn good numbers. There was another stream where we had like 250 viewers across all 3 platforms. Shorts was on fire. We had like 10,000 views or something that day on that one like the vertical stream. I think it was just it was on fire. It's out of control. You gotta remember to add that to the galactic deficit financing goal. Can't forget that. That would be irresponsible. There we go. We're making progress over there. We's making progress over there, folks. Beautiful. Jess, new viewer, here's a couple bucks. Well, thank you, Jess. Much appreciated. You just found us, and here you are donating. Incredibly generous. You've barely had an opportunity to enjoy the stream. And yet here you are. Incredible. Okay, I'm just going to skip ahead a little bit on this Vanguard situation.
Entire studio, the Polymarket studio, as they embraced a right-wing pivot to boot, as they turned their back on Medicare for all as a pillar of their show, as they immediately started to embrace anti-homelessness talking points, pro-ICE talking points, pro-MAGA talking points across the board, taking issue with anybody on the left who dared to stand up proudly and assertively against Donald Trump and say, oh, you just have Donald Trump derangement syndrome.
PDS, very nasty case of it, I hear. It's contagious. You stopped my doom scrolling? I'm glad. I'm glad I could stop your doom scrolling. Although you've stopped your doom scrolling by finding your way to a doom stream. I mean, right now it's not very doom heavy at this moment in the stream because I'm trying to make the weekend more fun because of how doomerific the last week has been. But honestly, this is not necessarily representative of what we do here all the time. This is more fun than usual. Not gonna lie. I feel like we get like on it like today. It's almost like a Sunday fun day. I promised an extra fun weekend to the chat yesterday, and I've decided to follow through on that. I'm not gonna lie. We're gonna come to some more doomerific moments in the near future after this TYT related discussion.
Basically repeating right-wing propaganda as he continued to have on people like Marjorie Taylor Greene, as he broke bread with Charlie Kirk before he got killed. I mean, it's insane.
Yeah, 100%. Couldn't have said it better myself. Do you want to take a look at this Marjorie Taylor Greene clip? Because I actually did not catch this one. I'm excited to hear the pushback that you say they offer up.
Yeah, so it's not like it's a like super contentious debate, but I did catch a glimpse of this on Twitter yesterday.
Once you get yourself off of that drug, you go, oh wait, what did the voters want?
Oh, he's talking about hating the right wing. The drug is hating the right wing.
The voters want us to represent them. Durr, right? Like I called up Marjorie Taylor Greene and asked her to join Ro Khanna's bill on lowering drug prices. She went and analyzed it, came back to me a week later and said, yeah, I'm in. I'm co-sponsored. We've got to get him off the crack. The crack is corporate and foreign government money. So why would you vote for someone on crack, right?
I have to jump
driven by
in.
the drug, not by you.
Marjorie Taylor Greene is still
Get in
on
there,
some crack,
Jennifer.
and she's still on some Iron Age crazy Christian crack. And where we live, and all through the Bible Belt South, you have a combination of people that are high on capitalism and high on Jesus. And it is a cancer, and it is spread through these mega churches. And I appreciate that Marjorie Taylor Greene sees some light about Israel and that she cares to protect Palestinian children, but she doesn't care to protect young LGBTQ plus American children. And she still has very offensive.
Yeah, and I would also like to point out that, like Nick Fuentes, Marjorie Taylor Greene arrives at her anti-Israel position not by the right means. She gets there in a way I'd prefer she didn't.
Postings outside of her office, there are only two genders. And let me tell you something, as a woman from Oklahoma City, I have a couple of friends that have trans children. This is painful. Nobody in their right fucking mind wakes up in rural Oklahoma and says, you know what? I want to fuck with everybody today. I'm going to say I'm a different gender. I'm going to get everybody to call me demonic. I'm going to fuck with the,
Exactly, Dark Sparkle. She gives zero shits about Palestinians. She's an anti-Semite and a nationalist, and to some degree, maybe slightly an anti-interventionist. Although I'm not sure that she could even spell that. I don't think she's pro-Palestinian. I think that's being too generous to her. Not gonna lie. But I think she's also trying to. I think Jennifer's in this moment where she's trying to thread the needle here. Like, she's got a guest on here, and he's saying some things that she doesn't agree with. So, I think she's trying to find a way to speak to him.
I'm going to go play some D1 sport and all this bullshit. It is a very painful process surrounded by the most judgmental, righteous, obnoxious, hateful Christians. White evangelicals are what I'm talking about. And it is horrific. So I appreciate part of Marjorie Taylor Greene's journey, but I don't buy all of it because I think you have to link human rights. They're all linked. Universal human rights. It's
Exactly.
why I stand up against. I'm
Absolutely.
embarrassed.
Absolutely. Jennifer's 100% on point. And like, this is why we haven't given Marjorie really any airtime on this channel since she quit. Like, of course we covered her quitting. That was huge. We thought, we had to cover that. But really, ever since then, I'm the CNN fawning over her and bringing her on, all these other people. I don't give a fuck. Has everyone forgotten like the last however many years she's been in the public eye? This woman is deranged. Like, I don't see how people who can flip that quickly are not actually ideological, right? They're just political operatives who have no interest in, I don't know, say promoting leftist ideology, in my opinion. You can't be making bedfellows, making these kinds of compromises with the devil, if you will.
My past ambient Islamophobia, it shames me, but I've evolved as a person, both morally and politically. And I have to value against, fighting against Islamophobia, fighting against anti-Semitism, fighting against transphobia, fighting against homophobia. And if somebody says, oh, you Democrats are too into these culture wars, I would be like, you know what? Fuck you. This is a free country. If you can throw a trans person under the bus and you feel good about it, fuck you, go live somewhere else, because it's not your business if somebody is trans or not. When we were growing up, we're all around the same age. How much did we say all the time? Well, it's a free country. Yeah. Well, nobody says that shit anymore because everybody's all up in everybody's business. If we have an economic
That's
message.
such a great framing too. I love the way she talks about trans issues through a lens of freedom and liberty, and goddamn, this is America. People can do whatever the fuck they want, specifically in their personal lives. Stay the fuck out of my business. Stay the fuck out of my bedroom. What the hell is going on? Beautifully put, so powerfully articulated. And, some people in the comments were saying they didn't push back on Cenk enough. That might have been the case. But I thought that in that moment, that was brilliant pushback to him trying to rope in Marjorie Taylor Greene once again. Oh, she's an...
I think it was expertly played by her. I do like Jennifer. There's times where I think, honestly, there are times where I struggle to watch their stuff because, but it's just because it's mostly time related. It's mostly, and they oftentimes they talk about multiple different topics during stuff, and because of my job of curating content, news-based content here on a daily basis, there's times where I'm God, I can't do this today. I can't. Are you sensing hate in her voice every time she says the word Christian? Glass britches. I don't know if it's hate, but I know that she has. She's certainly disdainful of a lot of the people that she's grown up around in the Bible Belt of Oklahoma. Apparently, she's talked about it on numerous occasions on her podcast. That she grew up around a bunch of very hateful Christians in her area of Oklahoma. People who made her life and other people's lives living hells. Just for wanting to be themselves. All right. Oh, damn. I was so ready. I was ready to go to this next one. I was like, it's the time. Now is the time. Now is the time, is what I was saying to myself. I was was ready to move on to this next video talking about Anna Kasparian. Unfortunately, we can't talk about Anna because we have to take another break. Yeah, if you look at the time, or more specifically at how long we've been streaming for. It has been 4.5 hours, which means we have to take another galactic intermission. But we will be right back after these brief messages. All right, everybody. I hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and subscribe on YouTube. Hit that bell icon too so you get the latest notifications so that you do not miss a single episode of this spacecast. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there available for you to show your support. Things like super chats and super stickers and memberships, gifted memberships over there on YouTube. You have bits and power-ups and subs, gifted subs, prime subs over on Twitch. Cash App and PayPal if you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Amazon and or Google. But of course, the very best way to get the most base benefits for your Earth dollars, well, that is of course Patreon, where for the low price of $3 a month you can get access to a cornucopia of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Things like an avatar on one of the break screens, like the pool, the bar, the lake or the street. That's not all though. Get a shout out at the end of every show. Secret Discord channel inside of the Discord server. That's right. Did you know that there's conversations happening right now in the Galactic Discord server that you're not seeing if you're not a patron? That's right. Secret Discord channel. That's not all though. Content as well. Also unavailable to others. It's really, I mean, for $3 a month, I mean, can you even ask for more? I think not. Anyway, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, everybody. We are back. Time for us to start the fourth half of the stream, so hopefully you've gotten a drink, a snack, and are prepared for the Galactic stream to be back. All right, folks, we are back. Spacecast, fourth half, engaged. And we've already gotten through a fair amount of the stream. I have a slightly shorter list today because I have some slightly longer form videos that I wanted to get through, as well as the fact that I didn't fall asleep until like, I don't even know what time did I fall asleep. I think it was almost noon. I can't be sure. I was in bed. I didn't get into bed until very late in the morning after doing a very long stream last night. Was it 10, 11 hours we did? It was a very long stream last night. So it was a struggle getting everything together here today. Not gonna lie. Let's move from Cenk Uygur to his co-host. Long-time co-host, Anna Kasparian, who has apparently come to the realization that it's possible that she may have been wrong about some stuff. It's fascinating. It's fascinating. Who better to help us unpack all of this than her former co-host, I believe, at one point, right? Or co-contributor, Francesca Fiorentini. Whoopsies, I didn't do that.
By the way, guys, I was so wrong. I'm sorry. I feel guilt every single day that I didn't see this coming.
Political commentator Anna Kasparian of the progressive network The Young Turks, who famously a few years ago declared herself politically unaligned and spent the run-up to the 2024 election and most of 2025 gracing right-wing shows, not to challenge but to find common ground with them, the ground right over the bodies of trans people.
Is it bad that I don't want to see a dick in the women's locker room? Is that bad?
No. Anna is now having a bit of a come to Jesus moment and apologizing for not seeing all of the fascism coming and not rightfully calling Trump a fascist.
By the way, guys, I was so wrong. I knew Trump was going to be bad. I didn't like, just because, when I hear the word fascist, I think of...
Let's be really real. She didn't like trans people and homeless people, and Anna was like, maybe I'm a Republican. They're making boatloads of money over there. Maybe I should just, shill somewhere else.
Fascism is a specific ideology. So when Cenk and I got into that debate about whether or not Trump is fascist leading up to the election, notion of a fascist. Because look, if we're just gonna use fascist toward anyone we dislike, all right, then the word doesn't actually mean anything.
Okay, what do you want me to say, Anna? You want me to say wannabe dictator,
Sure, you can say want to be dictator, but I don't even think he wants to be a dictator.
Of course he does. That's what you do when you lose an election and you go, oh, I got fake electors and I'd like to terminate the Constitution and bring out the tanks and use martial law against American citizens and shoot protesters. I mean, if that's not fascist, then I guess the word just shouldn't exist.
But was he able to do those things?
Oh God! Wow, rare Cenk W over here against Anna. Oh my God! Oh, Anna. Oh,
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
But was he able to do those things? There wasn't evidence to suggest that he has or believes in a fascist ideology. I've seen now multiple videos of innocent people who are they're not obstructing, they're not getting involved, they're doing nothing other than standing kind of like away off to the side and filming ICE as they're, raining terror on people. And the ICE agents walk up to them and literally knock them to the ground. American citizens. I'm sorry. I feel guilt every single day that I didn't see this coming. I'm such an idiot.
Yes.
Air.
Yes. Yes, Anna, as it turns out, you are an idiot.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
I feel guilt every single day that I didn't see this coming. I'm such an idiot.
Ergo, he is a fascist. Sorry, you forgot to finish your thought there, but otherwise, beautifully said, especially.
I don't know about you, but I kind of want that. Am I the only one? I mean, am I the only one that wants that sound shot? I feel like it needs to be a sound shot.
I'm sorry. I feel guilt every single day that I didn't see this.
Wait, sorry. I thought I was already recording. No, wait. Please hold. What is happening? Why are you taking so long to load? Don't be a dick. Just record. There you go. That's your job.
Citizens.
That's your only job.
I'm sorry. I feel guilt every single day that I didn't see this coming. I'm such an idiot.
Ergo, he is a fascist. Sorry, you forgot to finish your thought there, but otherwise, beautifully said, especially that last part.
I'm such an idiot.
Now, credit where credit is due. It takes guts to admit when you are wrong. But as someone who was booted from the TYT network for pointing out colorfully that coddling the right was no way to advance democracy or human rights. What are you doing? What are you doing?
I'm in front of vulnerable communities. I'm the most endangered, Frankie.
By tweeting at Elon Musk? Please don't help me. I find myself a little peeved and quite unsatisfied. And at the risk of making this egomaniac retreat on her own words, she after all has been known to shape her beliefs based on what commentary is made about her, I do think it's important to ask, how did you not see this coming? See, back in the heady days of 2024 and 2025, when TYT wasn't quite sure when the next Peter Thiel-funded Polymarket check was going to cash.
Live from the Polymarket Studios. What is this? Well, we got a new sponsor, Polymarket.
Anna spent a lot of time soft-pedaling Trump, a fake populist who had already very much enjoyed 4 years in office, 2 impeachments, and 1 violent insurrection to overturn the 2020 election, to say nothing of Charlottesville, the Serengeti of white nationalist militias who killed Heather Heyer in cold blood. And also, never forget the defining feature of fascism is corporate power. And in Trump's first term, he gave the rich a massive tax break that added $1.9 trillion to our debt. But other than all of that, how would we know that Trump was going to be fascist in his second term? It's not like there was some playbook, with some ominous name like Project 2025 written by a bunch of Trump and Vance besties that spelled it all out.
Trump has very aggressively disavowed Project 2025. There are portions of Project 2025, namely on immigration policy, that Trump does agree with, and he campaigns heavily on. But associating it with the Trump campaign.
Clearly Francesca's more tuned into what's happening at TYT than I am, and I can understand why she would be. When I heard this, I was like, are you shitting me? Are you shitting me? She was really back in July of last year. She was like, Trump said he doesn't even know what it is. Is that a joke? Is that a fucking joke? Trump said that he doesn't even know what it is. So, Trump has said a lot of things. Most of them have been lies. I mean, before this term, like up until 2024, everything Trump had said at that point. And Anna would be the person to fucking know that. Like, she knows that he's a liar. How could you come to his defense like this? Just because he said it? Oh, I guess we should just take everything Donald Trump said. I guess we should, I mean, honestly, like at this point, I guess we should assume that we should all accept that Renee Good was in fact a domestic terrorist. You know? And maybe Anna's wrong. Maybe it's not fascist. Maybe it's actually totally fine that Trump is and the ICE is murdering people in the streets. I mean, because Trump is saying it. Are we to believe anything different? How could we? He said it with his mouth. His brain thought thoughts, and then his mouth said words.
Some former Trump administration officials are now part of the Heritage Foundation, I think is a little bit unfair. Well, there's a lot that he doesn't agree with that's in that document and said that he won't actually pursue. And are we going to pretend like Trump read a 900-page document?
Yeah, that was a real excuse that Trump can't read. Well, guess what? Neither can the ICE Gestapo, but that's not stopping them from murdering people in the streets. The one time Anna chose to believe Trump, to hear what she wanted to hear, to soothe the mean comments online, she was deafeningly wrong. Project 2025 was the playbook. It did call for everything we're seeing right now. Massive expansion of ICE funding, mandatory detention of all immigrants, a massive buildup of 100,000 new beds to house those immigrants, and an elimination of programs like TPS and punishing any state that doesn't comply with the above.
Right to jail, right away.
Check. But was that okay with her so long as they were doing it to undocumented people? Because did anyone else notice that part of the apology?
And the ICE agents walk up to them and literally knock them to the ground. American citizens. American citizens.
Oh.
Yeah. Project 2025 also spent a Kasparian amount of time on trans people, obsessed with there only being two genders. And yes, by executive order, there are now only two genders. And gender ideology, as it's called, is being criminalized. And oh cute, illegal. The feds are now investigating schools for possible trans athletes. But I digress. Trump 2.0 has also ingratiated himself with billionaires of every industry, let the richest man on earth hollow out the government and then redirect funds to himself. And oh yeah, they passed the big fugly bill enshrining those 2017 tax cuts permanently. Textbook fascism.
It's almost like Anna was wrong about absolutely everything. It's very strange. Very strange to me. Crix, thank you for the follow on Twitch. Almost said Twitter. We don't live stream to Twitter, last time I checked. Although we did one time. A couple times. It's not exactly the place for me, I don't think. Is it a redolent thought emote in there? I think I see a redolent thought emote in there. Can't tell. The screen's too far. I think that's what that is. A redolent viewers found the Galactic stream all on their own. Good job, Chris. I've actually appeared on Redolent Thought stream on a multitude of occasions. I think like 3 times now. Done some collabs over there. Which is weird. Because technically I haven't done any YouTube collabs. But I've done multiple on Twitch. It's strange. It's very strange. Is she still doing the her take thing with the Wii Fit lady? Didn't she quit? Oh, wait, no, the Wii Fit lady quit, right? Or wait, yeah, no, somebody quit. I can't remember now. The her take situation was such a fucking debacle. I can't, I'm struggling to remember who. I think she's still there. Hanging out with all of her right-wing pals. I don't know how long that's going to last if she's decided that actually Trump is a fascist. That's going to be awkward. It's going to be a weird time over there at the PBD compound. It's going to be a real weird time over there. Jillian Michaels quit. The show has fallen off. Yeah, that makes sense. You saw me there and liked your takes? Oh, well, great. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that. I do have takes sometimes. I don't know how good they are, but I have them. All right, where are we going next? That's my question right now. I'm trying to debate what we keep in this show and what I move over to tomorrow's show. Mostly because I'm kind of trying to keep this under 8 hours tonight. Like, hands down, under 8. Yesterday, we went super long. It was like 11 hours. I'm still kind of, I'm not going to lie. Even I got too much sleep and I'm somehow, like, still, like, exhausted. Probably because I haven't eaten all day. Because I woke up and immediately just got ready for the stream and didn't get food. And have no groceries right now. It's really all my fault. Really, all of these problems are my fault. And I accept that. But as a result, I'm having to come up with a way to solve that. I am going to skip this next section I had for us, I'm afraid. We're going to talk AI tomorrow, though, I think. During Sunday Fun Day. I know that sounds fun, yes. Oh. AI, you say? That does sound fun. What could be more fun? How about data centers? Does that sound fun? Wait, who did I collab with? Redolin Thought. I appeared on his stream a few times. A few times I've gone on there with a bunch of different people. Ali Problemas. I think, who was on there? Sad Girl? Or was it Neurodetergent as well? I can't remember. There was a bunch of people on there that I, that was like, and so many people now. I'm struggling with Kai. Somebody named Kai, I think. Another guy, a bunch of people that were on there. It was like we were like doing it's like a talk show almost. The way he's set it all up. It's kind of it was a fun time. You think you know Ali Problemas? Yeah, I haven't had a chance to watch a lot of her stream. Like, I follow her now, but, like, I don't know what her schedule is. Can I get a DoorDash type thing? I would if I wasn't, like, pinching every penny right now. That would be, yeah, believe me. That would be the option. If and when the Galactic stream ever gets to the point that I can afford DoorDash, it'll probably happen at one or another point where I've done this to myself and I haven't eaten. I'm in the middle of an 8-hour stream. And it would probably solve a lot of these problems that I'm having. Or I guess, technically, at that point, I could be smart enough and like getting ahead of the keep groceries in the house. If I could keep groceries in the house, and by house I mean the apartment on Earth and or on the space station up in low Earth orbit, but the problem is, buying it. Buying it and buying enough food that doesn't just disappear shortly afterwards. But as a result of my budgeting, I have been trying my best to make food myself rather than buying it because it's so much more expensive. I feel like buying already prepared food these days is just wild. Like, it's become so unattainable in such a short time. You think you know Ali Problemas? She was on Letterhack stream once? Really? Interesting. Does she have a YouTube? I only follow her on Twitch. Orb Rumor with another super chat, super sticker. Thank you. Very cool. Look at that bear. That's one cool bear, if I've ever seen one. Perhaps the coolest of all time. All right. Let's go. We're going to go straight to the environmental half. And before we talk any sort of climate change stuff, let's just talk about the weather.
Weather-wise, not too much going on at the moment, but Josh tells me more's on the way.
Lots of shivering and lots of shoveling for some. This is a protracted period of lake snow, Derek.
Winter is coming.
Encountering that will probably start, I would say, in some spots late Sunday night, but it will keep going through Monday, into Monday night, into Tuesday night, Wednesday, and that's why we do have that winter storm warning, which, by the way,
Winter is coming.
We begin with our first alert forecast, and the snow has stopped falling for now, but more snow is heading our way tomorrow. And that's why we've issued a first alert weather day. We have team
I was muted that whole goddamn time. This is terrible.
coverage for you tonight.
I'm not repeating it this time. I'm not doing it.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Snow. But first, meteorologist Scott Padgett is in for Vanessa with your first alert forecast here. Scott, a lot of blues, purples, and whites there behind you.
Yeah, it was with that snow that moved its way on in. So we knew this forecast would pan out for today. We at times saw light to that moderate snow. It all tapered off by the time we went through about 3 to 4 o'clock, pushing its way further off towards the east. As we widen out the view a bit more across parts of the tri-state, we're dry for right now. This picture will look different going into tomorrow morning. We have more snow on the way. So speaking of snow, look at the reports today across parts of the tri-state. LaGuardia picking up about near an inch and a half. Central Park just an inch. Williamsburg about 1 inch as well. You can see JFK a little bit more than a half of an inch. But in some other areas, we picked up even more than that. Take a look at this. Can't see through parts of Connecticut. New Fairfield, almost 6 inches of snow.
There we go, tri-state area. Covered in a wintry blanket of snow.
Winter is coming.
Yes, indeed, winter is not just coming, it is here. Very much here. You bet I was laying down some bars. Yeah, I was saying some very intelligent things while I was muted. So brilliant that it's just too much effort for me to repeat myself, of course. And that's the only reason I'm not doing that. Thank you, Bilbo Rygar. Thank you for the cover. Appreciate that. Okay. Now, I'm afraid we must take our eyes off of the beauty of the snow. Talk about the horrors of the possible end of the world with PBS Terra.
I'm going to show you a graph that the federal government doesn't want you to see. For decades, NOAA tracked the rising cost of climate disasters in the United States. Their billion-dollar disasters graph showed how often extreme weather events caused catastrophic damage. Then in 2025, Funding for those updates was cut. And it wasn't an isolated decision. The Trump administration has been removing information about all sorts of inconvenient truths. But studying severe climate scenarios has actually been unpopular for a long time.
As soon as you talk about any kind of extreme risk in climate change, you are a doomer, you are an alarmist.
And this matters. In recent years, the most likely warming projections have come down thanks to the rapid pace of renewable energy adoption. But future progress is far from guaranteed.
Most countries don't actually have the tools to meet their climate targets and pledges.
We've spent a lot of time on this show looking at how progress is made, but given the current reality, we need to understand what happens at the upper ranges of warming projections. And it's not the warming alone that puts us at risk.
A world of 3 degrees of warming, in which you also have large levels of inequality, geopolitical strife and conflict, a lack of trust in public institutions, and a huge amount of misinformation, that is a world which may actually result in catastrophe.
Luke studies what caused past civilizations to collapse, how climate contributed, and what we can learn about the risk today. So in this
Okay, now we watched part of this the other day, and now we're going to watch the second half. I just wanted to remind everybody of what we're doing here. We're talking about, before I skip ahead to the middle of this video, I'm trying to remember exactly where we left off. I think this is probably a good spot to come back to.
can speed up dramatically. Because in addition to heating the planet, climate change destabilizes the systems we most depend on, both the natural systems and the human ones. And when those systems come under stress at the same time, history shows they can fail very quickly. Lori compares this system failure to a ship navigating a storm.
When you're a crew on a ship trying your best to sail around a storm, one of the things at the forefront of your mind is protecting your crew's ability to navigate while also handling the worsening impacts of the storm. And that can go one of two ways. You can manage to allocate your resources and your attention and maintain morale so that you're still able to navigate while the worst of the storm rains down on you. Or it could go the other way, where you become so overwhelmed that you fail to navigate and then you drift further into the storm and ultimately you're overwhelmed.
This is what researchers call derailment risk, and it's one of the fastest ways climate change could push the world towards collapse.
Chaos caused by climate extremes and worsening consequences of climate change could actually begin to get in the way of acting on climate change.
And we've already seen what climate-induced derailment looks like in practice.
Back in 2010, Russia was hit by a heat wave, which decimated its crops of wheat. Because of that, Russia introduced a cereal export ban. The price of staples, in particular wheat, globally went up. That doubled food bank usage in the UK, but it also seemed to cause increased political strife in Egypt. And interestingly enough, the rise in food prices and the rise of the price of bread in Egypt corresponds pretty well with the Arab Spring, and of course with huge political upheaval.
Climate stress on its own didn't cause the Arab Spring, but it acted as an accelerant, pushing fragile systems past their breaking point and causing the collapse of governments across the region. We can see similar cascading risks emerging here in the United States too. After extreme rain and prolonged drought in Los Angeles, 2 fires burned 16,000 homes.
Insurance is the critical thing that underpins all of capitalism, basically. When you're in a situation where climate extremes are playing out worse than you thought, then basically the maths start to break down.
The insurance industry has so far weathered the storm by raising rates and dropping customers, but its future and availability in the region are unclear.
If insurance is no longer available, then other financial services aren't available, right? Just think of houses. If you can't insure a house, you can't get a mortgage on a house.
We don't know how many more natural disasters like this our insurance and economic systems can withstand, but we can already see the derailment theory at play, where climate disasters make us less able to take climate action.
You have almost the biggest wake-up call that America has ever had on climate change, but then at the same time, you had the then president-elect of the United States saying that this wasn't to do with climate change. They basically said, look, climate change isn't causing these disasters, it's climate fanaticism.
It's about the smelt. It's all about the smelt fish. I am a scientific expert, and that's why. Yeah, no, he's a deranged madman. And while we need more, stronger climate policy right now, the policy is being dismantled by the Trump administration. All the policies that are intended to make the environment cleaner, better, safer, less erratic, to fight back against climate change. All of those things are being canceled so that they can give billionaires tax breaks. Well, not just that. It's also ideological. They hate regulations because also, money.
These disasters.
Lori believes this derailment risk could easily cause us to spiral closer and closer into the storm of climate change. So all of this made me wonder, how is this likely to play out? And clearly our experts have been spending a lot of time thinking about this. Like, a lot.
Imagine it's the early 2030s and climate change has only got worse and the world is even less stable than it is today. And then suddenly extreme cold hits northwestern Europe. This is because a key bit of the Atlantic circulations has collapsed, something called the North Atlantic Subpolar Gyre.
The subpolar gyre is an important part of the AMOC. It's an enormous circulation system that carries heat from the tropics to the northern latitudes and regulates global weather.
What then happens is that part of the world then becomes very unstable. That then leads to a set of big corrections, of panic in financial markets because they didn't anticipate this wild card happening. And it leads to a bit of a financial crisis across the Euro-Atlantic area that spreads to the rest of the world, causing lots of destabilization.
And if the subpolar gyre collapsed, it would very likely be a warning sign for the rest of the AMOC. But by this point, the world is already derailed, politically, economically, socially, and that makes responding to a new, enormous threat far harder.
Fast forward a number of years and the full circulation then collapses. It doesn't just make Europe much colder, therefore messing up major food growing regions in Europe. It also disrupts the major monsoons globally, including over India and Pakistan.
And increased tensions between India and Pakistan is something we
this year, or well, I guess technically last year, still not used to saying 2026. Last year, we saw a very strange monsoon season in the Punjab region, both in India and in Pakistan. One that went on for a very, 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 very long time, much longer than expected. So long that it decimated huge portions of the crops in this region. This is the breadbasket of Asia, essentially, at least of South Asia.
Don't want.
These two countries are both nuclear armed. They have a history of hostility between each other, and they share a water resource that is going to be drying up due to climate change.
Any nuclear exchange, even a limited one, could trigger what scientists call nuclear winter. This occurs when nuclear explosions cause so many cities to burn that soot injected into the atmosphere blocks sunlight and triggers widespread crop failure and mass starvation. Even just a regional nuclear war could kill around 2 billion people, mostly through famine. And a larger, full-scale nuclear war looks pretty much like the end of the world, with over 5 billion deaths. And that's a conservative estimate. During the Cold War, we were able to avoid all-out nuclear war once the cascading impacts it would have were actually studied and widely understood. Once we understood that a nuclear war would mean game over, the idea of nuclear deterrence became a priority. And in the same way, understanding the worst-case scenario of climate change, which also looks a whole lot like the end of the world, could be the very thing that saves us. Because the more clearly we see the climate endgame, the better our chances of never reaching it. In our next episode of Weathered, we'll look at the solutions that can help prevent the worst case scenarios we've been talking about. And if you
can't wait for that episode. Thank you, Maya. The fact is, we already know many of the things we can be doing right now to prevent the worst case scenarios. Adopting renewable resources across the board for our electricity grids. Get rid of fossil fuels. Replace them in every possible way available with science.
It's science.
Well, while we're talking doomsday, let's go to the Thwaites Glacier in Antarctica.
Hello, everyone. I'm Miles O'Brien, science correspondent on the assignment of a career. I'm talking to you live from the Thwaites Glacier in West Antarctica. I am moored right in front of it on the Korea Polar Research Institute icebreaker, the Araon. And this is a vessel that is filled with scientists trying to better understand the Thwaites Glacier, which, as we'll discuss over the next hour, something that scientists...
I forgot about this. The connection was not great down in Antarctica. You will be shocked to hear.
Up, return, go around, try again. But we made it to this point at 73 degrees south, which is as far south as this ship has ever been, and is probably a place that human beings haven't had the opportunity to fully explore. And that's what's happening right now. This vessel has 2 helicopters on it, and one of them just departed to a camp approximately 20 miles, 30 kilometers away from us, where scientists hope to drill, although drill isn't really the best term. They're going to use hot water to poke a hole in that glacier, send down a whole bunch of instruments to try to better understand what is going on beneath the glacier at the place they call the grounding line. This is the place where the...
Anyway, these guys are over here doing a bunch of science stuff, trying to figure out if the apocalypse is about to happen. Unfortunately, they did not come to any clear conclusions, but fact is things are not good. And everything coming out of Antarctica right now, everything I've been hearing about, like every new discovery that comes out of Antarctica seems to be bad. Like, oh, we are actually slipping into the abyss further and faster than we thought. All right. Well, while we're talking about climate catastrophe, should probably get a first-hand look at the climate catastrophe down in South Africa, where sudden unexpected floods caused a great deal of devastation, dozens of deaths, a whole bunch of people still missing. We quickly covered this topic yesterday. I found some more videos on this. All we had yesterday was this Reuters video. I guess we'll start back here, and then we'll go through the other ones that we got now.
There is nothing left of what I had built here. It's all destroyed and washed away. Everything I built, gone. Even the wooden dance room I had built.
Okay, so right, this is where we started yesterday. More has been coming out about this over the last 24 hours. This is another one from Reuters. South Africa's Kruger National Park closes after severe floods.
Yeah, some of the roads infrastructure have been affected, they've been washed away, and we've lost about 2 bridges And some of the bridges are covered in the water, as you see behind us here. That this is the road that leads you to the north of the park. What is interesting about the animals is they're quite adaptive to this particular environment. So intuition works.
That is a trippy fucking image. You have like it looks like a pool inside of a river. It is so strange.
Animals is they're quite adaptive to this particular environment. So intuition works with animals. They often move to higher ground. So we're not really worried about the animals. However, as the water is moving so fast, some of the animals will move with the water, particularly crocodiles. So we're saying to people that are living in areas that are adjacent to the park, they must be careful.
Yeah, there's insane flooding going on in South Africa. We got more on this topic here. Next is first post from yesterday. Deaths rise, red alert issues. Kruger Park shut.
And on to our final story. Deadly flooding in South Africa continues to wreak havoc, and it has led to the closure of the country's most renowned national reserve. With further heavy rain expected over the next 48 hours, the highest warning is in force across parts of the country. Weeks of heavy rain have led to widespread flooding in the northern provinces of Limpopo and Mpumalanga. And in recent weeks, at least 19 people have tragically lost their lives due to the floods. Among those killed was a 5-year-old boy in the town of Giyani. President Cyril Ramaphosa met with the child's family while visiting the region to assess damage. And for those living in the affected areas, there is no let-up in sight. The South African Weather Service expect 100 to 200 millimeters of rain in the next 2 days. Their implementation of a red level 10 warning has been described as quite unprecedented. Rescue missions have been conducted by the National Defence Force as roads and homes have been consumed with water.
If possible, stay indoors and off the roads.
Jesus, 200 millimeters. What is that? It's like 10. It's like a foot of rain. It's like a little less, I think, but still, it's like a ton. That is a ton of rain in a short period of time. A foot. And of course, let's not forget that we're talking about like a foot of rain, like just generally speaking, like on the entire area, right? Which means that it's all going to, like, water does a thing. Like it goes down the path of least resistance. So that foot of water is going to turn into massive, horrifying torrents of water. Who knows how high?
Authorities in South Africa have recorded 2 more bodies after devastating floods triggered by
20 centimeters is about 3 feet. I know that's wrong. I think it's like 10 inches, slightly less.
While the flooding has cut access to the world-famous Kruger National Park, it has damaged critical infrastructure and pushed parts of the neighboring Mozambique underwater. The death toll continues to rise as more rain is forecast. Now, rescue teams in South Africa's Limpopo province have recovered 2 more bodies on Friday, taking the provincial death toll to 11 since December. Across northeastern South Africa, relentless rains have now claimed at least 30 lives. Neighbouring Mpumalanga, this province has reported 19 deaths as flooding damages roads, power lines and water systems. Hundreds of schools have been forced to delay the start.
Water is so powerful. You get just enough of it in one place. The devastation is just incredible. I mean, it just makes land look like it's nothing. Like just many tons what appears to be rock and debris and an entire waterway underneath the bridge just completely decimated by these floods. Look at it. Done.
Power lines and water systems. Hundreds of schools have been forced to delay the start of the new academic term. Authorities say the scale of destruction is severe. With communities and infrastructure badly hit, the region remains on high alert, with more heavy rain expected in the coming days. Floodwaters have also forced the partial shutdown of the Kruger National Park. Day visits have been halted, and some tourists and staff had to be airlifted to safety. Only essential staff are being allowed into the reserve, where dramatic visuals show vast areas submerged, buildings surrounded by fast-moving water, and trees standing in flooded plains. In neighboring Mozambique, the impact has been equally severe. Low-lying communities near the capital, Maputo, have been urged to evacuate to higher ground, and according to officials, at least 8 people have died since late December. Emergency teams are carrying out rescues and distributing food, but rising water levels have cut off entire districts. In Buan, west of Maputo, roads are impassable and transport has been suspended, forcing residents to rely on makeshift boats to cross flooded areas.
This shit is wild. Good Lord. Okay, now we're gonna move on from this this horrifying tragedy in South Africa. Go a bit east down to Australia, where everything is both on fire and underwater somehow simultaneously.
What you talking about?
That's right, massive wildfires, totaling something like 1 million acres, have been ravaging the province of Victoria in Australia over the last week or so. But they're also experiencing a great deal of flooding as well, due to a number of systems. I think it's 2 separate systems. I could be wrong about that. I think there was one in the south and one to the east. So we have 2 different freaking... There's one in Sydney. Whatever. We'll get to it. Let's just start off with what's been going on in the last couple of days. Starting off with the AP here from Thursday. And we looked at what this place normally looks like the other day. But just for anybody who wasn't here for that stream, this is what this area usually looks like. Hold on. Where's this photo? Yeah. So this is what this region normally looks like. This is the beach that you were just looking at. It looks pristine. It looks picturesque. Lovely place to live, one would assume. And then that. Let's keep talking about this latest, the flooding that's been going on here. 9 News Australia from yesterday. I'm not sorry. What am I talking about? I'm looking at the wrong thing. 9 News Australia. Yeah, Great Ocean Road reopens after extreme flash flooding.
Good evening. The Great Ocean Road has reopened to traffic around the communities smashed by extreme flash flooding as residents and holidaymakers begin the huge clean-up. Homes in one small town were inundated, with a bungalow lifted off its foundations by the raging torrent. Penelope Lish with more.
Separation Creek becomes a raging torrent. Floodwater ripping away the banks and sweeping a bungalow off its foundations. Thrown against trees and upended, anything that didn't wash away is ruined, yet the light fixtures are still intact.
We heard this cracking as our bed in our second bedroom just literally flew out under the bridge.
Melanie and Martin were just arriving at their Separation Creek home when the water came screaming through on Thursday.
Literally just watched this water torrenting down the creek.
The property once had rooms on both sides of the creek. Now it's completely separated. The force of the water tearing the bridge off its footings and destroying the area they'd revegetated with thousands of native plants.
It's almost like surreal, like you're watching
a movie.
My
God.
This thing torrenting down. You could actually hear timber crashing, like absolutely thundering down.
Their neighbour, Peter Jacobs, has lived here for 36 years. He and his wife were trying to save their chooks when they were forced to run for their lives.
I looked up and there was a wall, a
wild.
tsunami of trees, tree ferns, water, and just the noise was extraordinary.
They did, but now they're isolated, without power and facing a huge clean-up. He's hoping the local council will arrive soon.
You can see my sheep have escaped over there. I've got
The sheep are on the loose. Oh God, not the sheep.
You can see my sheep.
No. Oh, they're all over the place. They're running wild. Although I feel like that's maybe the least of the concerns right now, considering they seem to still be around. So they don't seem to be going anywhere. So I think that's probably fine. However, what's not fine is what's been going on while everything's flooding. Of course, everything is still on fire, or at least a lot of places. I mean, just with one rain, I mean, the area's been incredibly dry. That's not enough to put out all these fires. 1 million acres of fire burned just doesn't just go out overnight, unfortunately. And yeah, the devastation from this fire is quite immense. Scientists believe that this is absolutely a climate change-driven fire. The fact that this could be happening simultaneously with what's going on with the incredible floods, sort of horrifying. You know, fleeing from your home one moment from fire, coming back, and then having as that man put it, a tidal wave of debris and water coming your way.
But it was a really narrow, tight fire front, pretty much straight as an arrow towards Nadimat.
It took less than an hour for disaster to arrive at this tiny town.
Immediately it becomes obvious that there's no way you can stop that fire.
We ran back to the house. By the time I got my jacket on and I was going to change my pants into my shorts and put my CFA long pants on, looked out the window and there were flames. It was too late.
I'm bunkering down. The fire is on top of me.
Before it was sparked in farmland, 3 factors lined up that turned an ordinary grass fire into a catastrophe. During a multi-day heatwave baking eastern Australia, the temperature spikes. Winds pick up. Then, before the cool change hits, the humidity suddenly drops. Hot, windy and dry.
Uh-oh. We've got an idiot chatter in here. Do you still believe in climate change? Yes, I mean, it's not really a matter of belief. The science is the science. It's a thing. The fact that anybody is in here right now listening to this and believes it's not a real thing. Is that humor? Okay. All right. Well, it was not clear to me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to come at you like that, but maybe I'm a little sensitive. People coming up in here saying climate change ain't real.
Weather, the trifecta for a fire disaster.
If you have extreme heat waves combined with extreme winds, you can achieve these maximally destructive fires that are moving so fast and releasing the energy so quickly.
Imagine trying being that.
Good say. Jo Hick is grateful she wasn't home. The fire reached her property 10 minutes before the evacuation order.
Even if we had a car packed, we did not have any time to even throw kids in the car and go. We wouldn't have been able to go out the driveway. It took a while to process what that meant.
By the time volunteers arrived, it was already barrelling towards Natamak.
We drove straight to the nursing home, and the fire front had already gone through.
The smoke was so dense outside that all that could be seen outside the windows was smoke. So they couldn't even see the flames, even though the flames were quite close to the building at times.
The firefighters managed to save the facility and its residents, and now their attention is turning to future fires.
With the way the climate is getting hotter and drier, the risk is going to increase.
For Gianna Sudholz, a green thumb may have made all the difference.
I do have a succulent garden which did, I believe, save the house as well, because when the wind came across, it split to the fire on either side of the house, and that garden will be staying.
CSIRO modelling has warned of climate change-driven fires. Faster, hotter and harder to stop.
This is a nasty, nasty beast that we have to understand, we've got to learn, study, and we've got to figure out a way of containing these uncontrolled climate-driven fires.
A critical warning from a community determined to rise from the ashes. Jess Davis, ABC News, Natamak.
There we go. ABC News Australia with the report on causes of this fire as it relates to climate change. You pledge your full and grand allegiance to the President Trump? The President Trump?
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought. That's a stupid thing to say. You sound like a cultist. Maybe you should gargle his balls some more while you're at it. Just an idea. You could shine his shoes and floss his teeth for him. You could wipe his ass. Disturbed chatter on the vertical stream on YouTube. All right, back to the flooding. 9 News Australia. Once again. Communities devastated by flash floods, heavy rain. Swells hitting New South Wales.
Is 9 News gifted 5 subscriptions to the community.
Oh shit. Omegastar just gifted 5 sweet subscriptions over on Twitch. Who got him? Basement Jeff. Enjoy the sub. Orca Yacht Party. You with the sub now having that. Love that name, by the way. Donut Secret House. Enjoy the sub. Haggard Grin. And Repus? I don't know what that is. Super Silver. I think that's actually, I think it's just Super Silver spelled backwards. Much appreciated, Omega. Incredible generosity from you over there. You can see the chat, but not that chat. Because we have 3 chats now, Dark Sparkle. We've got the one on... We've got the Twitch stream. We've got the YouTube horizontal stream. And then we now have the YouTube vertical stream, which populates on the YouTube Shorts side, so that more people will find the stream than ever before, including deranged chatters who think that Donald Trump is good. Back to the floods.
With Stephanie Anderson.
Good afternoon. Victoria's famous Great Ocean Road has reopened this afternoon after coastal holiday towns were smashed by extreme flash flooding. The disaster swept away dozens of vehicles and inundated homes, with people still searching through the mud for precious belongings. Penelope Lish has the latest.
Well, here in Separation Creek, a small community near Lorne on the Great Ocean Road, you can see the devastation of this extremely quick flash flooding event. The foundations of bridges being ripped right out and then flowing along what was and still is Separation Creek, though it is considerably wider now. There's been landslips along this area, bridges taken out, as well as an entire bungalow washed away.
Princess Mouse, thank you for the follow over on Twitch. But Twitch is my favorite chat, right? I don't pick favorites, okay? I don't pick favorites here. The whole space fams, here, I appreciate them equally, each and every one of you. Beautiful.
Watched as our bed in our second bedroom just literally flew out under the bridge, fully made up, pillows, duvets, out to sea.
Melanie and Martin had just arrived from Melbourne when the flooding event began, lucky to escape with their lives, as was their neighbour Peter Jacobs, who with his wife was trying to catch a rooster to evacuate them from the chook shed as the water began to rise.
I looked up and there was a wall, a tsunami of trees, tree ferns, water, and just the noise was extraordinary.
What's facing locals now is an extraordinary clean-up effort. Many are calling for more council help to know where to put contaminated items as sewage is moving throughout this area. But we've seen amazing efforts from locals in Wye River coming out to clean up the streets themselves, move away debris, put people's belongings back together to be found, and to winch cars out of the beach.
I thought there would have been 20 CFA vols. There would have been close on 100 people, from 80-year-olds through to these kids all on shovels and wheelbarrows, and we had everything cleaned up as best we could anyway, probably within about 2 hours.
Well, the floodwaters rose in just a few minutes. This is going to be a long-term recovery event with parts of the Great Ocean Road still closed and many people in this community still cut off.
Meanwhile, crews have received hundreds of calls for help as heavy rain and massive swells hit New South Wales. Bailey Kenzie has the details.
Well, the summer super system has been sweeping New South Wales from coast to coast with these dangerous conditions on our coastline. Hazardous surf warnings have been issued, and with conditions like these, it's easy to see why. As the sun rose on the northern beaches, the swell was building. The slow-moving but powerful low hitting the city. We've been warned of heavy rainfall and destructive winds, and Mother Nature didn't hold back. On board the ferry at Sydney Harbour, a wild ride. So too for those competing at the World Ocean Series at Manly.
Mate, this is as tough as it gets. As it gets any bigger than this, we sort of start considering not getting everyone out in the water, but these guys are tough. This is what they train for.
Look, we've only done a swim warm-up this morning because it's quite hectic out there, but yeah, no, it looks really fun. I love big surf, so yeah.
I'm excited to get out there. Massive waves, windy, pretty extreme.
Since the storm began on Thursday night, the SES has responded to more than 900 jobs.
So the Illawarra, the Sydney coast, and also the Blue Mountains, and as well as the northern beaches of Sydney and Central Coast, so Gosford, Wyong, Woy Woy.
A tree down today at Miranda, roads flooded at Constitution Hill. The system has been moving further north, but heavy rainfall and damaging winds are expected to continue for the remainder of the weekend.
A young man is fighting for life after a shocking assault on Queensland's Sunshine Coast. It's understood the 21-year-old was knocked to the ground after being chased by a group along a popular nightclub strip. 3 people were taken into custody but have since been released without charge. More than 3,000 people have now
Okay. I got one last clip on this situation. The latest on this is that Sydney is getting hit really bad by this superstorm. A flooding emergency was announced earlier on Saturday. I think this would have been Saturday. I guess it might have been Monday morning for them. 7 hours. I guess it technically would have been Sunday. Sunday for Australia.
Sydney smashed by a summer storm, sparking several emergencies across the city. As we go to air, an emergency warning is in place on the northern beaches. Residents at Narrabeen.
9 News is Murdoch Media. Is it? Actually, was unfamiliar. I was not aware of that. To be frank, my Australian media knowledge may not be 100%. I'm subscribed to a bunch of different Australian media channels, as well as like New Zealand ones. I honestly don't know necessarily I should look more into the bent of some of the some of these channels that I subscribe to. Not gonna lie. There's so many things on my list of things that I need to do. You should see my board. You should see my organizational board over here on the space station. It is filled with things I need to be working on. 9 is that it's actually not Murdoch, but that doesn't mean it's good, says Brutus Blaze. Now there's some sort of contentiousness around the situation. It's not even clear whether or not this. I'm gonna look into it. But it's clear that the chat thinks that that 9 News is not a good channel to be watching.
Smashed by a summer storm, sparking several emergencies across the city. As we go to air, an emergency warning is in place on the northern beaches. Residents at Narrabeen Lagoon and surrounds under evacuation orders. More than a dozen people have needed rescuing across Sydney, with cars submerged and homes flooded.
Meanwhile, at Great Mackerel Beach, a landslide has damaged a number of homes. One woman there needing treatment from paramedics. The storm system claiming a life further south past Wollongong. A woman killed after her car was struck by a falling tree branch on the Illawarra Highway.
For more, reporter Gabriella Warner is at Narrabeen for us this morning. Gabby, good morning to you. The rain was relentless overnight, but conditions have improved in the past hour or so.
Good morning, Jack. Well, conditions might have eased, but it certainly isn't pleasant. It's dark, it's gloomy, it's windy. As you can see across the road from me, there's a caravan park there. I mean, can you imagine the night that those campers must have had? We'll try and catch up with some of them later. An emergency flood warning is still in place here at Narrabeen Lagoon. That came into effect at around 10:30 last night. But flash flooding was felt right across the northern beaches and indeed further afield, perhaps the worst felt in parts of Avalon and Palm Beach last night. As you saw, some of those videos were incredibly dramatic. Cars underwater there.
Oh my God, this woman is just stuck in there.
I know that the cleanup process takes a long time, and that's just going to start to get underway. Further afield, we had some heavy rainfall totals recorded in south and western Sydney. In Liverpool at the Georges River, there was 70 mils in the 5 hours to 5:15. In Peakhurst, 45 mils in 1 hour to 4:30, and at Kelso, 40 mils.
Jesus, look at all of that water. Yeah, I subscribe to ABC and SBS and 9 News. All of the Australia, well, not all, but many of the Australian news outlets I am subscribed to. 1 News New Zealand. I mean, I could go down the list. I have so many. I subscribe to so many news stations. It's insane. And yet there's still days where I'm like, oh, look, a new news station I was not subscribed to. Better subscribe to that one too. I subscribe to basically all of the mainstream outlets just so that I can get the latest on everything and like get like all of the notifications and get all of like the different whatever, you know what I mean? Like it just helps me stay tuned into what's going on and help, you know, put these shows together essentially. If I wasn't, I would be out of the loop on so much stuff.
In the same time frame. Emergency warnings are still in place. Emergency warnings have now been downgraded in Greater Sydney and the Blue Mountains. They're now at advice level, but emergency services are warning this is not a weekend to be going outside. As you can see behind me, it's not a weekend for boaties. We've got some tinnies out there. They are really starting to fill up with water, and we can only imagine that all of our marine rescue and marine area command crews, they're going to be incredibly busy over the next couple of days. But this is certainly a day to stay inside, and we will keep you updated as the morning progresses.
Indeed, Gabby, thank you. Let's move to southeast Queensland now, where storms...
I'm sorry, so we have a chatter in here who thinks that Trump is good? Really? Like, you've been watching the stream this whole time and you think Trump is good? How can you possibly be doing that? I don't understand. Like, honestly, like, can you name one good thing that Trump has ever done for America and for the world? Like, I honestly, I don't know. I just don't understand how anybody can actually think that he's good, first off. And I don't know how you could be sitting here watching my stream and like, it's just strange because I oppose him on absolutely everything that he does. There's really nothing that he does that's actually good. Certainly not intentionally. Okay, well, we are almost 6 hours into the stream. 4 halves done. Trump was good on the fry station that one time. He was good that one time. That's a good point. That's a good point. I mean, honestly, I would even call him good. I wouldn't even call him good on the fry station. He wasn't moving with a whole lot of, you know, urgency there back behind the counter. I guess he didn't completely fail at the job, so I guess I can give him a pass on that one. I'll give you that. I'll give you that one. If you're here for the laughs, you legit can't believe the way I think. Wow. Fascinating. Weird. A C- on fry. Exactly. A passing grade, but I mean, nothing truly impressive there. Where's the troll? The troll, the Trump supporter is over on Twitch. Although if you were hoping to go up against them, I think Omegastar just timed them out. I think Omegastar just timed them out. Honestly, they weren't being necessarily offensive. Like, like, I don't know. I mean, although I feel like maybe that 600 seconds will give them an opportunity to think about what they've done in supporting Donald Trump. Maybe it's needed. You take a second and think about what you've done supporting Donald Trump. Very stupid of you. It's a very silly choice. Very silly life choice. It's a bad call. Okay. Well, quick break, everybody. Last break, actually. Oh, they called you a pussy, Omega? Oh, that's going too far. Rude. That's very rude. That's incredibly rude. You should know better. We have a command covering this, okay? Anybody who hasn't, everybody should see this. Everybody should see this. Write this down. Maybe get it tattooed on your body so you don't forget it. At least take note of it. At the very least, mental note. I get it. Maybe you don't have a piece of paper in front of you. But write that down. Oh, that's weird. Wait, why is the command not populating in vertical stream? Oh, there it is. There it is. Respect the galactic mods. Cross one of them and incur the wrath of the entire galaxy. The whole thing, not just part of it. The whole Milky Way galaxy. We will come for you.
Immediately, if not sooner.
All right, everybody. Quick break. We'll be right back after these brief messages with the final half of the show. All right, everybody, I hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. Maybe hit that bell icon, too, so that you get the latest notifications from the Galactic News Network. Otherwise, you might miss one of these streams. Or when I post clip videos, something I gotta get back to now that we're back on YouTube. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network. Of course, we are completely funded by individuals like you. Independent media, as they call it. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships. Twitch with the bits and the power-ups, the subs and the gifted subs. Prime subs, even. You got the Cash App and the PayPal. If you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Amazon and or Google. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is, of course, as always, Patreon. Where for the low, low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Things like an avatar on one of the break screens. Shout out at the end of every show. Secret Discord channel inside of the Discord server and much, much, much more. All right, everybody. Enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. right, everybody. We are back. Break is over. Final half of the stream is about to begin. So hopefully you are prepared for it.
_9505 just cheered 100 bits. We are the Borg. You will be assimilated. Resistance is futile. Your biological and technological distinctiveness will be added to our own. Your culture will adapt to service us.
Oh god, the Borg are here. Columbia Rican, a horrifying message. Thank you for the bits. Now we're all going to be slaves to the Borg? That sounds terrible. Terrible. I pass. Pass. Hard pass. Okay. Little space news here before we get to the rest of the broader Earth news outside of the United States and environmental discussions. You didn't hear a sudden and shocking thing happened this week. The departure of ISS astronauts for Earth, unscheduled, due to a unknown mystery health condition of the alien variety.
Oh, and you're getting your first views of re-entry. This is live.
These main parachutes help decelerate the spacecraft even further.
Splashdown of Crew 11. After 167 days in space, Dragon and NASA astronauts Zena Cardman and Mike Fink, Kim Uygur and Jack Cenk.
I bet the Borg have free healthcare. That's a good one. I like that.
Cosmos cosmonaut Oleg Platonov are back on Earth, and that the SpaceX personnel who have been in the general vicinity of Dragon's anticipated splashdown location now have the go to approach the spacecraft and begin that recovery process.
We can see the recovery vessel.
Don't they kind of solve healthcare in the Star Trek universe? Even like the humans, right? Like with the med bays and all that. Isn't that kind of solved? I'm just saying. Just saying. All right, let's go here to the launch pad of NASA's Artemis II SLS rocket. Seen here earlier on Saturday. I actually don't know where this is. I think this might be Cape Canaveral, but I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure. I'm also not sure why we're looking at this. But I was given this stream by my algorithm. It's literally just a live stream of this rocket sitting here. Oh, lost focus for a second. Oh, that was exciting. Oh my god. That was wild. Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, AP. Incredible. Wow. The glory. America. The gloriousness of America embodied in a rocket. I guess that's why we have that live stream. I don't know, honestly. It was a 7-hour-long live stream. That is a 7-hour-long live stream that Associated Press posted to their channel. It ended 14 minutes ago. And I don't know why. I don't know why. Literally nothing happened. It is a live stream of nothing. It would have been as interesting as a live stream of a wall. Or maybe slightly more interesting than that, but still. All right, on from the space news, down to Earth. Let's talk about the Nobel Peace Prize, which has been handed off by Maria Corina Machado to Donald Trump, something which the Nobel Prize Committee assured that she could not actually do, and that it would just be Donald Trump owning someone else's Nobel Peace Prize, and that just giving it to somebody doesn't actually make them the recipient of the award. I know that's shocking to everybody, but as it turns out, you can't re-gift a Nobel Peace Prize, as it turns out. Yeah.
Not going to do it.
Can't
Wouldn't
do
be
it.
prudent at this juncture.
Venezuelan opposition leader Maria Corina Machado was pretty ruthlessly sidelined by US President Donald Trump following his abduction of Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro earlier this month. Instead, Trump put Maduro's deputy, Delcy Rodriguez, in charge, effectively keeping most of the Maduro regime in place. Now, though, Machado appears to have given Trump the one thing he's alleged to really want.
I presented the President of the United States the medal of the Nobel Peace Prize, and I told him this, listen to this. 200 years ago, General Lafayette gave Simón Bolívar a medal with George Washington face on it. Bolívar since then kept that medal for the rest of his life. Actually, when you see his portraits, you can see the medal there. And it was given by General Lafayette as a sign of the brotherhood between the United States, the people of the United States and the people of Venezuela in their fight for freedom against tyranny. And 200 years in history, the people of Bolívar are giving back to the heir of Washington a medal, in this case, the medal of the Nobel Peace Prize, as a recognition for his
The people of Venezuela. I love while Maria Corina Machado is here speaking from the United States. She has not been in Venezuela for a year, and yet she's claiming that the people of Venezuela, all of the people of Venezuela, are somehow behind her in this moment as she gives this medal to Donald Trump. It's such a farce. Everything she's doing, this woman is a joke.
With our freedom.
So that was her explaining why she gave Donald Trump the Peace Prize. He has accepted it. He didn't think it was too low to accept a second-hand Nobel Peace Prize by someone who is desperate for a favor, essentially, which is to put her in charge of Venezuela. You can see her logic. You know, there was some reporting saying.
I mean, it's absolutely. No, absolutely. We can all see the logic in it, but it's quite clear. It's a bribe. Okay, this is a bribe. It's the best thing she's got. It's the best thing that she's got. Oh my God! It's all she is. Like, she's got no other cards they play. You know, it's been a theme in Trump's presidency: having cards or not having them. I would say it's her only card. If she has any cards at all, it's the Nobel Prize.
Didn't get put in charge of Venezuela was because Trump was upset that she'd accepted the Peace Prize in the first place. I mean, it seems to me more plausible that he thought that Delcy Rodriguez was the person who could keep the show on the road.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm sure he's very happy to have that Nobel Peace Prize medal, and that's important because the Nobel Committee has said you obviously can't transfer the prize, but you can give the trinket away. He's very happy to accept the trinket. But yeah, the real reason that he preferred Rodriguez is a really simple one. Marco Rubio, I think it was, said that the US will control Venezuela's oil output indefinitely, and you can't control that output if you have to go through a democratic process, installing a new government, getting rid of a regime that already exists, as well as all of the kind of street militias that they have in various cities in Venezuela, connected to the regime. All of that needs to stay in place if you're going to successfully and smoothly transition your way into getting that oil. So yeah, Machado is like, he knows who Dulce Rodriguez is, and he knows that she's terrified and depends on him for her survival. He doesn't really know who Machado is, except for an incredibly popular figure, which is the last thing you want in Venezuela if you're trying to take over its production of oil.
And Dulce Rodriguez she was known to be the slightly more competent when it comes to economic management than Maduro. So she had partly.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like they're at all interested in even pretending they care about democracy or whatever. All this stuff that previous presidents and regimes administrations have tried to put on. They seem just very clear about it. J.D. Vance, all these guys have been very adamant. This is just about oil and some sort of thing against Maduro specifically, but not against the government of Venezuela. All the neolibs and neocons are very upset. Over that in particular. Everybody else is upset over just the everybody else is upset over just the nonsensical nature of this, the clear violation of international law and whatever else. And of course there's some, undesirable group of people who think it's actually based and good that we're defying international law, kidnapping of somebody else's, the president of another country, doing a bunch of things that if somebody else did to us, we would take serious issue with it. Everybody in chat hating on Novara Media right now. They are really the biggest lefties in the UK on the YouTubes. That's who they are. And I honestly thought everybody knew who they were. I'm a little bit shocked that there are people who don't. Turn left and No Justice MTG are better. Isn't No Justice MTG on? Doesn't No Justice MTG appear on Novara Media? Am I losing my mind? Are they not also? They're like a streamer, right? But also, I could have sworn. Am I wrong? Anyway, I'm not gonna get bogged down on this. As an American, can some other country please adopt me? I hate it here right now. Princess Mouse, I'm sorry to hear that. I don't know. I don't speak for any other country, and we don't have the room on the spaceship right now. Maybe if we expand one day. Start like a commune in space. Right now we don't have the funds, unfortunately. All right, now let's go here. Talk about the medal. that Maria Corina Machado gave to Donald Trump with the man himself.
Yesterday you accepted Maria Machado's Nobel Prize medal. What do you intend to do with it, and why would you want someone else's Nobel Prize?
Well, she offered it to me. I thought it was very nice. She said, you know, you've ended 8 wars.
Very nice.
And nobody deserves this prize more than in history than you do. And I thought it was a very nice gesture. And by the way, I think she's a very fine woman, and we'll be talking again.
A very nice person. You said the meeting went well. Why align with Delcy Rodriguez and the remnants of the Maduro regime and not with Machado, who has the support of the Venezuelan people?
Well, if you ever remember a place called Iraq where everybody was fired, every single person, the police, the generals, everybody was fired, and they ended up being ISIS. Instead of just getting down to business, they ended up being ISIS. So I remember that. But I'll tell you, I had a great meeting.
Exactly. She might be ISIS. I agree. Maria Corina Machado, probably ISIS, like Trump says. Can't have that going on. A nasty Nobel Prize winning ISIS lady, Maria Corina Machado. Nobel Peace Prize is a crock of shit. Time to debunk it for good. Yeah, too many terrible people have received it at this point. It's pretty meaningless at this time. The thing that we do every, what is it, I don't forget how many. Is it every year? I can't remember. Anyway, they announce it, and we go, oh, yay. And then nothing happens. Because it is meaningless. And it doesn't achieve anything. It's like the Oscars, right? You're just saying, great job, and everybody claps. But Trump wants it. Oh, he wants it so bad. Can GSL see me? Yes, I can see you. I'm reading your messages right now.
Did a tier 1 subscription to Princess Mouse.
Oh, Megastar, thank you so much for the gifted sub to Princess Mouse over on Twitch. So incredibly generous of you. Megastar, we can always count on a Megastar for some reason to be able to keep people on Twitch with their subscriptions. Enjoy all of the emotes. You got like 34 galactic emotes now, Princess Mouse. So many emotes. So many emotes, so little time to use them. You keep getting hidden from people? Well, I'm always on live chat. At least I try to be. Unless, like, my window refreshes. But I start the stream with all of my YouTube windows on live chat so that nobody gets blocked out. Hopefully. Sometimes they get randomly refreshed without my asking them to, and then I'm, like, missing people's messages. Thankfully, that's not what's going on right now. While talking about Venezuela, I just thought this clip from Telesur English from earlier on Saturday, probably something good to watch. We've talked about what the effects of this strike was. I mean, Trump and all of his cronies came out here and cheered how effective this strike was. But of course, there were reports immediately that residential areas were hit by the strikes. And it would seem that that is in fact true based upon what Delcy Rodriguez is telling the people here at this press conference. Press conference with a clown and a bunch of kids. I don't know why that's going on.
We are also providing food distribution through all our programs, open air markets, mobile warehouses, a comprehensive care that includes health care, housing repair services for affected homes.
2 clowns, 3 clowns.
More than 463 apartments were impacted by this attack. and well, the Admiral-in-Chief, the Mayor of Caracas, Natham, and Minister Juan Jose Ramirez providing immediate attention, seeking to repair as soon as possible. So the instruction is to immediately recover these apartments that were impacted by the attack.
Oh. Well, there you go. Apparently some 460 homes or apartments were damaged in this supposed perfect strike from America. Now, that sounds like a war crime to me. Blasting a bunch of civilian areas. My understanding of international law, not supposed to do that, really, under any circumstances. Where I guess there's a very, very, very limited I think there may be like some super like limited circumstances, but it's not clear to me that that's really relevant and should never. Honestly, in my opinion, I disagree with that part of the international law. But I think technically you can make the claim that there's a military objective, but you actually have to be able to prove it. But of course, we've been seeing Israel do that for the last 2 years, and they haven't proved jack shit. So, you know, but I would love to know what the military objective was there in those homes. Your girlfriend said sorry she called you a drunk? I don't know, did your girlfriend call me a drunk? That's okay. I'm not offended. I'm not a drunk. Which is I think why I'm not offended. I think I'd probably be more offended if I was in fact a drunk. If I had some sort of drinking problem, I would probably take more offense to it, but no, really it's just meaningless to me because I never drink. Mostly because I just can't afford it. I can't even afford to drink right now. Not even, just, they can't do it.
To show that Greenland is not for sale.
And did enough people come out to send that strong message?
Did enough people?
Yeah.
That's not my decision to make, but it's great to see and it's touching to see. I didn't expect all these people.
Really? What about you? Did you expect so many?
I did not expect so many to be here, but it warms my heart to know that we are all united together to stand by and fight.
Ricky underscore said just
and what's your
subscribe
message to
for 3
the
months.
president?
Our message is that Greenland is our country. We cannot be bought. We are people, and he should stop whatever he's doing because we are the people of Greenland.
What does that mean to be the next generation and face this?
Right now, I think as a generation, we're kind of scared for the future because it feels like we don't have enough power to make our own decisions fully. But it makes me so happy to see all these young faces out here fighting for our country and sending this message to everyone else.
Okay, well there you go. I actually just realized I was too busy reading messages and things to actually set you up for that clip. That was in Greenland where protesters were taking to the streets in the wake of Trump's threats against the country. Young Greenlanders making their voices heard, attempting to send a message to Donald Trump that they don't wish to have their home taken away from them by force. Also, Ricky said, thank you for the resub at tier 1 over there. 3 months. Sounds like you must have found us shortly after we got back on Twitch. Speaking of which, Twitch is crushing YouTube on the numbers right now. It's interesting. It happens like once, twice a week, maybe even like, honestly, it probably happens almost like once a stream. It gets close to it at least, where like Twitch is genuinely like competing with YouTube for the numbers. That was never the case before we came back to Twitch. It's weird. It really is weird. I'm still confused by it. But before, we were streaming to Twitch. we were multi-streaming to Twitch and YouTube for like a year straight. And then I stopped because I couldn't afford Streamlabs Ultra anymore. I'm using something different to multi-stream now that's free. But like before, like we stopped doing it because I lost my Streamlabs Ultra like membership. And we had no viewers. We had like 1 or 2 viewers on Twitch, like 2 regular viewers, and it was always just like so quiet. And then we take, I don't know, 6 months off, come back, then we get the YouTube channel back, and all of a sudden, Twitch is doing as good as YouTube. It's very strange. Because YouTube was always the place that we were doing well. And now it's both. It's really a beautiful thing, I gotta say. All right, we're going to keep talking Greenland. Thousands of people marched. More clips from this protest here.
So hot right now.
Just shows he has no remorse for any kind of human being now. He's just arrogant and a very big bully.
Well, I mean, a tariff of 25% is nothing against the free world, is it? I think that's the way you have to look at it. This is a fight for freedom. It's for NATO. It's for everything the Western Hemisphere has been fighting for since World War II.
Well, there you go. People making their voices heard. And thousands of people showing up in Nuke Greenland is basically, I mean, it's not the whole town, but it's a lot of people to show up to a protest. It's pretty clear. I mean, they've made themselves known. Like, we've listened technically last week now, since it's officially Sunday across the planet. But last week we talked about how the Danish Prime Minister and the Greenlandic Prime Minister both came out. The Greenlandic Prime Minister saying, for the first time in a long time, from a authority in Greenland, that they wished to be part of Denmark, as they have been very adamant across the country for some time now that they don't want to be a part of Denmark anymore. That they want Greenland to be a free, sovereign nation of its own, be able to act on its own accord without any input from Denmark. And to get rid of their colonial history, oppressors, and all that stuff. But with the impending potential future invasion by the United States, Greenland making their position clear here, not just the people, but also the government. But that's not stopping Donald Trump. Before we go to talking about him more, let's go to Copenhagen, where people were also protesting. Here is France 24 English from 21 hours ago.
The crowd is in the thousands, and this is not just Copenhagen. This is taking place. This is taking place in any major city across Denmark as we speak. So it is Danes in the thousands coming out on the streets in support of Greenland, and perhaps because also this is the first real opportunity the Danes and the Greenlanders have had to together go out into the streets and show President Trump that Greenland is not for sale and cannot be acquired.
Yeah, and I'm just wondering if rhetoric has shifted. Earlier this week, we had the foreign ministers of Denmark and Greenland in Washington meeting with the U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance. That didn't lead to anything. Is Denmark having to reassess how they solve this crisis?
I think what Denmark is doing right now is simply to continue down the path that they started with the meeting with J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio in Washington. Denmark knew from the beginning going in there that this was not going to be an easy fix. And what they're trying to do right now is to go the diplomatic way, to simply try to convince almost one by one politicians in the Congress that this is not the way to do it. Acquiring Greenland is completely not on the table. And as you may know, we have over the past 48 hours had a bipartisan congressional delegation here in Copenhagen, the capital of Denmark.
Yeah, I mean, it's fascinating how people are banding together against Trump all across the planet right now. We got protesters in the U.S., protesters in Greenland, in Denmark. And it's all over different things, too. It's a diversity. It's a diversity of protests. It's really beautiful.
They promised today to go back to the US and to put forward to the American people and to their colleagues Denmark's points of view. And I think Denmark's big hope here is that slowly, one by one, these diplomatic efforts will make some difference.
And what is it like for someone living in Denmark when they think about Greenland? How much of how sort of close are the relations to that? Is it something that doesn't come up very often? Has the ties been reinforced because of all this rhetoric coming out of the U.S.? What's that like?
Well, it's no secret that over the past many decades, Denmark and Greenland has had a troubled relationship. But this crisis has definitely brought Greenland and Denmark closer together. And as a Dane, it is terrifying and heartbreaking to hear Greenlanders now speak of having panic attacks. We hear from Greenlandic families that are in contact with relatives in Denmark that people and children in particular are very afraid. Then
Of course they are. Who could possibly, like people here in the United States don't have to worry about being invaded for now. But, imagine being on the other end of all of these threats that Donald Trump is making. Laying in your bed wondering if the U.S. military is going to storm in and shoot you in your sleep. And seize your country for your mineral resources and its proximity to the Arctic. Probably terrifying. For all sorts of horrible images are running through the minds of children and adults alike. Honestly, I can barely imagine. The most powerful military on the planet being used as a threat against them. And now Donald Trump, in the wake of all of this, and people complaining about him wanting Greenland, we must have it, as he says. And a lot of people saying this is not a good thing. Donald Trump decided to double down on this, or triple down on this idea, wherever you want to start, and threaten the entire planet with tariffs over the lack of support of his desire to seize Greenland. What a petulant child. Like, seriously, what kind of fucking douchebag does this? Just threatening everybody with the economic sanctions, essentially? Like, over them not supporting your expansionist desires? What a fucking joke. The man is a goddamn joke.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
A megastar gifting a galactic subscription over on Twitch to Choki. Choki, enjoy it. Fact is, I feel like everybody should have a galactic subscription and membership, both on YouTube and Twitch, because it's a different experiences that you get on both platforms. There's no way to feed Laika on YouTube, but you can on Twitch, right? There are some emotes that exist on YouTube that don't exist on Twitch, and vice versa. And to get the full galactic experience, it's almost like you need 2 screens at all times.
That's too much, man!
Okay, maybe it's too much. I'm just saying. Just pointing that out. Saying you can't get the full experience on Twitch alone or YouTube alone. You have to, the multi-platform experience. And of course the chats now as well, right? You don't know what's going on because I don't use the chat overlay on the stream because I don't like the way it looks. I find it very annoying to me. It really does annoy me. I'm not going to lie. And I'm probably never going to do that. So if you want to know what people are saying on the other chats, you got to go see what they're saying. And let's be real, it's probably best to just at least be following on Twitch and subscribing on YouTube. Just in case something bad happens on either platform and, maybe you won't have a way to find us. Now, of course, hopefully you're in the Discord, right? Hopefully you're in there so that you know what's happening when the stream's not streaming, right? Because that's really kind of the only way to know what's going on. It's like the only place I really communicate with people when I'm not streaming. I really don't post to X. The only reason I have an account is because I'm a social media person. So yeah, just reminding people of all the places they should be already. This is not the moment to break off from Denmark. No. No, yeah, absolutely. Greenlandic independence is further away than ever, I'm afraid. But going it alone right now in the midst of the threats from the United States does not feel like a solid plan. All right, let's talk about those tariff threats from Donald Trump. Oh, wait, actually, I forgot. I was going to take this video out. I forgot. I have 2 videos, 6 hours apart. CBC News from Canada. Trump threatens tariffs against European nations over Greenlandic support. CNN, 6 hours later, Trump announces Europe tariffs. Trump announces Europe tariffs unless Greenland sold to the United States. What a ridiculous sentence. Sell us Greenland or else tariffs.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Large protests in Greenland and Denmark as President Trump escalates his threats to take over the semi-autonomous Danish territory. He ramped up the pressure on the Arctic island today, saying he'll impose new tariffs on Denmark and several other European countries unless a deal is reached to purchase Greenland. Today, a large crowd of people taking to the streets in Greenland, telling Trump their homeland is not for sale. The same message was heard in protests in several Danish cities earlier today, with thousands taking part. A U.S. delegation of bipartisan U.S. lawmakers is in Copenhagen, meeting with leaders from Denmark and Greenland. And amid the growing tension, several European nations have sent military personnel to Greenland for joint exercises. We've got team coverage of these developments. We'll go to those protests in Greenland in a moment, but let's begin with Betsy Klein and these new tariffs that President Trump is promising. Betsy, what more can you tell us?
Right, Frederico. During President Trump's second term, we have seen him use tariffs and specifically the threat of tariffs as a key negotiating tool. And he appears to be doing that right now with Greenland. That is the Arctic island that is controlled by Denmark that Trump says the U.S. needs to control for national security purposes to counter threats from both China and Russia. Its strategic placement in that Arctic region. This, of course, has spawned major clear pushback from Greenland, from Denmark, and from other top European allies, with many deploying military personnel to the island this week. And it could have significant economic impacts on those countries, as well as top European countries that are key trading partners with the United States.
Wow, look at this fucking map. Sending troops to Greenland. France, the UK, the Netherlands, Denmark, Germany, Sweden, Finland, Norway. Basically all of Western Europe. Basically the whole thing minus Switzerland and a couple guys in there, I think.
The president had noted that he could use tariffs on these countries to apply some pressure, but putting names and a number on it today in a post to social media. I want to read to you a little bit of that very lengthy post. He said, starting on February 1st, 2026, all of the above mentioned countries, Denmark, Norway, Sweden, France, Germany, the United Kingdom, the Netherlands, and Finland, will be charged a 10% tariff on any and all goods sent to the United States of America.
It won't end well for him. I agree. Let's hope so. Let's hope this all goes badly for the president. Lev Palestina, Viva Palestina. Good to have you over there on the vertical chat. You're looking very, very lonely over in the chat. But it's good to see you. I think it's just not that quiet over there. Could be worse. Starting on February 1st, 2026, all of the above-mentioned countries, Denmark, Norway, Sweden, France, Germany, the United Kingdom, the Netherlands, and Finland, will be charged a 10% tariff on any and all goods sent to the United States of America. On June 1st, 2026, the tariff will be increased to 25%. This tariff will be due and payable until such time as a deal is reached for the complete and total purchase of Greenland. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Your Supreme Leader, Donald Trump.
Just under 2 weeks until February 1st to find some sort of negotiated agreement to avoid those pricey tariffs. And there were meetings this week with top officials from Greenland, from Denmark, along with Vice President J.D. Vance, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, to try to resolve this. And they agreed to keep talking, but there wasn't any clear resolution reached there. The president has also suggested that the possibility of leaving the NATO alliance remains on the table. Listen.
To pull out of NATO if it doesn't help you acquire Greenland, if it doesn't lead the way.
Well, we're going to see. NATO has been dealing with us on Greenland. We need Greenland for national security very badly. Yeah, we're talking to NATO.
Now, a new CNN poll indicates that this policy push does face stiff headwinds from the American public, in addition to those protesters that we are seeing today in Greenland and in Denmark. 75% of Americans in that CNN poll say that they oppose Trump's efforts to take control of Greenland. Many of the president's own supporters are against this move, so clearly he needs to do more to sell this unpopular policy to the American public. Frederica.
All right, Betsy Klein, thank you so much. Let's go now to...
So incredibly unpopular. Ah, my God. He's all hard power and destroying soft power, bro. I mean, he's the worst. Tariffs on all allies. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Why ain't nobody chatting over here either? What are you talking about? There's plenty of people over here. I mean, you're just chatting a lot, Dark Sparkle. I feel like you... Or, I guess not. I don't know. There's people. There's all... I mean, it's late. It's like 6 a.m. And we're mostly U.S.-based audience, although we do have a fairly large audience outside of the United States in places like Canada, the UK, Australia, Germany too, for some reason. I've been looking at my statistics lately. We do have like a external audience as well, but I feel like this is like 6 a.m. is when things get real quiet around here, right? Like, like that is like in terms of numbers, that is when everybody is sleeping. Even the West Coasters are like, oh God, I need a nap. Yes, and of course, yes, you're exactly right, Columbia Rican, and of course, American companies and people will be paying for those tariffs, not those other countries that Trump just listed, unfortunately, for everyone in America.
Where we find Nick Robertson. So, Nick, tell us about these protests taking place in that country today.
Very popular protest by, I think, even conservative estimates. There's 20,000 people in this town, and perhaps a third to maybe half of them came out on the streets. And it was a very sort of simple message to the White House: Greenland's not for sale. Ask anyone on the streets, as we did today, and that was the message. Dig down a little bit, and you get flavors of what else they would like to see. They would like to see independence in the future for Greenland. But it was very much sort of focused around families today. The Prime Minister came along. He told the local broadcaster here in Nuuk in Greenland that had been in Denmark and he wanted to come back here. Is attending a lot of talks in Denmark, but he wanted to be here to be part of the protest here. The protest marched all the way through the town and ended up right outside the U.S. consulate. And there was the Prime Minister of Greenland on a snowy outcrop of rock right above the U.S. consulate, waving a big Greenland flag, giving a big speech in Greenlandic to the people gathered there. There was somebody else, another politician.
My God, look how many people are outside for this protest. This is wild. This is wild. All of Greenland is here for this protest, it looks like. It doesn't seem like they want to be part of America. Is Twitch more active right now? Because lately whenever I go over there, the chat is very quiet. It's pretty active. I mean, honestly, I mean, for 6 a.m., I feel like all the chats are kind of active. You know? Like I said, this is kind of our quiet time usually. And yet we have like 100 viewers right now. Explain that. Explain that to me. Ugh. Cross platforms, of course, not on any particular platform. It's 6 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Oh, also, LA Blue Chelly. Thank you for the follow on Twitch. Almost missed you. Okay. What next? It's 6 a.m. in space? I guess it depends on where in space you are. But I keep my clock set to Eastern Standard Time, US. Because that's where I have to go once the stream is done. Back to Earth. Back to the East Coast. Where it's cold as fuck. It's a goddamn Arctic wasteland down there right now. It's terrible. Yes, Earth. No, yeah, I know. It's terrible. I have to go back down there, but I do. It's true. Sad but true. You're listening at work, at chat, but you're busy. Well, yeah, I mean, hey, that's what's great about this medium. You can also just listen and get a similar experience, maybe not quite fully, but, you know, at least informationally. Maybe not entertainment-wise, but at least, you know, you're getting the same stuff everybody else is hearing. It's 33 in Boston. It's cold. So when do I sleep? Whenever I can. Whenever I can. On my days off. On my days off especially. On the 2 days I take off from the stream a week, I get extra sleep then. I know that much. Sometimes I get sleep when it's dark out still. Sometimes it's light. It depends. It really does depend. It really, like, my schedule's fucked. My schedule's totally and utterly just bonkers. Alright, we're going to leave the topic of Greenland, moving along now to France. Talk about a different protest, one relating to a trade deal between the EU and the South American companies called the Mercosur Alliance or something. I can't remember the exact name of it, but farmers in France are very upset about this deal between the EU and South American companies, agricultural producers. I think it's mostly agriculture that this relates to. But it lowers trade barriers in the EU for a handful of South American countries. I think it's Brazil, Argentina, Uruguay? Actually, I can't remember all of them right now off the top of my brain. Suffice to say, though, farmers in France are very upset. Honestly, they've been upset about this for a while. They've been protesting. Honestly, I get it, but I'm also like, kinda, it's complicated. Like, I feel like to some degree it's gonna be beneficial. Like, hear me. Actually, I'll let them go, and then I'll whatever. Wow. Not to be offensive, but are you a banana with a face tattoo and a tin cap?
How
That is
rude.
offensive. I'm a man, okay? I'm a man, all right? I'm wearing a tin cap, sure. I'll admit that, okay? Yeah, I'm wearing sunglasses, sure. But underneath it, I'm a man. Underneath the helmet, I'm not a banana. That's very rude. I'm hurt.
Aww.
Hurt.
Est-ce que tu veux que Clémence mette une patate sur sa tête? J'ai pas de sac.
Not gonna lie, this seems like kind of a waste. Free potatoes, though, I guess. I love how I love how this lady brought a bag. I would do the exact same thing. Yeah, the top one looks kind of good. I think you wash that off. They come from the ground anyway, right? I mean, might as well. You peel it, they'll be perfectly fine. Free potatoes. Honestly, it's kind of an annoying protest. I'm not gonna lie. Like, to some degree, I get it. Like, free trade. Like, yeah. It's also gonna lower prices for people in the EU and in France, since they're part of the EU. And right now, we got too many trade barriers up. Like, you feel me right now? With Donald Trump and everything he's doing, there's too many tariffs on the planet. So, I'm sorry, France, but I can't get on board with your complaints right now. Less tariffs, please, everywhere, actually. That would be better. Let's all just be friends. How's that sound? People will continue buying French potatoes, okay? Plus, there's like, doesn't France have like special potatoes or something? We talked about this at one point. They got like special potatoes over there. Can't grow anywhere else. Are you going to distribute the taters later? I don't know. It's a good question. It seems wasteful if they don't. Hopefully enough, hopefully enough passers-by grab their share. Oh my God. Exactly, Chaos Blood. Free spuds? Take it. Hell yeah. Potatoes are a versatile food, you know? Do all sorts of things. You know, mash them, fry them, bake them, roast them. You can turn them to chips, turn them to fries. So many great options, really. Big fan of the potato. Well, we are making it through the stream fairly well. Actually, slightly faster than I thought that I would. I was shooting for 8 hours. I think it's going to be less. Which I feel bad about. We could have... It's too late now. We've gone too far. Can't go back. We must go west to east. It is written in stone by me, and I can't undo it. Good. Now let's go to Africa. We've been covering this situation for like the last week leading up to the election in Uganda. There were protests all over the place and like rallies and all these other sorts of things. The main opposition was a guy by the name of oh fuck, what was his name? Oh no. Oh, I can't think of it right now. Ugandan opposition leader. Google, help me. Bobby Wine. How could I forget a name like that? How could I forget a name like Bobby Wine? Come on! That's too easy. Ugandan opposition leader Bobby Wine have been rallying his supporters, and it was looking like he was going to put up quite a opposition this year. Seemingly had more support than ever before. Leading up to the election, the current regime in Uganda, who've been there for 7 straight elections, the same guy has been president of Uganda for 7 terms in a row. They decided to shut down the internet in Uganda, claiming national security problems. It was a strange thing to do ahead of an election, in my opinion. And here's global news now from 12 hours ago. Apparently, the police in Uganda are denying the attempted arrest of opposition leader Bobby Wine. Exactly what you would say.
My wife and I have been under house arrest since the 15th of January when we had elections. And yesterday, our house was raided by some police officers together with a number of other unknown individuals in plain clothes. They used ladders to climb over our fence. They cut off our electricity. They cut off our cameras. And they were being assisted by a helicopter that was hovering in the sky over our compound and providing them light as they were doing what they were doing. I want to say this to you, fellow Ugandans. First and foremost, we reject whatever is being declared by Mr. Byabakama, because those so-called results that they're declaring are fake, and they don't in any way reflect what happened at the polling stations or what is at the...
By the way, that if you didn't figure it out, this guy is the current president of Uganda, who's been in power for like 30 years.
Reflect what happened at the polling stations or what is at the declaration forms. And therefore, those results, the so-called results, are fake. We want to firmly call upon the people of Uganda to reject these fake results that are being read at Ruboa by Mr. Byabakama and his Electoral Commission, and want to call upon the people of Uganda to non-violently protest and reject any effort to subvert their voice.
There you go, Bobby Wine. Claiming on video that the election was stolen and that his person was under threat. Now, the military, police, whatever you want to call this guy, I mean, I think it's not clear. I mean, he dresses like he's in the fucking military. But I think he's, like, technically, like, the chief of police of, like, all of Uganda or something.
That the rightful results.
Mr. Chagulanyi Sentamu, as far as I'm informed, he's not under arrest. That is one statement I'd like to make.
Okay, he's not the chief of police. He's the head spokesperson for the police apparatus in Uganda. Okay. Now, they came out and they said, no, we didn't arrest him. We didn't arrest him. But it seems like the truth is somewhat more murky. As it turns out, it would seem, at least according to the Wine family, that there was, in fact, a raid conducted on their home, but that Bobby Wine had managed to escape to safety just in time, avoiding arrest but having to go into hiding in the fucking jungle of Uganda to avoid arrest. I mean, these seem like the exact sort of things you would do if you were trying to steal an election, right? You're a guy who's been 7 terms in office, who changed the constitution of Uganda so that you could be in office for 7 terms. Then when somebody starts getting an opposition, like an actual ground swelling, an opposition, because he's honestly for a long time been pretty popular, which is how he, managed to stay in power for as long as he has. But that popularity has, drifted over the decades. And, leading into this election, you shut down the internet and try to arrest the main opposition leader. That seems like authoritarianism to me. Sounds bad. That's what I'm trying to say. You made a thick and delicious potato soup last night. You're making me hungry. Oh, you're making me hungry. Pomme de terre. Yes, indeed. Apple of the earth. That's what it literally translates to from the French. C'est vrai. Okay, everybody's talking about food, and it's making me hungry. Swear to God, the second that I end the stream, I'm getting food. Yeah. I'm trying to think of what I should get. It's the weekend. I could get breakfast. I don't want to buy actual food. It'll be too expensive. I should just go to the store. I'll just walk to the store. All right, people, let's keep getting through these stories. Go move it along from Uganda now to the Middle East. To Qatar, where Prime Minister Mark Carney of Canada made a trip. He was already in China. Last stream, we were talking about his trade deal that he announced with Canada and China, a historic one, after a long sort of economic trade war that China and Canada have been having. Mostly, honestly, in my estimation, to some degree, maybe not entirely, but on behalf of the United States. Not that Canada doesn't have its own manufacturing and other interests, but I do feel like some of that is as a result of their desire to stay in good standing with the U.S., who has also had a long-standing trade war with China. All right, to Canada. ctvnews.ca.
Is former Foreign Affairs Minister Peter MacKay. Good to have you with us, Mr. MacKay. Pleasure to be with you. Thank you, Renee.
Now, we saw a deal come out of Carney's trip to China that many people were not expecting. What do you expect to come from this trip to Qatar?
Well, I think, as was said in the lead-in, part of the trade-off, if you will, of forging trade deals and trying to get direct foreign investment is the impression that we are sort of turning a blind eye to the human rights issues, which are longstanding, both in China, Qatar, and others, and that Canada is doing so in a way that really isn't in keeping with Canada's longstanding.
Yeah, but let's be real, Canada. Are the human rights issues in China any worse than they are in the United States at this time? Or maybe, is he talking about Qatar? Because
both in China, Qatar, and others, and that, that Canada is doing so in a way that really isn't in keeping with Canada's longstanding position to stand up for ethnic minorities, from workers in some cases that are being abused in countries like China and Qatar. But it is also counterbalanced with opportunities within our own country, obviously, to increase investment, trade opportunities. We're not going to be trading energy anytime soon with Qatar, though, it's quick to point out.
How do you think Carney will approach these talks amid these human rights concerns in the country?
I'm not going to lie. This discussion of human rights right now, as it relates to Canada, it's so hollow and empty. Like, you can't be a trade partner of the United States. You can't be like one of the United States' biggest trade partners and allies and then be talking about human rights while the United States wages a war against human rights both internationally and at home. Like, it's ridiculous. It is so hollow and empty, in my opinion. Like, it's just lacking any real, like, grounding in reality. It's like, okay, you got such a long-standing love of human rights. Why are you still hanging out with us? Explain that one to me, Canada. No, you don't have to apologize to me for making me hungry. I'm just saying. And it's not just you. Everybody is talking food on YouTube chat and on Twitch chat. It's all up in there. Not your fault. All right, CBC News now. On this Qatar
Prime
trip
Minister
for
Mark
Carney.
Carney is in Qatar today. This is the first time a Canadian leader has visited the country for an official visit, and it's Carney's second trip to the Middle East in the past 2 months. He is trying to diversify trade away from the United States and bring in new investment. But as CBC's Ashley Burke tells us, this visit is also part of Canada's plan to play a bigger role on the global stage.
The Prime Minister has touched down in Qatar, where he's looking for a closer relationship with a country known as a peace broker in major conflicts around the world. A senior Canadian official says that Canada wants to play a more influential role on global issues and that it's critical to have Qataris on speed dial. They have a policy of engaging with all sides of a conflict. And on the way here, we learned that Carney agreed to an invitation from Donald Trump to join the president's new Board of Peace for Gaza. It's a select group that's aimed at managing the reconstruction of Gaza during a fragile ceasefire agreement between Israel and Hamas. A senior Qatari diplomat is also on the board.
Qataris have been playing a key role in diplomacy in that particular region. And when I say Canada should do more or can do more around the world, will do more, the fact that President Trump asked Prime Minister Carney to sit on the peace board, I think as it's referred to, is a testament to the role that Canada plays around the world, but also the
board of... Oh, god damn it, I'm muted again. I've done it. Happens at least a couple times a stream. What I was saying is this is so ridiculous. Really, you want to take that? You want to take that again? It shows you just how much we love peace because Donald Trump put us on the peace plan board. I mean, what a ridiculous statement to make. Donald Trump doesn't love peace. He wouldn't know who loves peace and who doesn't if somebody gave him a goddamn list. And it's like saying that Canada is a lover of peace because Donald Trump nominated Mark Carney to the peace board of Palestine is like saying that I love truth so much. And the way to prove that I love truth so much is that Donald Trump appointed me to the board of Truth Social. It's a ridiculous nonsense statement. Okay, boy, oh boy. We're almost done. We are literally almost done. 2 clips left. First, let's talk about the protests in Iran with one Mehdi Hasan, co-founder. Founder and whatever you want to call him, of Zateo.
Walking and chewing gum at the same time. You've heard that phrase, right? The ability to multitask, to be able to do or think 2 or more things at the same time. It's not something we do enough of in the media. In fact, in our current social media age of outrage and clickbait and hot takes of trying to ride the algorithmic wave, you've either got to walk or chew gum, but not together, not at the same time. Oh no. There's no room for nuance, caveat, disagreement of holding 2 thoughts about one topic at the same time. But here's the thing. On Iran, one of the biggest stories in the world right now, I'd like us to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time. Because right now, you have a lot of people in the Iranian diaspora especially, saying the world should be condemning the killing of Iranian protesters by a brutal Iranian government. And you have a lot of people, including on the left, saying the world should be opposing Israeli interference and US attempts at regime change in Iran. And I'm saying we can do both. To my friends on the left, I say this: to deny that atrocities are taking place against Iranian protesters, many of them unarmed, not violent, to deny that they're being gunned down in their hundreds, if not thousands, is ridiculous. You can't just ignore the eyewitness reports of mass killings, disablings, and torture. You can't ignore the verified videos coming out of Iran of corpses lined up at hospitals and morgues. You can't just ignore evidence gathered by Amnesty International of Iranian security forces having, quote, repeatedly fired rifles and shotguns loaded with metal pellets, targeting unarmed protesters frequently in their heads and torsos. And if you do want to just dismiss groups like Amnesty and say they're biased, then what's the difference between you and the Israeli government? Sorry, you can't just pick and choose which human rights reports you want to believe. And to my friends in the Iranian diaspora, you also can't expect the rest of us to ignore the clear Israeli attempts to incite violence and regime change inside of Iran, which the Israelis aren't even hiding. The Israeli Mossad, their Farsi account, openly said to Iran's protesters on December 29th, "We are with you, not only from a distance and verbally, we are with you in the field." And a prominent Israeli reporter at a pro-Netanyahu news channel said just the other day, foreign actors are arming the protesters in Iran with live firearms, which is the reason for hundreds of regime personnel killed. Everyone is free to guess who is behind it. Yeah, guess. Maybe it's the one country in the Middle East that has a clear interest in all its neighbors in the region being riven by civil war. Nor can you expect us in this moment to ignore the US's own sordid history of CIA regime change in Iran, going back to 1953 and the coup against elected Iranian Prime Minister Mohammad Mossadegh, or the role of hawkish US senators right now in boosting the unelected son of the unelected and brutal Shah of Iran, or expect us to pretend that the Trump administration gives a damn about Iranians, the same Trump administration that has repeatedly deported Iranian asylum seekers back to Iran in shackles, including just last month. So I don't care what this or that online mob says. On Iran, I'm not going to apologize for walking and chewing gum at the same time, for being morally consistent and saying that Iranians, like everyone in the Middle East, of course, deserve freedom and dignity and democracy.
Hasan with a very nuanced but I think an incredibly important take in this moment for all of us. I personally have been struggling with how to cover this particular topic, and I felt that the Mehdi is right. We can walk and chew gum. We can oppose human rights violations by the theocratic regime of Iran while simultaneously recognizing the history of Western involvement in Iran, while simultaneously condemning Western meddling in Iran right now, while saying regime change is not okay. And, you know, might take a little longer to say all that, but it is true. All of those things can be true simultaneously, and are in fact true. Because, yeah, on base level, I oppose theocracy, all kinds. Human rights abuses, all kinds. And generally, I disapprove of Western meddling in foreign governments. All of these things bad. All right, people. Somehow we've made it to the final story of the night. To China. Back to talking about Canada. Oh, Canada. Did you think I forgot you tonight, Canada, because we didn't talk about you during the US half, the America half? Well, guess what? You're broadening out into the Earth half. And I see you. The Rational National, David Dole. Let's talk about the Canada-China trade deal.
President Xi and I are announcing that Canada and China are forging a new strategic partnership.
It's no secret that I've been a little bit underwhelmed by Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney up to this point, but this agreement with China, I gotta say, I think is clearly the greatest thing that he has done so far as Prime Minister. So in this video, I'm gonna break down what this deal is. I'm going to discuss some of the criticisms, specifically of the EV stuff, but I'll also get to the reaction from Pierre Poilievre, some conservatives, as well as Donald Trump, which you may find a little bit surprising, but is also a mixed message coming from him versus his government. And also all goes to exactly why this agreement with China was so necessary. But let me start with just a couple of clips here from their initial meeting, and then we'll get into details.
This is your first visit to China as Prime Minister, and the first visit to China by a Canadian Prime Minister in more than 8 years. A healthy and stable China-Canada relationship serves the common interests of our two countries. It is also good for the peace, stability, and prosperity of the world.
The world has changed much since that last visit. And I believe the progress that we have made in the partnership sets us up well for the new world order.
Oh my God, the new world order. Yes, as you can imagine, some people on the right have lost their goddamn minds over that line. The new world order. Oh, no. Sounds nefarious. I remember Kevin Nash and Scott Hall in WCW when they started the NWO. It was bad. Like, all he's talking about is the fact that Trump has clearly disrupted how things were. And these sorts of partnerships, like with China, is a way to move forward. But no, you got the National Post headline here. Mark Carney embraces Chinese EVs and the New World Order. Liberals use Beijing trip to trash the United States, which is so hilarious when you remember that the National Post is American-owned, and you remember what they are here for, to defend U.S. interests. I mean, you had literally the same day of the meeting, the Trump White House on Fox News saying there's going to be some look at the new world order that President Trump is creating. I don't expect to see a National Post headline about that, though. But you will get this from the Toronto Sun, another Post media-run paper. Canada should want U.S. in Greenland to safeguard our Arctic.
Okay, well, there we go. David Dole. Pleasantly surprised by Mark Carney's little trip around the world here. Doing deals. Branching out from the United States. And now Donald Trump had a take on all of this. He said, great job. Great job, Mark. Great job. I'm happy for him. I'm very happy. I'm very glad that he's doing good and great. Now, of course, we still hear, and I'm fairly certain David still has criticisms of Mark Carney. I believe he said he was underwhelmed. I'm not sure. I can't remember the exact terminology that he used. I've certainly been underwhelmed by Mark. And his environmental policy needs a hell of a lot of work. That's just me. Okay, somehow we have finished the stream earlier than expected. Do not worry, of course, we will still do the super secret late night after hours galactic chill stream. And in fact, because of the fact I'm ending earlier than normal, I will extend it. I'll make it a extra long one. But what a world we're living in, eh, Space Fams? Weird times. Weird times. Even on this Saturn day, when I was trying to make things more value-taining and less doomerific, I still feel things were kind of crazy, somehow. Well, hope everybody enjoyed the stream. It was quite long and also difficult. But thankfully we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Brading, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoip, Nadia, Choki, Scouts, Selena, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rican, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HPX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Frizla, Benny Hanna 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the Six, The Reference Frame, and Glitchmaster. That's right. All of these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can do for just a few bucks a month on Patreon. And if you're on the vertical stream, you're gonna want to make your way over to the horizontal stream.